thrilled, and I am looking forward to spending a lot of this weekend listening to it and thinking a lot about it. I actually got emotional reading this interview that Paul McCartney did. He said it was like John was back in the room as they play the vocals, and suddenly there he is. John Lennon is back with them. So the four of them are on it. This is a Beatles song released in 2023. It does not get any better than that.
Life is a series of choices.
Who you got?
Make a decision.
Say it! Say it!
All right, I'll say it. Who you got?
All right, Bubba's turn. Got a bunch of questions. Let's get as many as we can in. Let's do it.
All right, Who You Got? Brought to you by Grainger. And unfortunately for you, we do have to start with the ESPN Radio Pick'em Challenge. And right now, Carlin versus Joe and Game Night are tied for first place, 17-6-1. And you are last place by yourself, 7-16-1. You did have a pretty good week last week, 1-1-1. So let's see how you do this week.
1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of your better weeks.
Yeah.
So we'll start with Dolphins-Chiefs in Germany, as we've been talking about. Kansas City -1.5. Who you got here?
Okay. I have to believe that Andy knows how to do this. The Dolphins got there 5 days ago. The Chiefs just got there this morning. I hate that for the Chiefs. I think you are better off having more time acclimating. But Andy is 2-0 in these international games. They're coming off a bad week. I can't see them having another clunker here. I like the Chiefs. Give me the Chiefs, and I will give the points. That is my official pick. Next.
All right, another big game. Seahawks at Ravens. This one we got Baltimore -6. Who you got here?
You know what? I'm going to take the points. Graziano's covering that game, and he told me that Pete Carroll has an unbelievable record bringing that team east and playing in the early spot. That's usually such a disadvantage, but Carroll has played really well. His Seahawks teams have played really well in the 1 o'clock Eastern spot, which usually West Coast teams do not. 6 is a lot of points. I will take Seattle and give me the points.
All right, and the biggest game of the weekend, of course, Cowboys at Eagles. This one, Philadelphia -3. Who you got?
Boy, that's a tough one. Tough one to pick. Here's where I'm going to go with my logic. Everyone on my set yesterday took Philadelphia.
Yep, I saw that. Love to see it.
Today it was split. We had some more people who liked Dallas. Graziano liked Dallas. I think Ryan Clark liked Dallas. But I'm going to go with the Cowboys. I'm going to go Oppo. If everyone thinks something is going to happen, it never does. So give me the Cowboys and give me the points in Philly tomorrow.
Hashtag KOD. The kiss of death.
All right, those are the picks. Let's do as many other questions as we can.
All right, Who You Got? Brought to you by Grainger. With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call CrickRanger.com or just stop by. And last week, we missed National Greasy Foods Day, so we got to know who you got as your favorite greasy food.
It's easy. This one isn't even close. I cannot pass up buffalo wings. Good buffalo wings, the smell of them makes my mouth start to water. I am Pavlov's dog when good wings come. If you order wings that aren't buffalo wings, I hear people say, well, I'll take the barbecue or the honey lemon. What are we doing here, people? That's not what wings were meant to be. Wings are spicy buffalo wings. I love them. That is by far my favorite greasy food.
And, of course, that's wings with a fork.
With a fork and knife, yes.
Right.
Of course. Well, you don't want to get that on your fingers.
Right.
You just eat that with a fork and knife.
Obviously, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Last week was also National Pasta Day, so who you got as your favorite pasta?
See, I didn't really understand that question. Does it mean my favorite noodle? Like specifically, I mean, do I like linguine better
Correct.
than I like
Yeah, we got to
fettuccine?
zero in on what was your specific one, yeah.
Okay, so not my favorite style of preparing pasta, but
we can go either one. I mean,
I like
possibilities are endless on this question.
Okay, so I do something you probably are not supposed to do.
Look out for this bad boy.
I think true Italian, consumers of Italian cuisine will not like this. But I like the long noodle, a spaghetti, a linguine, or something like that. Angel hair.
I love angel hair.
Cut it up with a knife. So instead of spinning it in the spoon, which is what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to take the spoon, you take the fork, and you twirl it.
Yep, the twirl.
I do what you're not supposed to do, but it's easier. I cut it all up. I cut it into little pieces, and then I eat it with the fork almost like it's a soup, and I love it. So that is what I like, the long, like the linguine, spaghetti, angel hair kind of pasta, and I eat it raw. All right, one more.
All right, today is National Sandwich Day. If you could only eat one sandwich for the rest of your life, who you got?
Boy, there was a theme here, wasn't there? Look, I mean, I think I'm going to have to look again. It's. I couldn't eat this for the rest of my life because it's incredibly unhealthy. But the sandwich it's another one where my mouth waters. A true Chicago Italian beef that you would get like at Mr. Beef. People talk about that show, The Bear, now. That's what they're making on that TV show. Back when I was young, I had that for lunch every day. Every day, dipped with the jardiniere on it. My mouth is watering now. Now I'm 56 years old. I can't eat that anymore.
By the way, I just got to say this real quick. It was 2 years ago to this day where I asked this question to Chris Carlin and Harry Douglas. Harry said he's never had a meatball sandwich. He has still not had one, and I'm sick of this guy. Have a meatball sandwich. I'm tired of him ducking a meatball sandwich. It's National Sandwich. They have a meatball sandwich. What is the problem? 5 seconds.
I'm with that. Okay. And on that note, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you Monday.
All right, coming up, it is National Sandwich Day. You can get a sandwich here at Buffalo Wild Wings. They do have sandwiches.
Yeah, but I'd rather have the chicken.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a traditional wing guy, Carm. You know
wings.
what I like.
You like the bourbon sauce? That's cool.
We got chicken nachos.
We got chicken nachos. Yeah, we're in Tinley Park.
We got Miller Lite in front of us.
Football feast. We're talking Bears. Oh, the in-season tournament starts. I know you're excited.
Well, yeah.
Here goes keys to a Bulls victory against. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's not going to happen.
We'll do your keys to Bears and Saints. We'll talk Chiefs, Dolphins in Germany, and get you set for the NFL weekend. Come join the fun. You can win Bears tickets. We're drinking Miller Lite. We're at B-Dubs in Tinley Park. We're coming up at noon.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-351-4242. 800-351-4242. 800-351-4242.
Don't miss out on the best gaming in Chicagoland. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, where we're sure to have the action you crave. The choice is yours with a world-class selection of over 1,700 slots and 80 table games. Enjoy some of your favorite games like blackjack, roulette, craps, and baccarat. A roll of the dice or a spin of the reels, and you could be a winner. Live life at max volume at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Now at Menards, save big money on your next project with 11% off everything. We carry a great selection of blinds and shades that provide the perfect fit for any window in your home. Get Window Images room darkening cordless 1-inch vinyl blinds trimmed to width for free, starting at $11.99 after rebate. Get 11% off everything now at Menards. Good through November 5th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
At American Sale, we're known for having the largest selection of Christmas trees and decor. Stroll through our Christmas forest and choose from hundreds of trees ready to take home. Shop thousands of holiday decor items in our Christmas market. And right now, during our Home for the Holidays sales event, you can save up to 70% and get 0% financing for 60 months. See store for details. Get great deals on a new hot tub, pool table, trampoline, and more. And always get our lowest price. American Sale, helping you bring the fun home.
When you ante up your insurance premium each month, you believe that if you're ever in an accident, your insurance company will treat you fairly. But that's not a safe bet. In truth, casinos play by much fairer rules than your insurance company. And here's how. Imagine playing blackjack and making a $100 bet. When you win, the casino will immediately pay you $100. But now imagine winning, and instead of immediately giving you $100, the casino only offers you $50 and makes you wait years to collect it. If the terms were that unfair, no one would ever step foot in a casino. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to people every day who are injured in car accidents with uninsured drivers. You ante up your premiums in full and on time every month, but if you're a day late or $1 short, your insurance company will drop you. And when the time comes for your insurance company to pay you, they will offer you pennies on the dollar and, even worse, string you along for years to collect it. Dealing with your own insurance company shouldn't be riskier than gambling in a casino. If you need a law firm who will put the odds in your favor, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Unexpected reactions to smart financial decisions brought to you by feedthepig.org.
Well, I finally did it. My student loan is totally paid off.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. I paid more than the minimum each month, and soon enough, it was gone.
So you're just giving up?
Giving up on what?
The life of luxury. Egyptian cotton, caviar Thursdays, designer everything.
What are you talking about?
Our plan. What happened to winning the lottery and mastering the art of the perfect mimosa? Hosting galas, wearing enough jewelry to acquire a bodyguard, vacationing in the French Riviera, and then buying it.
I just thought maybe it was time to prepare for my future. You know, set some financial goals, make some smart investments, open a 401k.
Financial goals? Investments? A 401k? You are horrifying right now. Listen, if winning the lottery were easy, everyone would do it.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Every hiring manager knows that a company is only as good as the people it's made from. So where do you find the best people? That may surprise you.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
This is talent worth knowing about.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, live from the Old National Bank Studio. WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago. A good Carmen Brands radio station.
Today's live broadcast of the Carmen and Yurko Show is brought to you by the letter F. It's Friday. We're having fun. We're super excited about football. Very good, class. And let's not forget food. Yummy. Put it all together now. It's a Friday football feast. Brought to you by Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings on ESPN Chicago.
All right, off and running on a football Friday. It's a football feast at B-Dubs, Southside, Tinley Park, just off of Harlem. Come by and see us. The Miller Lite is cold. It's only $5, too.
They used to have the mental hospital across the street here. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah, Tinley Park Mental Hospital. It used to be up and running right across the street.
I love you.
So they shut it down. Boy, when they shut that thing down. About the same time they shut down Mantino.
Is that right?
Mantino used to have a mental hospital down there,
All
too.
right.
I'll have you know that property across the way was going to be a racetrack at some point.
Is that right?
It was a proposed racetrack so they could have a casino on there.
What happened?
What happened was they looked at the plans, and I think it was just going to be a dirt track with a building that was going to be the casino, with the casino being the important aspect of it,
yes.
and not necessarily the racetrack that was going to be outside. But ultimately, that turned into the casino in the south suburbs that's off of Halstead Street and I-80.
Yes.
Just short of the two big holes in the ground. What are those called?
Quarry.
The quarry, yeah. So it'll be on the right-hand side. They got it up. It looks like they got about 8 floors up there, kid.
Good. All right.
Yeah,
the
there's a little bit of
history
history
of the
here
South Side.
with Tinley Park.
We're in Tinley.
Yeah.
Yep. Some of the guys from Yurko's Club, Southside guys are here.
Lincolnshire. A lot of guys from Lincolnshire. Former police officer from beautiful Calumet City, Illinois.
That's right. Yes,
One of my park rats over here in the backside. He lived right across the street from Memorial Park. Softball legend in Calumet City, Illinois, Randy Serbin.
Of course.
And then, of course, we got some of the fine offspring of the people that I used to hang out with back in the day. Little Ryan Pakowitz is out here.
Oh, little Ryan Pakowitz.
Oh, you should have seen his
Ryan.
mammy, boy, when she was in high school. Hello.
Yeah? Wow.
Hello,
You
how
talking
are
about
you?
His mom?
Yeah,
Really?
of course I do. I talk about him. I talk about his mom to him.
Sweet Lord.
Oh, yeah.
You cool with
But
that, Ryan? That's
nothing
okay?
ever
All
bad,
right.
though. It's nothing scurrilous.
No.
It's nothing scandalous. It's nothing, out there. I just told him that his mom was a lovely young lady back when she was in high school.
Better tell your dad to watch it.
Oh, boy.
Yurko's on the prowl.
No,
Holy cow.
Pakowitz, though.
All right.
All right.
So, yeah, come see us in Tinley. You can win Bears tickets. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Switch headphones with Abdallah.
I'm not
going to be able to watch you
all
the
day.
entire
Doesn't make a
show.
difference.
Hold that.
It's fine. I'll
Switch
take,
headsets. Come
I'll
on.
take the substandard equipment, and I will make it happen, all right?
He doesn't need to hold. It hasn't moved.
Everybody
he doesn't
on
need
Twitch.
to hold
He's
it.
holding
Everybody
it like
on
that.
Twitch.
He doesn't need to. It hasn't moved at all. He just holds it to hold it.
Everybody on Twitch will see me
And you too.
fidgeting with it.
Yeah.
You don't need to. It hasn't moved.
It has, though.
It
I
has.
You
think
don't see it.
It does. I know the one he's got. It's
It's-
sort of like the
it's-
arm is limp and it's
Yeah,
sort of
it's
like
limp
jiggles.
arms. And then all of a sudden it'll
Blue
fall
Chew.
off the face of the
Blue
dirt.
Chew.
If that could work, I'd already installed Blue Chew in this
He
thing.
tried to put a
But
blue chew into the headset.
Don't let it disturb you guys, all right?
It always, I'm not going
Don't
to
let
be
it
able to help it. I'm not going to be able to watch you the whole show go like this.
That's the way it's going to happen, so you better get
Breaker,
used to it.
breaker, one night.
I'm going to have you know right now, the big thing in the NBA is happening tonight, right?
Huge.
You know what a big fan of this I am, right?
Yeah, I know.
They've got new floors for this thing.
They
They're
do.
They're
They
really,
do.
because nobody would know what the hell's going on. So they said, well, how do we kind of tell people these games are happening? Oh, we'll spend $185,000 per court, and we're going to signify the fact that this is a special game.
That's
and
nothing
then,
for them.
in all his wisdom, who's the guy that's on before us?
Greeny.
Mike Greenberg, yeah, in all his wisdom, right? Probably reading from a corporate edict that he had received this morning.
From the NBA?
Yeah.
What did he say? I didn't hear what Greeny said.
It's incumbent upon the players to make this successful.
What does that mean?
That the players have got to put a special emphasis on the fact that these are special games. And it will only work if the players buy in and really make it special. Because if it fails, it won't be the league's fault. It won't be Adam Silver's fault. It won't be the team's fault. It'll be the players' fault that it doesn't
Let me ask a question.
Drives me nuts. How the players had no say-so in this. How's it going to be their fault if it doesn't succeed?
Here's my question.
All right, I'm listening.
How will we know if it is or isn't succeeding?
I have no idea.
What is the, like, are they expecting the ratings to go up?
I hope
Is that
not.
what the league is going to say is a
because
success? Look
this
at the
is-
spike in our ratings
right.
for these games.
It's a super special game, Carm. Got to
I
put
mean,
the italics
do they
around
really
it.
think, like, Bulls Nets on a Friday
Will
is
get
going to be
any more than they have before?
Right, is going to
Yeah.
have more viewership because it's the NBA in-season tournament? Like,
That's what they're trying to say.
I can't imagine
And if it
that.
doesn't work, it's the players' fault, according to Mike Greenberg.
I can't imagine that. Now, tonight, whether it's an in-season tournament game or not, Nuggets-Mavericks is intriguing. That game's a national game on ESPN.
Sure.
That game features two of the 5 best players in the league.
Slovenia against Serbia,
Right,
there.
like, that game's intriguing. At 7, this is not a national game, but, like, if you were going to tell me Warriors-Thunder, that's intriguing.
I like that game.
What because it's an in-season tournament game, I'm serious. Like, what is the league? What's the litmus test for the league?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't.
But Greeny is going to blame the players if it doesn't work.
The first ESPN game tonight, it's a doubleheader. Friday's a doubleheader.
I heard him say that. I almost had to pull
well,
over.
but I didn't
had to
know-
pull over in my car, and I was getting ill when I heard him say it.
The first game tonight, the doubleheader tonight on ESPN, is a very good one, actually. It's Knicks-Bucks. That's intriguing. They're stars in the game, and it's the nightcap I told you. Mavericks-Nuggets is intriguing. Do you think Nikola Jokic and everything we know about him gives one crap about the in-season tournament?
He doesn't give a rat's patootie.
Like, he barely – all he wants to do is the season to end and go back home. Like, he barely cared they won the NBA championship. He was like, okay, great. Shake hands. Am I done now?
Not
Can I
only
go
that,
back home?
Carmen,
Like,
his
he doesn't
summer
care.
was ruined. They ruined his summer.
Right.
He played too long.
Like, he barely – all he wants to do is play basketball. If he wins the championship, great, and then go back to Serbia for the summer. That's all the guy wants to do. You're going to tell me that he cares more? Of course he doesn't. Oh, sorry. That's
Can
not
you
a
guys
word.
even name who the Bulls group is?
No,
Who's in the Bulls besides
no.
the Nets?
Well, I know
obviously,
the Nets
because they play the Nets
Right,
tonight.
I'm going to say it's the Bulls, it's the Nets, it's the Detroit Pistons.
Nope. I'm assuming it's somewhat regional, so
No.
Oh,
I
it's
think
not?
they.
It's based on record from last year.
Right.
Oh.
So I think they've got to go like they slotted the tier 1 teams,
Ah,
tier 2
okay.
teams, tier 3.
It's Boston, Brooklyn, Toronto, and Orlando.
Boston. How does Boston figure
Dude,
it?
I don't know.
So wait, it's Boston,
It's tiered.
Yeah, there's pots.
Brooklyn,
Right.
Yeah, Boston, Brooklyn,
the
Toronto, and
Bulls,
Orlando.
Toronto, and Orlando.
Yeah.
That's the group of 5. I mean, listen, whatever. All I'm
So
going to say is,
the
I'll
Bulls-
watch Bulls Nets tonight. It'll be on one of the TVs.
Right.
I won't be hooked to it. I don't care that much. It's sort of NFL season.
So we have to draw a parallel. Let's draw a parallel. The parallel to be drawn is the European soccer. In this group, one would say the Boston Celtics is like Paris Saint-Germain or Real Madrid. They're a Tier 1 group. That's your Tier 1 team. You know what the Bulls are? They're the Tier 4, right? Are they the 4?
Young boys.
Young boys. Grasshopper. They're Grasshopper.
RB Leipzig.
Yeah. That's Leipzig.
I don't even know what you guys were talking
So
about.
these are teams that
Those
are
are
in Europe
teams?
that play usually in the Champions League that get crushed upon in the Champions League. They never make the round of 16 ever. Young Boys is perfect.
United.
Young
Manchester
Boys.
United. They're a team.
They're a team.
They're called Young Boys.
Who?
You never seen Grasshopper play?
No.
Oh, man, you're missing it
You're
all.
missing out.
making
You're missing
this
out.
up?
No,
There's
there's a team.
No.
Manchester City just played them.
Look it up.
There's
They're
a
called
team
the
in the EPL called the Young
Not
Boys?
EPL. No. They're in
It's called the
Champions League.
Champions League.
Yeah.
Remember? This is a Champions League event.
Where do they play?
Young
what country
Boys.
are they from?
They're either out of like Belgium or the Netherlands. Something like that.
The Young Boys.
The Young Boys.
I didn't know what you guys were talking. When
Yeah.
you said Grasshopper, I thought you were
Grasshopper,
doing
that's the name of a
PSC Young
football
Boys
team.
are Swiss.
They're
Swiss.
Swiss.
Find out where Grasshopper is from.
I thought you were doing like a David Carradine
No,
thing with
no,
Grasshopper. I'm
No,
like, what?
no David Carradine, no Kung Fu.
I thought he was doing Kung Fu.
That's not what I'm
like,
doing.
Grasshopper?
Yeah.
What are you talking
He'll
about?
tell you exactly where they're from, but that's the point. The Bulls are an afterthought. Zurich. There you go.
Zurich.
What's with the weird teams in Switzerland? They've
I
got
don't
a
know.
Grasshopper. And
They
they've
got
got
Young Boys?
and they've got a Young Boys. It's
You'd be
weird. What the hell's
surprised.
going on in
They
Switzerland?
have a team called Old Priest and New Priest.
No, they
too.
don't.
Yes, they do.
Get out of here. They
Yep.
do not.
I hope the Bulls win.
Boy and
Honestly,
Priest,
I hope the
and
Bulls
Boy.
win. I hope the Bulls
But
win because then we get the press conference. They go, well, we the continuity.
Let me ask you.
Because
What happens if they
we
win?
won they get a trophy. They
Yeah.
each get $500,000.
But no, that's if they win the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Not the game.
Yeah.
What happens if they win the game tonight?
So there's pool points. Oh, there was a great email sent out by Bulls PR today. I will tell you how this works.
Oh, I want to see this.
I honestly
I want to talk about selling a load of manure.
All 30 teams have been randomly drawn into groups of 5 within their conference based on win-loss records from the 2022-23 season.
Not so random.
So wait a minute. How is it random if it's based off of win
Each
total?
team will. Can I finish? Each team will play 4 designated group play games.
So
One game against each opponent in its group, with 2 games at home and 2 games on the road. Are you excited? Group play games will take place on Tuesdays and Fridays in November, except for Election Day and on Tuesday, November 7th.
Except for election day.
On those
next Tuesday's election.
I know. On these tournament nights, the only NBA games scheduled will be group play games.
Oh.
So then you get points.
I'm so jacked up for this, man.
Yeah.
And it counts as a regular season game, which
that's
is
what
even better.
So are you saying though
It
that
counts more.
Are you saying that at some
counts
point
more.
that as the bracket or as like the pool winnows down,
Yeah,
certain teams will play more games than other
There's
teams?
there's
this year?
basically 2 All-Star breaks this year. There's a whole week off in the
there
Bulls
is?
schedule.
When?
For these games.
It'd be smart to do it like in December when you're.
It is.
competing
Oh, you'll
against
be
the
happy to know that the quarterfinals start on our birthdays, Carm, December 4th and 5th.
How about that? All right.
The semifinals December 7th and the championship game December 9th.
Okay.
How excited are you?
Not
Mark?
excited.
Wow.
I just don't.
I mean, this is the news
again,
I've been waiting for. This is going to put the NBA back up front.
I don't
It's
care.
put the NBA up on top.
You
I
guys
will
talk about the
wait.
courts?
Yeah, he mentioned
Cool
it,
courts.
Chris. Yeah,
Cool courts, guys.
Cool
It's gonna bring
courts.
people in.
Listen,
Yeah.
if you like the NBA, again, like tonight on ESPN, I'll probably be home around 9 o'clock, and I'll probably throw on Maps Nuggets.
Yeah.
And it's got nothing to do with an in-tournament game
Right.
or in-tournament.
But
it doesn't matter.
as I reported earlier, according to Mike Greenberg, if this thing, hey, if this thing fails, according to Mike Greenberg, if this thing fails, it's not because it's a horrific concept.
Yeah,
It's not because it's the dumbest thing Americans have had to put up with the NBA. It would be the players didn't buy in.
Well, all right, if that's what Greeny thinks. I don't know how they're going to judge success or failure. I really don't.
Okay,
but
if you're a team like the Lakers with LeBron and Anthony Davis, an older team, don't Anthony Davis and LeBron go, hey guys, I want a week off in December. I don't want to play in this dumb tournament. We're not going to try. We're going to lose
not
these
gonna
games.
lose games.
What do you mean? It's 4 games. Who cares? They're not going to be in the playoffs.
Right. Maybe you're right.
They're not. You think that's going to affect
If you missed the game by a playoffs, you'd be pissed. But no, you're probably right.
I mean, who cares? Or you lose the first round because I want the rest of the week off because you know what doesn't matter to me? An in-season tournament. You know what matters? Being healthy at the end of the year.
I think for LeBron that matters for sure. So yeah, I don't know. It's a good.
I'm going to run home and sit in front of the TV tonight and watch this. That's how excited I am about this.
So funny. If you've got a thought on the in-season tournament in the NBA, and if you care one way or another, and how success and failure is going to be judged, let us know.
I felt
football.
I felt we needed to address it.
I'm glad you did.
That way we could put it behind us and just concentrate on the great game of football.
We'll get to some.
You guys mentioned the courts. They got new courts for this.
Funny, Chris.
Special.
Are they wearing the city jerseys for these games, or is that a separate thing? So city jerseys.
City jerseys, new courts.
Right. They spent more money on the courts and the theoretical new jerseys for this than they pay the players for this tournament.
I guess the coaches get some money too if they win. 312-332-3776. That's the number. Hit us up today. Anything you want to talk about. It's Friday. We're having fun. We'll talk lots of football. Yurko's Keys in about an hour. When's Manny Perfus meeting the media? Is it
not soon
140.
enough?
Yeah,
expected to be 140.
Not soon enough.
We'll see if he's on time. We'll carry that live. Mike North will give us the bonus play a little early. He'll do that later this hour. It's Carmen and Yerk live at Buffalo Wild Wings with Miller Lite on the south side in Tinley Park. Come see us. You can win Bears tickets. We're here till 2:30 on this great football feast. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Bears, Saints. You were in the middle of our 24/7 pregame. Here comes. Join us Sunday for more than 12 hours of coverage. At 7, Jeff Miller has the Fantasy Football Show. At 8, Black and Abdallah bring you pregame tailgate. At 10, Lance Briggs, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman with the Bears Network pregame. At noon, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. Here comes. Bring you the call of the game. Followed by 4 hours of postgame. Peggy Kaczynski, Yurko, Jason McKee, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Miller. Bears and Saints live from New Orleans. Sunday. On the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is safe and it's easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, hundreds of player props, totals, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA, and get set for Sunday this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Illinois. First online real money wager. Only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Astound Broadband has just launched all-in pricing. For $25 a month, you can receive internet, equipment, and fees included, all for one low price. They'll also lock down your price for 2 years when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. Astound Broadband has 0 hidden fees, 0 contracts, and 0 data caps. Go all in with Astound Broadband. Upgrade today by calling 1-800-4ASTOUND or visit astound.com. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with 0 copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now, and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future only.
Discover, this is Daniela.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great, but with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about two things. Getting ready for company with the Samsung Family Hub Plus refrigerator. And football. That's right, Kirk Herbstreit. Search for recipes, check out scores, or even stream the game to the screen at the same time, so you never miss a second of the action. Which means you can make your famous buffalo chicken dip and have more time for football. For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Samsung and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This is the Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park. Brought to us by Miller Lite. This is the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Yerk wrapping the week live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park with Miller Lite. You can win Bears tickets. Come by and see us. Bears go to New Orleans. I feel like we barely talked about the matchup. It's been a weird week. I'm like exhausted from the events of the week with the Bears. And you know what I mean? It's just like, holy cow. And we barely...
Another coach jettisoned.
Right. A big trade. A little confusion as to why there's no extension in place. But it does sound like that's going to get done.
It does. It sounds like it's going to get done. And here's the other thing. You know they're in tough. They're playing a team with a better defense.
They are playing a pretty good defense.
They're playing a veteran quarterback. If you're going to play zone against New Orleans and you're going to drop back 15 yards, Drew Carr is going to pick you up. Carr.
David.
Stop. Carr.
Derek.
I'm not even saying
I said
it
David.
anymore.
Now you're making me
Yeah, now I'm doing it
Derek.
too. Carr. Carr's going to tear you apart. That's all we're going to say.
He called him Drew. Is that one of the brothers that I don't know about?
Yeah, forgotten brother.
And then I called him David.
But
Derek Carr's going to pick you apart?
Right. Carr's
well,
gonna pick
especially
you
with
apart.
guys like Thomas and Olave, especially a guy like Mike Thomas.
They've got some skilled guys, and Kamara coming out of the backfield. Imagine running a screen to Kamara. If you thought it was dangerous last week with Ekeler, it's going to be even more dangerous this week with Alvin Kamara.
They popped their first touchdown. I think it was their first touchdown. You would have liked it, a little Texas route down inside the red zone. It was nice. It was nice. It was a touchdown.
Tight end clearing, a little bit of an angle route right in the
Every
middle.
time I see that, I think of Yurko and Waddle because I know you guys love that Texas route. And their play calling has largely been an abomination inside the red zone. It's why New Orleans has struggled so much in the red zone. They're one of the worst red zone teams in the league. It was better last week, and I knew you would have loved that. But Kamara had about a 15-yard touchdown on just that little
when
Texas
the
route.
wide receiver runs a little shallow route, like 4 yards, 3-4 yards across, you know what that's called?
A wide receiver running a shallow cross.
Shallow cross.
Dig route.
Across the formation. No. Deep in. Deep in. That's China call.
China call.
That's what we call it. When we see it, we give it the China call. When they come out in the bunch, remember what they come out in a bunch, 3 wide receivers
Yeah, a
all next
little
to
bunch
each other?
set, yeah. Like kind of stacked.
What was it? What kind of routes did they run off of that? I told you this one before.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, we make the call pasta. That's the call defensively. Pasta. Why? Because they're going to run the spaghetti routes out of there.
Yeah.
So how do you tell everybody what's coming? You call pasta.
So a shallow cross.
Shallow
is
China. That was underneath you. You dug all the way through the earth into China, right?
That's who you guys came up with.
That's where they came up with it. China.
Great.
Shallow route. Everybody's dropping back. The alert for the outside guys is China. You got something coming shallow that's eventually going to get into your zone. So just be cognizant of the fact that it's going to be there.
How much has that terminology changed from team to team, though? You know what I mean?
It probably changed. I'm telling you what we call.
No, I know. I
we
understand.
saw.
Yeah. Was that in Green Bay?
It was in Green Bay. It may have been specific just with us. But Jerron took it to
Jacksonville.
Right,
yeah.
Because he was on the defense.
So you sort of were in like most of your career with those, so the same kind of calls.
8 of my years were with basically the same coaching staff.
How about that?
Yeah.
And so that's why there's always so much similarity.
But my Miami defense was totally different when all the calls came out. It was all numbers.
Yeah, right. You said that.
Yeah, I said that before. The strong was Strong side was even, the weak side was odd. So outside backer was 9, strong side was 8, 6 and 5 for the middle backers. So when they called the blitz, you had to listen to the numbers and know where the hell it was coming from.
If I told you Montez Sweat's going to get a deal that pays him like north of $25 million a year, what would you say?
I'd say he'd be resetting the market. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay.
I think you're going to be under that. I think
Well, I wouldn't say it's resetting the market. Bosa's at like 30-something, isn't he? I thought Bosa.
I don't know. That's complicated. I went defensive line, and I took a look at it.
Here, hold on. Let me check.
Like,
I thought Bosa got
3-4 different sets of numbers that come out there.
I know. It's always confusing,
Yeah.
too. Nick Bosa contract. Hold on. Let's see. 5-year 170, $34 million per year in new money average. So you really wouldn't be resetting it, but you'd be jumping in a pretty elite, like he'd be up there with like Myles Garrett territory, you know. And
So 5 years, 125. If you were to tell me that, I'd say okay.
yeah, I have a feeling that's what it's going to be.
That's the price of poker for a guy that looks like he's going to get 13 sacks.
Yeah.
So
that you just traded a second-round pick for.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get somewhere around $25, $26 million a year.
And you don't have the luxury to do what you did with Chase Claypool. Claypool was going in his third year, was going to be a restricted free agent with no free agency rights.
Right, yeah.
But ultimately, he turned out to be who he was.
Right, correct.
You know, his personality, who he was, eliminated him from the Chicago Bears.
Absolutely.
And it eliminated him from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes, it did.
Imagine being that productive as a rookie.
I know.
And being such a
crazy.
Such a whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And for them to say,
We
we
don't
don't
want
want
you.
him. We don't want him.
It's crazy. He had 11 touchdowns as a rookie.
Yeah.
11. I don't think he doesn't have 11 since for
No,
sure.
no.
I mean, he's got like 4 or 5 since.
And they
11.
Are they going to activate him in Frankfurt?
He was
Sunday
active
morning?
last week. He did have a catch last week.
Did he?
He did, yes. So I'm assuming he's going to play Sunday morning, yeah. I can't wait for that. That's fantastic.
It's not a bad way. I mean,
Clear your Sunday morning, everybody.
I think they're playing Champions League soccer this week.
Are they?
I think Real Madrid has Braga. So I think they're playing Champions League, which I think frees up some of the stadiums around the country. So, I mean, that's usually the reason it ends up doing it. I don't know. But they're not playing club, you know? They're not playing
Right.
The Bundesliga.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, this kind of takes center stage in Germany, too. I told
Yeah,
you with
a
the
little
guy with the – when we were in KC and we were walking through that tailgate. Go ahead, Adam.
Bundesliga is playing this week.
Oh, it is
Are
playing.
they? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're playing
So how much do they
Champions
play
League
Sunday
in the
morning? Like that'll compete.
Yeah, they play Sunday morning.
They do.
I
Okay.
mean,
Where's
they play-
Eintracht Frankfurt playing then this week? They got to be on the road.
Well, because it's in
They'll
Frankfurt.
come back
The
home.
next 2 weeks are in Frankfurt.
They're going to come
NFL.
back. They'll come back to their stadium and they're going to look how chopped
And be
up
like,
it is.
oh my God.
They're going to be miserable.
Yeah, they'll be mad.
The turf-
Frankfurt is in Union Berlin.
Okay.
Nice German accent.
And that's where they're at for 2 games. Frankfurt. They're not playing in Munich this year.
No, they're in 2 games in Frankfurt this week and next week. Colts and Patriots.
You know which American
Colts and Patriots.
Which American air base is near Frankfurt? I believe they took the hostages from Iran there in 1980.
Right.
Wiesbaden.
Wiesbaden. Okay.
Wiesbaden.
Good call,
It's
Yurko.
American Air Force base.
I was
there.
saying, what was I saying?
You weren't saying much of
Oh,
anything.
the guy. Remember when you weren't? I don't think I was with you at this point. Oh no, maybe you were. Were we walking together? No, you were gone because you left. When we were in Kansas City, we're walking through the tailgate, and we stopped, and we were eating some barbecue. This one guy was like a championship level pit master, you know, and he's out there like making his. It was incredible. And talked to these 2 guys from Germany.
Right.
I told you the story, but
Klaus
Hans and Klaus.
Yeah.
Hans and Franz, actually.
They're from Austria.
Yeah, they're from Austria.
Yeah,
sure.
but go ahead.
Touche.
Yeah.
My
You were
bad.
talking to Helmet.
I was talking to Dieter and Helmut.
Yeah.
What
What were you talking about?
I had asked them about trying to get tickets in Germany because they came to Chicago for the first time. They went to Kansas City. They were at the Bears-Chiefs game. They had Mahomes jerseys on, and I asked them about getting tickets in Germany for this game Sunday. They laughed and they said 4 million. We were 4 million in the queue, and I was like, wait a minute. I said 4 million. They spoke great English, but I was almost like, am I hearing this right? I said, are you guys? And he goes, no, 4 million. He goes, I was 4 million in line in the queue. 4 friggin' million. I was like blown away by it. And I can remember when we first went over there, and there was like the second or third year the NFL ever started doing this in London, and we were there with the Bears, and when they played Tampa in 2011, and I was like, this isn't going to work. They don't, what do they care?
They don't care,
And it's freaking worked, and like the NFL has got to be loving this. That 4 million Germans are trying to get tickets to. Now, granted, the matchup helps. Like, next weekend stinks. I'm sure those fans are going to go nuts for it because it's unique to them. Patriots, Colts isn't all that sexy, especially without Anthony Richardson.
Well,
like, it's just, that's not particularly good.
In 2004, it would have been great.
Yes, that's true. This game this week is, like, great. This should be a great one, and it's good that the Dolphins are healthy, probably about as healthy as they've been in a while, and especially getting Jalen Ramsey back. So
it's 12 hours of football on Sunday.
12 hours. That's what the NFL's got to be loving this, man. I mean,
12 hours of football.
You got Thursday night.
I'll be watching the EPL also.
Will you?
Oh, of course. You have to.
You have one TV on
But their
EPL?
big one's on Monday. Their big one's Chelsea, Tottenham. They got a London Derby on Monday. Good times. And Tottenham's a much better team than Chelsea.
Tottenham's off to a good start, right?
Yeah, Tottenham much better than Chelsea this year. You got to like that. I do.
Yeah. I know you like it.
12 great hours of football on Sunday.
all day. I mean, and if you are a soccer fan,
sit back and relax and just watch it all.
If you got the 2 TV set up, or put one on your iPad and put something else on the TV.
I'm hoping to have a great show on Sunday, 3 to 5, with Peggy Kaczynski, me and Peggy talking about a Bears victory.
I know you will.
And in my keys to a Bears victory, I'm going to lay it out how it's going to happen.
You think they're going to win?
No, but I'm going to lay it out how it could happen. You're asking me if they're going to win on the road in New Orleans against that defense?
They never play well in New Orleans.
They're going to be lucky to score 10 points down there. I'm going to be honest with you.
So,
but I got a scenario.
Okay.
I'm painting something today.
You're painting with
I'm a painter. I'm Matisse.
You're
okay? I'm going to put something
How did
special
you choose
together.
Matisse?
Why wouldn't I choose Matisse? You're a fan, aren't you?
I would have gone like Monet or Picasso.
Not
or,
surprised. Matisse was
Pollock.
never. Hey, who?
Jackson Pollock.
AJ Pollock?
Not AJ Pollock.
Jackson Pollock. I got
Pollock.
you. Matisse is underrated.
You think so?
I think he's never gotten the love he deserves.
What about Basquiat?
Who? What? God bless you. What is that?
312-332-3776. Ring us up. Let's talk football. How about our guy, Mike Murphy? Murph's retired now.
Yeah, he is. He's hung up the cleats.
I don't know. Is Murph still here?
His old school microphone. He put it away.
He said, that's it. I'm done. I've been doing this long enough. I'm done with What's Your Beef. So, I remember being a kid listening to Murph.
Tool of the Day? Was he Tool of the Day, too?
No, Murph didn't have Tool of the Day.
I remember What's Your Beef. Oh, he had Lemonhead.
Yeah. Murph did have Lemonhead. And,
because Terrell Buckley got a case of Lemonheads up there. I read the letter. Oh, no, he didn't do Lemonheads. That was Swirsky that did Lemonheads.
Yeah, you might be right. Swirsk did.
Yeah.
Murph had What's Your Beef. I feel like What's Your Beef was always on Thursdays, wasn't it? I thought it was.
I believe so.
But Murph brought us Do-Right Donuts. He's a mensch. He also informed me that one of my favorite old bakeries in Berwyn, where I grew up, Murph's from that neighborhood, too.
That's where you got the Pistolitos.
Visecki's is closing.
You're kidding me.
He said Visecki's is closing. Thanksgiving, you better get in this month. So I'm going to have to make a special trip to Visecki's.
So what did they produce that was
it's
the best?
Like not an Italian bakery. It was, I think, Polish or Czech bakery. My mom used to take us. I mean, I was going there when I was like 3 years old. My mom would take us, and I haven't been in there in years. But their best thing I always remember as a kid were the kolachkis, which is Polish, right? Or Czech or Polish.
Yep.
Kolachkis. Oh, my God, delicious. Delicious, like raspberry cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's the little ones, and they had the little fruit in the middle.
And they had the fruit in the middle. And they'd come out with powdered sugar.
Yeah.
And they'd come out fresh. And when you get them when they were still a little warm off that tray,
it's
like,
phenomenal.
oh my God, like the buttery bottom and oh my God.
Yeah, we got to break it.
Friggin' good. All right.
Good memories.
Now I'm going to have a donut, too.
Yeah, you got a bakery chubby going on.
So I totally have a bakery chubby going on. Can we say that on the air, or did they dump that out? 312-332-ESPN.
Waddle's saying Cubby Chubby for years.
They've been saying Cubby Chubby. That's all good. We got to celebrate your Cubs a little bit. Today's the actual day they won. Don't forget that. 7 years ago.
Tears
today.
in my eyes,
Tears
Marv,
in your
that
eyes.
night.
Come see us. We are live on the South Side in Tinley Park at Buffalo Island Football Feast. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Barstool Big Cat on the Waddle and Sylvie Show on ESPN Chicago. Now Wednesdays at 4. Brought to you by Curcio Law Offices.
All right, guys, there are gas stations, there are convenience stores, then there are the Pride stores. You've been hearing me rave about the Pride stores for so long. You're like, Carmen, it's just a convenience store. Oh, contraire, prayer. Go see for yourself. If you're low on gas, stop at a Pride. If you got a full tank, stop anyway. Grab a bite at one of their great restaurant concepts. That's right, great food at a gas station. The Pride Store's making it happen. They got Urban Counter, Taco Urbano, Pride Cafe. Everything's great. Burgers, breakfast sandwiches, wraps, salads, tacos, burritos, all made with fresh, locally sourced ingredients. The Pride Store is not your typical convenience store. Check out one of their 17 Chicagoland locations today. And for the month of November, you can get 20% off at the Pride Beer and Wine plus Spirits section when you purchase 8 gallons or more. You got to go to the St. Charles location for that. Discount is good for any purchase of $25 or more.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. It's November. Are you ready to make some money? It's Breeders' Cup weekend. We had another monster week last week, 3-1 in the NFL. We are absolutely dialed in football and basketball. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get the weekend for as little as $149, or everything through the end of November for as little as $449 or $599 with hoops. That's FatJackSports.com. The plays are emailed or text to you. They will get you into profit. We're on a 22-6 run. Get signed up today and win.
The Office Secret Santa party is beyond lame. Mark's gift was a staple remover. That's when you pull out Illinois Lottery instant tickets. For everyone. Scratch away with the Illinois Lottery. Be smart, play smart. Must be 18 years or older to play.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Friday football feast continues on the Carmen and Yurko Show. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park. Brought to us by Miller Lite.
$5 Miller Lights. Plenty of cold Miller Lite. Wings, nachos, sandwiches. It's National Sandwich Day, so just get your sandwich here. Onion rings, fries, a little bit of everything. Carmen and Yurko cruising along in another football Friday. Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie coming up at 2 o'clock. Matt Eberflus will meet the medium, see what he has to say as the Bears get ready to depart for New Orleans, a place, like Yurko said, historically they haven't done so well. They did well on one glorious day in January of 1986, don't get me wrong.
I remember that day.
Yeah, we all remember that day.
Reggie Phillips,
Mm-hmm.
Henry Wachter.
Henry Wachter.
You know why I mentioned them? They scored points that day.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought Reggie Phillips and Henry Wachter would have scored points, but Walter wouldn't?
Number 48, number 70.
Man, crazy, right?
And that's the day Leslie Frazier's career basically was over.
Yes, that's correct, which sucks.
That's one sad note.
I watched, I've said this before, I mean, I go down the rabbit hole of watching Walter highlights on YouTube, and it's just fabulous. And I did it this week. I'll do it every once in a while. I don't know why. This week it was obvious. You know, Walter had passed 24 years ago this week. It was November 1st.
Right.
And so it was pretty obvious that day. And I had seen, JP had put a bunch of stuff on his social, Brittany as well. And so it was very easy on Wednesday to just watch Walter highlights. But I'll do it every once in a while. I don't know why, what comes over me where I'm like, I just want to watch Walter highlights. Sometimes I do it with Barry Sanders. Yurko does that every once in a while. And Yurko played against the guy.
Oh, my God.
And I'll just look over on Yurko's computer, and he's watching Barry Sanders
highlights. It's just making people miss.
Yes.
Yeah.
And watching Walter highlights is so great, and it's a lot of the highlights that we all have seen a million times, and I still love it. Like the run against the Chiefs. I love it.
Barry Sanders broke more ankles than the mop. I'm telling you.
I don't know about that, but
you watch some of his films. You take a look.
Dude, I do it.
I mean, they're guys that look like just their whole body blew up
And you know it's special if someone who played against him will sit there and watch highlights. And Walter's one of those guys that I find myself quite
praying to the Lord that I'm not on the highlight reel.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah. I do it with Gretzky a lot.
Yeah.
You know who else I do it with a lot? Sidney Crosby. He's
I'm not
had
surprised.
some kind of career, Yurko.
See, and today I watched Ivan Rakitic.
That I wouldn't do.
From
but
Barcelona, Croatian from Barcelona, and he plays for Seville.
Yeah.
So I got into a little rabbit hole with him today, looking at all his great goals and assists.
I love it, man.
Yeah. But you do it. You do it with whoever you do it with.
I know, you're right.
Remember
I mean,
when I was into that coin thing where you pump the coins in and the tower of chips is falling over and all that stuff?
Yes.
I got into that for a while. Here's another one that'll drive you crazy. When they clean rugs, they put the water and the shampoo on there, and they take a filthy rug and they make it clean. I don't know if you ever see it.
You like that?
I got caught watching it one day, and I'm like, man, that's pretty. Look how
I'm
clean
with you,
they're
Yerk.
getting that.
I'm with you. I've seen those.
Are
Yeah.
you serious?
I'm telling you. It's the dumbest thing. You end up watching over and over.
I don't know that I've seen that.
I watched roofer videos. Guys
really?
who are up on roofs.
Up on the roof?
Yeah, they're
Like-
fascinating.
Like just putting a new roof on?
Just doing the work. Yeah.
Wow.
Getting it done, man.
Isn't it weird, like the different rabbit holes that we find ourselves, whatever, like floats your boat, I guess. But I'm telling you, I do it like with Walter and Barry, LT. I'll throw like LT highlights on
Lawrence
sometimes.
Taylor?
Yes,
Yeah, boy.
Just like watch LT wreck guys.
Terrorize quarterbacks.
Butkus did that recently after Dick Butkus passed.
Coach Dick
and I didn't get
Butkus.
to see Dick Butkus play.
Well, either did I really.
Right,
I mean,
you
I was
didn't
a
either.
youth.
Yeah.
I was like 8 years
Like,
old when he was done.
Thank God for YouTube. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day, you could
we
find
used to
NFL
watch,
films.
Right, NFL films.
But it's so much easier
With
now.
John Facenda.
Yes, it was great.
But you can watch them all on Google now. You don't have to wait for them to be on
That's
TV.
what I mean. Like, you're not waiting for the videotape to come out once a year or watching it on TV.
When I used to watch Cup games, I used to pray for rain.
So then you
they
would
could
do the
show
rain,
me
yeah.
that 73 All-Star, not the 73 World Series
How
with
about
Oakland.
that? With Oakland,
Yeah, just so I could see Vita Blue and Kenny Holtzman.
Your
go
love
at
of
it again.
baseball. What happened to your love of baseball?
It went sideways.
What happened?
It went sideways. I used to pray for the rain so I could see the 75 World Series with the Cincinnati Reds.
The big red
today.
machine?
Yeah.
Waddle's happy that
You
you're
kidding me?
saying that. What happened to your love of
I used
baseball?
to-
Was
I-
it Joe Mantiply that
my-
did it? Is that what happened to Joe Mantiply?
My freshman year in high school, circa 1980, that's when the baseball season was ending.
Right.
Well, no, it was 1981. That year was the Dodgers
Yes,
and the Yankees.
and the Yankees, correct.
Yankees went out to a 2-0 lead. What happened? The Dodgers came back and won 4 straight. See, I remember that because I was a kid,
Right.
and I had a passion
For
for baseball, right? So no matter what was
Fernando
happening,
Mania in '81, or was he not a part of that? Was he a
I
couple
don't-
years later?
I think he's a couple years later. I think 83. For
I think
Fernando.
83. That sounds
Yeah.
right, actually.
Yeah.
So
83.
I think you're right about that.
And, I mean, that was a World Series in New York, you know?
No, Yerke was. It was 80. He came
Oh,
out. So
80.
81 was the Cy Young and Rookie of the Year.
There
So
you
it was.
go.
So it was 81. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
81.
the year.
And
That's the year I was
year.
watching it.
Look at you, Yurko.
That's the year it was great.
And now
For me,
you're-
at least.
And
it was
Yurko is
great.
100% right.
Yeah.
Won the World Series over the Yankees 4-2 after
Right.
dropping the first 2.
Yeah. So that's what I remember because that's when it mattered. That's when nothing else was on. Now, I go to my thing now that I dropped the cable bundle.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I got rid of the satellite, the cable bundle, Xfinity, AT&T, the whole ball and wax. I got 17 million things I can watch.
I know.
17 million. You
I
ever
know.
go on Netflix and see how many
Yes,
movies
it's
and shows there are?
it's ridiculous. It's overwhelming.
You gone to Peacock?
I don't have Peacock.
Have you spent any time at the Cock?
I don't have Peacock. You do because of soccer, I know.
I'm
but
telling you
I don't
right
have
now, you sit there and they've got all the movies too.
It's crazy.
They got everything.
It's never ending, dude.
Then
Amazon,
you go
Hulu.
HBO.
Yes, never.
You go everywhere. How many different options can one have?
Never ending.
And I got YouTube Live, and it's still
Yes.
5 times less expensive than me having the bundles.
Yes.
Right?
Nah, yeah, I don't know
But the
about 5
problem is, now I got to be a sleuth. You got to be somewhat of a detective to be able to go and find what you need to find.
I want you to
Like
name.
I went and found the movie Violent Night, and I had to pay.
Oh, I haven't
$3
seen
for
that. Was it good?
Was it good?
I should.
One of the finest Christmas movies ever made.
I
since
love that.
Die
I
Hard.
love that actor.
Yeah.
So I should watch that.
Hopper from
Hopper,
Stranger
yeah,
Things.
from Stranger
Yeah.
Things. I love
My
him.
guy Hopper.
He's the bad guy. He's the crooked cop in the first Equalizer. Remember?
Yes, that's
I love
him.
that guy.
Yep.
So Violent Night's good.
Yeah, and in
All
Black Widow, He's Black Widow's father.
See, I haven't seen those. I don't watch the Marvel stuff.
I get it, Carm. Don't go back to Iron Man and watch the original. At some point, you got to pick it up. My biggest complaint about Marvel is simply this. They had Marvel Infinity Wars, and then they had something called Marvel Endgame.
Endgame, yeah.
You know what Endgame means? It's over.
It's over. But they're not ending it. It's still going
Right.
on.
Marvel Endgame means Marvel's over, and they
See
keep
the new
producing
news?
movies.
The new news is that they're just going to bring everyone back.
What does that mean?
They're just going to be like, nope, here's another movie. Don't
Really?
Yeah.
Thanos is coming back too.
They're just going to be like, you know
don't know
what?
what that
Money's good.
Yeah, right. A billion is good. A billion is
Yeah.
good.
So let's make more money, and people like Iron Man, and we'll bring that back.
We used to do a thing back in the day when it was me and Yurk and Harry. We'd have Yurko try to guess the lineup. Remember, we put just the last name. Like the Sox would be playing the Twins, and okay, Yurko would know some of those, like Kadai, whatever.
Right.
Watch this now. You ready?
Michael Kadai.
Watch this. And Yurko used to not really
What are you asking
do very
for?
well, and I'll never forget my. What is wrong with my voice? Hold on.
You all right? What's going on?
I keep getting like this. Well, I got a little.
The big fundraiser last night has got him.
I got a little party voice from last night.
Hey,
But
a
I'll
lot
talk
of
about that
money
in a
raised,
minute.
guys. A lot of money raised.
I want to
I'll
talk
give you
about that in a
time.
minute.
A lot of money raised.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Hold on.
I will. You all right, kid?
You all right,
What's
buddy?
going on over there?
You all right?
Okay, now watch this. My favorite ever, by the way, was when Shin-Soo Choo was a rookie. And Yurko said, so all that was on there was Choo, and Yurko said, Choo. It was the best. I'm like, he really does have a quick wit. Yurko goes, in left field, it's a Choo. It was awesome. I'm like, Yurko, that's next level comedy right there. Now watch this. 1981 Dodgers.
Yeah, what position?
Catcher.
Steve Yeager.
That's
First
a good.
base.
That's a good guess.
It's
But
not Yeager, Joe Ferguson.
no, Steve Yeager's a good guess.
Yeah, I don't have it there.
All right, first base.
Garvey.
Steve Garvey. Second base.
Davey Lopes.
Davey Lopes.
Bill Russell.
Bill Russell at short.
Ron
Third
Say
is
at
easy.
third.
That's
Ron
easy.
Say at
Penguins
third.
at third.
Yeah.
Mike Scioscia, by the way, behind the plate.
Oh, Scotia.
Can you name one of the outfielders? I bet you can.
I'm trying to remember back. The infield was the one that was fan. Reggie Smith.
I don't know if Reggie Smith was on that. Yes, he was, Yurko.
Yeah, but
Reggie
he
Smith
didn't
was. He didn't play him.
Okay.
Dusty.
Baker.
You're right. Yeager was on the team, but Yeager only played 40 games, it looks like,
Right.
that year. Because I'm looking now at the utility, and
got you.
Yeager is
Yeah.
on here. See that? You see Yurko?
Who's in center?
Most of it was, looks like Ken Landreau is center for
Kenny
most of it.
Landreau.
Yeah, and then Pedro Guerrero in right.
Yeah.
You see? He can't. If we did right now the Rangers lineup, I don't think he can name it. But he can name the 81 Dodgers, and I bet you could do the 81 Yankees
Craig
too.
Nettles?
Yeah, he could
Well,
also,
Craig Nettles for sure.
He
and
could
then
also
the Yankees.
He could also name the gymnastics team from like 1988.
Yeah, you're probably right about
Willie
that.
Randolph.
I would, and I'm not even. Now I'll guess with you.
Chris
I was
Chambliss?
pretty young.
Chris
Chambliss, Willie Randolph, Craig
Was
Nettles.
Thurman Thomas? I mean, Thurman.
No, Thurman would have been dead already.
Munson was dead already?
Yeah, by 81, don't you
You
think?
sure?
I'll check real quick.
I think Munson died after 81.
All right,
Like
let me look.
83 for Thurman
I
Munson.
would have thought Thurman Munson would have died. No, Munson died in 79.
Did he?
Yeah.
Sad.
Sad, yep. Thurman Munson died August 2nd, 1979. Sad. All right, that was fun. Yurko doing the 81 Dodgers. I love it. He can't name the Rangers now, but he can name the Dodgers. 312-332-3776.
Coming up next, 1982.
Northie's got the bonus play coming up next.
He does.
We will do that because Matt Eberflus is meeting the media in about an hour, so this way Mike can give us the
Hey,
bonus
what
play.
was the #1 song in 1981?
That I'm not going to be able to.
Devo, Whip It.
You might be right.
Whip It, real good.
Fact check him, Adam.
No, that's
We're live on the South Side in Tinley Park with Miller Lite at Beat-Ups. Come see us. You can win Bears tickets. We'll be right back.
Carmen, Yurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk Unhinged, the podcast where Yurko, Carmen, Sylvie, and Waddle talk in a less than civilized way. It's can't miss radio that can't be played on the radio. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app, presented by Blue Chew.
Guys, a famous author once wrote, "Winter is coming," or maybe it was HBO that did. I don't know. Either way, winter is coming. Okay. You don't want to be stuck out in the cold. You don't want to freeze your butt off. You don't want to be out there, shoveling snow, commuting, watching your kids outside, doing whatever it is, tailgating. You don't want to be cold. So Get some mobile warming by Field Shear. They've got gloves, they've got socks, they've got jackets, they've got vests, they've got everything you need. It is Bluetooth warming technology up to 135 degrees, controlled with an app right at your fingertips. Check out all of their options at fieldshear.com. And just for you, you're going to get 25% off site-wide. Just use ESPN25 at checkout. That's ESPN25 at fieldshear.com. And do not freeze your butt off this winter.
The Breeders' Cup World Championship of Horse Racing is this weekend, which means big chances to win big money on the biggest races in the world. 2 days of racing, 14 championship stakes races, $28 million in purses. Watch and wager on the best thoroughbred horses in the world this Friday and Saturday at any Chicagoland Club Hawthorne betting bar, featuring hundreds of big screen TVs, food and beverage specials, and cash betting. Find one near you at hawthornebettingbars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey!
Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Brandt & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Take as little as 3 minutes to see if you could save on motorcycle insurance with Progressive. Come on, you've spent more time than that trying to name your bike.
How about the Crusher? I guess it's not really crushing anything. The Silver Bolt? No. Oh, what about Pepper? Mysterious. Is it a pet or a condiment? Surprise! It's a motorcycle. No, that's stupid.
Get a quote in as little as 3 minutes at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about 2 things. Getting projects done right with Behr Premium Plus interior paint.
And football.
That's right, Kirk Herbstreit. And with Behr's wall-to-wall coverage and long-lasting durable finish, you'll spend less time worrying about your walls.
Which means more time for football.
For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Behr and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Window Nation wants to protect your family from the cold weather by lowering your energy costs and upgrading the look and feel of your home. This month only, get 0% interest for 5 full years, plus get 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
Back to the Carmen and Yurko Show on ESPN Chicago. Brought to us by Miller Lite. This is the Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park.
We love Football Fridays and Football Feasts. Come see us, Tinley Park, Southside. Drinking Miller Lite. We got beer tickets to give away. We're at B-Dubs. Got a great crowd, great lunch crowd. JD shirt, all right, love it. I always love seeing JD shirts. He's got a Packer hat on, which is, I don't know if that I love that.
I mean, it's a little. He loved JD.
Loves Yurko.
Well, he loved JD, but he loved the Packers.
Yeah, that's my buddy Al. He's
nice.
He's weird.
Yeah, he's weird, but I love the shirt. Attaboy, Al. I love it, man. I love seeing JD stuff. I love it. Like every time we go on the road to or somewhere with the Bears.
You see one in Vegas?
We saw, well, we saw him in Kansas City. We saw him at the draft in Kansas City. We tried to get the guy's attention. Remember, we were in the bar.
Right.
And I was like kind of knocking on the window, hoping to get his attention, but he was in a group and he went walking by, but he had JD's sweater on.
Yep.
I love seeing that, man. It's great. All right, let's get out to the CarX Tire and Auto Guest Hotline. An hour early, but Flus is going to meet the media at like 1:45, so Mikey's joining us now. Mike North joins us every Friday with the bonus play. Odds Couple is up on the app, so you can catch up on demand. Encore replay tomorrow, 8 to 9 a.m. here on AM 1000. But go ahead and catch up on the app right now. We've been smoking hot. All we're doing is giving out winners here. I think I'm 7-1 against the number the last
I'm
4
not
weeks.
surprised.
So we got some best bets up there, and Mike's got the bonus play now. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, yeah, we are kicking butt, Carm. How you doing, York? What's going on, buddy?
Doing good, Mikey. Doing good.
Yeah, you know what? Carm, I'm glad you're still with us. I was worried about you 5 minutes ago. I knew this morning when we did the podcast you were moving a little slow.
A little slow.
I'll be honest with you.
I gave him the hemorrhage.
A little slow.
It looked like he was hurting.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, hemorrhage, you know what? Think about it. Think about the hemorrhage. Think about that man. How many lives he saved.
I know.
It's like putting somebody, you're eating a little bit, you look up, somebody's choking to death, and a piece of steak goes flying 7 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, which is about the same amount of yards the Bear quarterbacks throw for. So, yeah, here we go, Yerks. We're getting ready. By the way, I heard Yerk say, Devo, whip it. They lasted longer than I thought. They did.
Yeah.
They lasted longer than they had a pretty good following, believe me. And today, we're going to take a team that I stuck with last week. They were 3, got a push out of it. Danny Jones is supposed to come back. Mm-hmm. We're playing the Raiders, and Yerk, I got to ask you real quick. The adjustment that is being made to what the Raiders did is unparalleled at this time of year usually. They lose their coach. They lose their quarterback. They lose their offensive coordinator, their general manager, and yet they're favored by 1.5. You got the Giants, who need this game just as much as the Raiders. They're both like 2 out of the final wild card spot, believe it or not. So they still have an outside shot. So one of them's got to win. So I want to ask you, I'm taking the Giants. It was between this game and Arizona. And Arizona, they're going through too much now, getting rid of players. Isn't it going to be a little bit distracting for the Raiders? And it's basically the same team, and that quarterback is not as good. I know Jimmy had a bad game, but that quarterback, to me, does not seem as good as Jimmy. What's your take on that?
All right, the first thing that happens whenever you have a coaching change like that, either you circle the wagons,
right,
and the guys bring it together and they try to figure out a way, or you start getting the moving boxes in and start packing up your locker room already because you know that the thing is over.
Inevitable.
So it just depends what kind of reaction you're going to get in that room. But, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback, but he was under duress.
A lot.
I mean, he was shell-shocked last week.
Yep.
So he's got to get rid of the memories of last week, and he's got to be able to come out and perform. They've got players, but it's a weird game to go ahead and try to handicap.
Yeah.
That's
I kind of like the Giants. I think that Giants defense has played better. They should be getting Danny Dimes back, like Mike said. So with Tommy DeVito,
well, I'm going to go with the Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've won some close games. I mean, they've lost some close games. I'm going to go with the Giants on this one, guys. And you guys have a good one.
Hi, Mikey.
And let's get that one on the board. Take care, fellas.
Talk to you,
All
buddy.
right,
There's Mike North every Friday with the bonus play. Also, obviously, in the odds couple, you will get 3 horses in 3 of the big races tomorrow from Jim Miller. For the horse players out there, they love it. This weekend has become their Super Bowl. I mean, this
$28 million worth of races.
The Breeders' Cup is today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
The Breeders'
At Santa Anita.
At Santa Anita. The Classic, which is tomorrow, Jimmy gave a pick on, that is a $6 million race. $6 million race. It's incredible. So this thing is really...
Just to remind everybody, 3 years ago during the pandemic, they were running at Santa Anita and horses were dying left and right.
Yes,
remember?
they were. I do
3
remember.
years later, do you hear anybody talking about horses dying left and right?
Well, what did they do? How did they fix it, rectify it? What happened, Yerk?
That was a spring that they had a ton of rain, and a slew of rain. They sealed the track, and I just think, the circumstances of the thing led to just kind of a weirdness in what was happening out there.
So there was no real funny business, right? It was just...
Well, they didn't find any funny business. I don't remember if they suspended anybody out there.
I don't know.
But, it is what it is. But here we are 3 years later. Nobody cares. They're back at Santa Anita. Now they're going to run.
Yeah.
And they're going to come down the hill, and they're going to have themselves a ball out there.
It's their biggest weekend of racing, right?
And that's all those breeders that are out there. Judgmont Farms, WinStar,
all the big boys?
All the big ones that we passed by when we were in Lexington,
in
Kentucky.
Lexington, yeah, horse country, gorgeous. And now
Calumet Farms.
Calumet Farms, yeah. Those barns, those stables are just breathtaking.
We saw a lot of those 1-year-olds running out in the fields when we were going by.
Yeah, and you wonder, like,
there's a Kentucky Derby winner out there somewhere.
Oh, there's a championship racers. You're going to, in that part of Kentucky outside of Lexington, if you're going to, like, Woodford, where we were, if you're going to Castle and Key.
Is Buffalo Trace out there?
Buffalo Trace isn't far. But when you get close to Lexington, man, that part of the country is beautiful. And Yurko's not kidding. Like, you'll just, hey, that one might win the Derby someday. That one might win the Preakness someday. And now you got all the European horses and stuff, too. But Jimmy gave some plays, so make sure you check out the latest.
Anytime you have European jockey on top of an American horse, there's got to be some communication problems there, don't you think?
How long do you think he's been saving that? Like, wait.
It's from the movie. It's from the movie Let It Ride.
Oh, it is? Oh,
yeah.
Right. I don't remember that line.
Buster Poindexter's over there going. He's the one that says it. David Johansen.
That's
Anytime
funny.
you get a foreign jockey and an American horse, there's got to be a communication problem.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you just crafted that all.
No, greatest horse racing movie ever. Have you seen it, Abdallah? Bleck, have you seen it?
No.
It's got Richard Dreyfuss.
Richard Dreyfuss is in it.
Which Tilly
the
is
Tilly
it?
sisters
The hot
is in
one.
there.
Well,
Yeah.
they're both pretty cute, but like
Yeah.
the real smoking hot one. Which
Yeah.
is that? Is that Meg or Jennifer?
The one that was on Chucky. The one that was with little Chucky.
I didn't know that there were 2 Tillys.
Yeah.
Meg and Jennifer Tilly.
Sure,
yeah. Which is the
absolutely.
one in
that.
Bound? Which is the one in Bound with Pat Leano?
I think that's Meg.
Is that Meg?
Yeah. Meg
Sweet
Tilly.
Lord above.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, if you've never seen Bound, do yourself a favor.
Yeah. Unbound yourself.
Not
Don't
only
see
is
Bound.
it just a great movie, a great movie.
Yeah.
The scene with Gina Gershon and whichever Tilly it is, I get them confused, is next level good. I mean, just I sound like an old man, right? I'm a dirty old man about
which one's the
it
gambler?
is so good.
Which one's the gambler? The one that plays Texas Hold'em?
I think that's Jennifer. I think she's like a professional poker player.
Yeah, poker player.
Yeah. Ooh, Bound. I'm due for a.
There's some distractions there, Carm, when you're playing against Jennifer Tilly.
Yeah.
Due for some grip strength work?
Maybe. It's Carmen and Yerk. We're live on the south side.
Duel.
At Tinley, at Buffalo Wild Wings at Tinley Park. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
They say seeing is believing, and when you see what's inside at American Place Casino, you better believe you're gonna love it. Because when it comes to amazing gaming, we're a real game changer. With the most exciting of table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, the newest slots, a sportsbook, restaurants, bars, and more. So if you're ready for excitement, we'll see you soon. American Place Casino. Change the game.
Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537.
Do you check your savings account and wonder if you're even saving at all? At Wintrust Community Banks, we view banking differently and actually want to see your savings grow. With our amazing new CD rates, you can now earn even more, so you can sit back and relax. Stop banking the same way, expecting different results, and start earning more. Go to wintrust.com/locknewrates or visit one of our over 170 locations today. Bank differently with Wintrust. Member FDIC.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through November 15th, new customers can get 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless bill and an auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Live from the Old National Bank State Street Studio, across from the historic Chicago Theater, you are listening to Carmen and Yurko on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. This is WMVP WSHE HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
The Friday football feast continues on the Carmen and Yurko Show. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park. If you are with us, you can still see the show on Twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Saints in the red zone. It's been a struggle all year. Carr, short, Kamara inside the 10, inside the 5, lunging for the touchdown. That'll fix your red zone woes. Get it into the hands of Alvin Kamara. 18 yards out, and the Saints are on the board. Taysom Hill in at quarterback. Another designed run for Hill. Cuts it to the right side. Hill with speed to the pylon for a Saints touchdown. Carr to throw. Wants to go deep. He's got Shaheed out there. He's got it. And Shaheed in for the touchdown. 58 yards to give New Orleans the lead. Second down and 10. Fakes the screen. The give to Kamara up the middle. Kamara all the way in for a Saints touchdown. Rowing his way for 6.
Yeah, that was last week. You wonder if the Saints, maybe unlock something, or if they just feasted on a Colts D that was struggling to prevent big explosive plays from happening. They lost Rashid Shaheed a few times, which you simply cannot do. We'll talk about him more in a second. Kamara's back, so that helps their offense. And look, certainly Derek Carr's capable of this. If we know anything, Derek Carr will string a few games like this together, and then he'll revert back. And, that's kind of what makes him Derek Carr. No disrespect, but just sort of like an average quarterback. But the Saints looked good last week. After averaging just 15.5 points per game through their first 4, they're averaging 27.3, Yurko. Nearly double. I mean, when you think about it, you're getting close to double in their last 4 games. And, again, they just really feasted with some big explosive plays. Rashid Shaheed, get to know the name potentially, because in his second year, he's starting to show out a little bit. He's dangerous in the return game. He was very dangerous in the receiving game last week. He had 3 catches for $151. That's crazy. He leads the NFL right now in yards per catch. He's at about 21 yards per reception. He's got 2 of the 18 fastest mile per hour times this year. Both of them were touchdowns, a receiving touchdown and a punt return touchdown. So the Bears will be wise to make sure that they do not lose sight of him and let him take the top off of their defense on Sunday. But they've got a tall order against, aside from what the Saints have done offensively to look a little bit better here the last couple of weeks, certainly last week, it's a defense that is pretty good. They don't put a ton of pressure on the quarterback, and they only have 5 more sacks than the Bears, but their coverage unit is really good, and they've got a couple of elite corners right now.
Carm, when you look at the challenges that you can have, your offense struggles going against pretty damn good defense. And they don't need to have a tremendous pass rush to kind of stifle a Bears offense that is struggling with Bajan at quarterback position.
That's a little limited, maybe.
Yeah, it's a little limited because we haven't seen a lot.
Yeah.
Everything's been close to the line of scrimmage. Everything's been horizontal. You had 1 deep ball last week. Then you had a couple of mistake throws.
Yeah.
All quarterbacks are going to make mistakes. You hope they don't kill you. Last week there were mistakes that kill you. Yesterday, you watched the game last night. How many balls did Will Levis throw in the air that should have been intercepted that were dropped by the Pittsburgh Steelers defenders?
Yeah, still those turnover-worthy throws.
Right, there were a slew of those. One over the middle that should have been intercepted before ultimately they intercepted the ball near the goal line. But if you were a Pittsburgh fan last night, you were very frustrated. So
I think if you're a Pittsburgh fan, you've been frustrated all year.
Right.
Somehow they're 5-3. More on that in a minute.
Right, but get to the Bears' offense and to say, hey, more balls need to be going downfield. More balls need to be going out on time when guys are breaking. That needs to happen. It needed to happen with Justin Fields at quarterback. It needs to start happening again with Bajan at the quarterback position. I know who your threat is. Mooney's also a threat. And if Mooney's got to be able to find a way to get open, but the throws need to be made. The one thing Bajan's going to do is throw the ball in tight areas.
Yeah,
which is a positive sign.
But
the way Luke Getsy, kind of the rhythm of his offense last week, didn't resemble to the rhythm of the offense the week before.
Yeah.
And that's unsettling. And I worry in New Orleans, tough place to win for a young quarterback, on whether Bajan's going to be up to the task or not. And defensively, quite frankly, they're try hard.
Yeah.
They're going to bust their butt and they're going to try hard, but sometimes it's just not good enough.
They're going to face.
That's what I worry about.
Yeah, they're going to face a New Orleans team that is New Orleans defense that is top 8 in the NFL in EPA per play success rate and defensive DVOA. Pass defense and third down defense is where they've been very, very good. We were just talking about that. And the Saints are holding opposing quarterbacks to a 73.2 quarterback rating this year. Only Baltimore's defense has been better. So young, inexperienced quarterback in a hostile environment like New Orleans, tough. I barely count last week as a road game, Yerk. It's really not, right? You go to play the Chargers in L.A., especially if you're the Bears, kind of have the crowd on your side. This is Bajan's first road test, and so.
Even though the Bear fans were kind of quiet last week because there's down 14-0 and 17-0, and You're
but
quiet.
This
There's
you're going to
nothing
be.
cheer.
You're the enemy now. You know,
Yes.
you're going to LA to play the Rams or the Chargers. You're really not the enemy.
You're clearly the enemy.
Like,
in
now
this
you're the
situation.
enemy in this situation. Yeah. And so more specifically on some of the finer points of this matchup when Yurko does his keys in a little bit. You mentioned Pittsburgh. I did not see Thursday Night Football yet. The charity event was last night. So I just didn't go back and catch up this morning. It wasn't a game I was rushing to catch up on. I mean, I looked at the box score.
I saw the fourth quarter.
I'm going to tell you, and I said this last week, Peggy and I were talking about some of the games. We were talking about the Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers, even yesterday in another win, have been outgained in every game they've played this year. Needless to say, they are the only team in the long history of the National Football League this deep into a season to have been outgained in every game and still have a winning record. They're 5-3, and quite frankly, you want to talk about, like, how in the hell is that possible? They are being outgained by more than 110 yards per game. That is absurd. And they have a winning record.
You keep teams out of the end zone.
It's absurd.
Or you force the turnover late. You know, late in the drive, you force the turnover. Did they kick 3 field goals yesterday? 16 points? Is that what they had?
Yeah, Tennessee finished it. 2016 was the final.
Right?
Yeah, yes.
They gave 3 field goals.
Yeah.
That's how you win, when you score touchdowns and you give up
Incredible.
field goals.
It's just incredible.
You don't have to be as productive. They can score 6 times, only score 18 points. You scored 3 times, scored 21. That's simple.
Can we take
That's
them
not
seriously, though,
complicated.
with some of their, like, when you look at some of the underlying metrics,
I'll tell you what it is, though. They're a pain in the ass to play.
I think you're right about that. Their defense is still very good.
I'd like to be a great team going, oh, we're going to play Pittsburgh. Or Pittsburgh's coming in to play us. Who cares? And all of a sudden they come in there with the stinginess.
TJ Watt.
They come in where they raise the level of play when it has to be raised, and they frustrate the living hell out of you. Wow. How do you combat that?
I don't know.
A team that's just feisty and scrappy and doesn't want to go away. I mean, how do you kill that rattler? Even when you cut the head off, the body's still moving, and the teeth want to strike you. You know?
Yeah.
So that's what Pittsburgh is. Well coached, right? Most of the time they're disciplined, but they feel like they're never out of it no matter what the game is.
Well, and their defense, obviously. Without the defense, there's no way they're in this position. TJ Watt, makes at least 2 plays every game that, seem to change everything. And it's almost like your point. How do they do it, and why are they a pain in the ass to play? Because TJ Watt, at any moment, can just wreck you, even a good team or bad team. Highsmith continues to blossom and play well. You've talked about the rookie. Joey Porter Jr. looks great.
Yes, he does.
I didn't even see yesterday's game, but he looks great so far.
He had an interference penalty, but he's getting after people.
Their defense and TJ Watt just can, at any moment, can do something that can turn the game in their favor, and I guess that's how they win. But to be outgained the way they've been outgained and the way they've been outscored to be 5-3 is just, it's incredible.
So
it's never been happened.
I think what happens
never
is
happened before.
When they're getting down to the playoffs, if Pittsburgh's got a chance to play, the team that looks like they're going to have to play them, they're like, oh, no.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Come on. Anybody but these guys.
Right.
You know, they're such a pain in the ass. They're such grapplers, such fighters. They're going to keep. And the longer Pittsburgh stays in the game, the more likely it is they find a way to win.
Yeah, TJ makes a play that changes the game. You're right. You're 100% right.
The longer they're in a game, you give them a reason not to play anymore, you've achieved your job against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It's really crazy.
And there he is again, 5-3. Tom,
5-3.
A top. They're on top, right?
Yeah, well, Baltimore's going to. Well, I don't know. That division's good. I mean, it's maybe the only top to bottom really good division. Cleveland's weird because what's going on with the quarterback. Is Deshaun Watson out again? He's playing. Okay. That's a whole goofy thing. You're forced to play P.J. Walker, and not that Deshaun's been great. For crying out loud, the last time we did see Deshaun Watson, he threw one horrible pick and should have thrown another on the play in which he was hurt on a couple weeks ago against the Colts. Kenny Moore couldn't hold on to that ball. But he looks terrible. But I think top to bottom, that's probably the one division that you can pinpoint and say, this is pretty quality. I don't think that exists within any other division right now. I think Baltimore's going to be the last team standing, but it's tough in there.
I did my confidence picks this week. I picked all home teams except for one.
All home teams except for one. You picked one road team.
Yeah, one road team.
Outright.
And it wasn't the Bears. I got New Orleans winning that game.
I know it's not.
But this is a week, and we talked about road records in the NFL and how the road team has won their share of games this year.
Home field advantage.
This is a weird year or weird week, I should say, where I believe the home teams have got the real advantage. And if the game was close, 3 points, I chose the home team this week.
Let me guess. The only team you picked to win on the road was Sunday Night Football, Buffalo.
Buffalo against Kansas City?
No, Buffalo's playing Cincinnati.
No, I picked Cincinnati.
You did. All right.
Yeah.
What road team do you think Yurko picked? The Rams over the Packers?
No, I picked the Packers.
You picked the Packers?
Yeah.
Boy, do they stink.
I'm going to it right now.
Thank goodness.
No, I just got the home teams this week for some crazy
I don't know.
reason.
Vikings over the Falcons with the backup quarterback?
Nope, I got the Atlanta Falcons.
You got the Falcons?
All the home teams, because of the quarterbacks that aren't playing, the this, the that. I just think this is a week that's going to call for the home team to be victories. I'm pulling it up right now.
Bucks over the Texans.
No.
No.
I'll get it for you right here.
All right.
I'm going to find it for you. It's just that.
Don't tell me Colts over Panthers. I like the Panthers.
I like the Panthers.
Although I just need the Panthers to cover 3.
Here it is, confidence picks. My picks.
It's good that this is the computer. He's got his confidence picks.
Told
on.
you. Look, I got 3 last night. I had
pick?
Pittsburgh winning. I told you.
All right, good.
It's a good thing I got
Tampa.
out that extension cord.
No, Tampa against Houston. Guys, Tampa.
Oh, so I did say I said Bucks.
I took Tampa Bay against Houston.
Against Houston. That's
well,
the
I
other
went
one?
and looked, but take a look. Everybody's a home team, all the way up and down the lineup.
Okay.
Home teams.
Are you ready for your keys?
Including Kansas City.
You got KC winning?
Whenever you're ready.
I got a slight lean on Miami. You got KC
You want them
winning?
right now?
When we come back.
You sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm ready.
Yurko's got his. Do you have them all prepared on a spreadsheet like Peggy?
Put them on my computer. That's why I had to have my extension cord.
Adam had to bust out a new
Good.
extension cord.
God forbid.
We said, Yurko, what are you going to be doing on that computer? Watching the races.
No. Not watching the races. Looking at horses and taking pictures of his screen with his phone so he remembers which horses
That was
he
yesterday.
likes. How'd you do? How'd that work out for you?
They're all running today.
They run today.
Oh,
I wanted to keep them in the top of mind.
Okay.
And if they don't go, they're not top of mind. I look at the number, what I thought, and there it was.
Yurko's smoking hot keys to a Bears victory coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Today is National Sandwich Day. That's right, National Sandwich Day. And to celebrate, our friends at Fry the Coop are doing something special. Let me talk to you about the Swaffle. That's right, the Swaffle. It's a waffle sandwich, fried chicken, spicy honey butter, and warm maple syrup. And it is delicious. Imagine a chicken sandwich, but with waffles as the bun. That's right. $5 for the Swaffle today while supplies last at participating locations. Check out one of their 8 locations today. Head to frythecoop.com to find out where those are. The best chicken sandwich in Chicago. Get the Swaffle today for $5.
The Breeders' Cup World Championship of Horse Racing is this weekend, which means big chances to win big money on the biggest races in the world. 2 days of racing, 14 championship stakes races, $28 million in purses. Watch and wager on the best thoroughbred horses in the world this Friday and Saturday at any Chicagoland Club Hawthorne betting bar, featuring hundreds of big screen TVs, food and beverage specials, and cash betting. Find one near you at hawthornebettingbars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
When you're clocking out and happy hour's already started. But you're clocking out and happy hour's already started. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-372-2017. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017.
Every week, our friends at Great Clips help us find the great and celebrate the 25 greatest moments in the past 25 years of ESPN 1000. Find the Great on the Waddle and Sylvie Show is sponsored by Great Clips. It's gonna be great. Today's live broadcast of the Carmen and Yurko Show is brought to you by the letter F. It's Friday. We're having fun. We're super excited about football. Very good, class. And let's not forget food. Yummy. Put it all together now. It's a Friday football feast. Brought to you by Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings on ESPN Chicago.
Hope you're having a great Friday. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park with Miller Lite. You can win Bears tickets.
You killed the chicken nachos.
I love the chicken nachos. I love them. It's like my favorite thing to get at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Right.
Is that crazy?
No, it's not at all.
I love them. Get them every time. You know what else is sneaky good? The cauliflower bites.
Right.
Delicious. With the wing sauce on it. Delicious.
You're a big fan of cauliflower.
Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Love it. So
yeah,
we're live
I'm
here.
just the wing guy. I just get the wings, man.
Yeah, you like the wings.
Traditional.
Yeah, I like the wings too, you know? I mean,
traditional wings with the bone, Con.
Right. Yeah, Yurko does not like the boneless.
No.
I'll eat those too. I don't mind. I love it, man. It's all good.
You
all
can
right.
have them.
Let us now do the keys to the game.
Brought to us by
You tell us.
Verdoliak Law Group. Our good friends at Verdoliak Law Group.
Good friends. How about great friends?
You got
the
that
men and
right.
women at the Verdoliak Law Group get it done.
Yes, they do.
That's just what they do. That's what it says on the door. We get it done.
60 years.
That's it.
40,000 satisfied clients.
40,000.
40,000.
Get her done.
That's your sweet aching panage.
All right, your Bears going to NOLA. They're about an 8.5 point underdog against a 4-4 Saints team. Yurko, I asked you, what are the keys?
Carmen, I'm glad you asked. The Superdome, New Orleans, the Big Easy.
The Big Easy.
Reminds me of my prom date back in high school. All right. These are
don't
the
encourage him.
keys. Yeah. These are the keys to a Bears victory down in New Orleans at the Superdome on Sunday noon. Key number one. We've got to ask more of Tyler Bagent.
Okay.
Can't go horizontal the way we've been going horizontal. You give me one pass downfield and that's all you're going to give me? I say no. I want to see more for Bagent getting down the field.
Tyson.
Bagent, that's his name. That's what I want to see. Tyler Bagent. More balls down the field.
Tyson Bagent.
Whatever the hell his name is, you know what I'm talking about.
Them again.
Key number two. We got a new man on the defense, Sweaty. That's right. Sweat's going to be there, and he's going to be getting after the quarterback. Hopefully he brings up the level of play of Yannick Ngakoue. What we need to see is more pressure on Carr, the quarterback.
Yannick
The
Ngakoue.
Bears. I just said that.
You did it.
Tyson.
Ngakoue. Either way, Sweat's got to help Ngakoue. All of them got to help each other. They've got to get to the quarterback. Key number three. Turnovers, gentlemen. Turnovers and interceptions. Jalen Johnson wants to get paid. I want Jalen Johnson to get paid, but young man, what we need are interceptions. We need the strip of a wide receiver, pick the ball up and return it for a touchdown. That's what I'm looking for. Defensive scores, specifically out of the guy that wants to get paid, and his name is Jalen Johnson. Key number four.
Wow.
On a Big Easy Friday,
Big
key
Easy.
number four. What is our special teams giving us this year?
Well,
Go ahead,
usually
answer
it's
the
like
question.
Bayless Jones doing something silly.
Yeah.
There's that.
What the special teams has given us this year simply is field goals and extra points.
That's it.
It's not enough. I want more. Whether it's Jones Jr., whether it's Taylor, whether it's whoever back there, I want something done via the punt return and or a punt block. When's the last time the Chicago Bears blocked a punt?
The top of my head, I don't know.
It feels like forever. They blocked the field goal this year, but now I'm asking for a block punt. I want a block punt. If they get a block punt, I swear to you, we're going to find a way to victory. And those are the keys to a Bears victory against New Orleans Saints at the Superdome, at the Big Easy.
Nobody does it like Yurko, right, folks? I mean, he's getting a standing ovation. Tyler Bagent, and how did he say that name? So good.
It is Tyler Bagent. What's his name?
Yannick and
Tyson.
Ngakwe.
Yannick Ngakwe.
Ngakwe.
Not Ngakwe.
I just said it right.
When was the last time the Bears beat the Saints?
1991.
No.
No, they beat the Saints down in
2006.
New Orleans in 1991.
In 91,
They
okay.
haven't beat them in New Orleans since 1991.
Hold on, is that right? What about oh yeah, because 05 they would have been playing in it was Katrina, so they were playing in Houston, right? So that game was the Bears won that game, but that game was not in New Orleans. So I think technically you are right, my friend.
In New Orleans.
1991 was the last time the Bears won in New Orleans.
Yes.
Damn, that's a long time ago.
I didn't
Waddle was on that team.
Yeah, I didn't ask the last time they won in Houston.
No, but
all right,
that's a good catch though because
I'm an expert.
And because they've got a win on their ledger against New Orleans as the road team, but that was the year of Katrina.
Yeah,
they haven't beaten the Saints since December of 2008. They haven't beaten them. Period.
That's a long time.
They have lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, including the playoff loss. 7 straight to the Saints. The last win was in 1991. Waddle played in that game, and I think I heard Waddle talking about it.
Score. Let's see what
I
kind of
think
game
Waddle was talking about it with Sylvie the other day, saying that Harbaugh at one point was 2 of 19 for like 35 yards in the game.
I mean,
like,
that was Richard
what
Jackson,
in the hell?
Pat Swilling.
Well, that was the best linebacker.
Sam
like,
Mills,
the best collection of linebackers
Vaughn
ever.
Johnson was on that team. He's a linebacker.
Who was the linebackers coach?
The Steve Sidwell.
No.
Steve Sidwell. John Peace.
No.
No, who was it? You all right?
Yeah. He is a current defensive coordinator in the league now, and probably the most highly regarded defensive coordinator in the league now, Vic Fangio.
Oh, okay.
Vic Fangio was the Waddle always talks about that because you're right. Those linebackers were incredible, and Vic Fangio was a young coach and was the linebackers coach.
Go to the Bears stats. Let me see the Bears stats.
Waddle said at one point,
there it is.
Guy, the police chief, he remembered it.
Yeah.
He was like Can you imagine being 2 of 19?
He was 5 of 22 for the game.
For 61 yards.
61 yards.
And the Bears won.
And the Bears want him to be their head coach.
5 of 22
oh my God.
with 2 interceptions, 3 sacks, 61 yards. Bobby Hebert was 27 of 39 for 291, 2 touchdowns and an INT, but the Bears sacked him 3 times. I'm going to find Waddle's stats. Waddle had 2 catches for 17 yards and a touchdown in that game. And Waddle had the go-ahead touchdown to get the Bears the win in that game.
How about Morton Anderson, 60-yarder in that game?
Oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
You had it highlighted right there.
Brad Muster, good old Brad Muster had a 6-yard touchdown run.
Coach Dick,
That's the last time they won in New Orleans.
Saints
Brad Muster.
Hey.
That's the last time they won.
Carmen,
Waddle and Muster were scoring touchdowns.
The Saints were favored by 6.5. The over/under was 32 points. They must have known
91,
something.
Dude.
32 points.
That's so 91.
Over/under. That's unbelievable.
Well, the game went over.
All right,
the
go
Bears
down. Let's
win,
see what else
and
we
the
have.
game went over.
How many first down the Bears have? Hold on, slow down. New Orleans only had 13 first downs.
Yeah.
The Bears were competitive. Go down to the defensive stats. Let's go.
Defense here. Sacks.
Sean Gale had the
McMichael,
interception. And Roper.
and John Roper had each had a sack. Pat Swilling, James Williams, and Jim Wilkes each had a sack for New Orleans. Good times. All right, if you're going to New Orleans this weekend,
right?
If I were to pass along
some advice,
a couple of pieces of advice.
Can you release this on the gram?
Sure. You want me to just put it on Twitter?
And the X notes. I want you to tell the world, but then I want you to release it on the gram.
Well, how on the gram? That's more of like a Twitter, don't you think?
Exchange-a-gram.
Like Exchange-a-gram.
Yeah.
On the gram. I think it's more of like a Twitter thing because I can just say.
Well, either way.
I love New Orleans.
So you can post your tweets on Instagram, right?
You can post your tweets on Instagram.
Yeah.
Don't confuse this old man, okay?
Can you?
Yes,
They're
you
competing
can.
companies.
Easy,
Doesn't
Abdallah.
matter.
Easy, man.
Aren't they competing companies?
It's
Don't
a
they hate
Friday.
each other?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't Zuckerberg want to fight Elon Musk?
Yeah, so what?
They want to fight all the way to the moon. That's what they want to do.
Listen, Black, watch it back there.
In space.
I didn't know you could do that. So
All right, let's get to the point.
Do you want me
Let's
to?
not
Do you want
worry
me to?
about that.
Let's do this during the break.
All right.
Yeah, let's get some great places
I
to
would
go in New
say
Orleans.
Hotel Monteleone is a must. Now you're never going to get a spot at the Carousel Bar,
Right.
Which is a fully functioning carousel
Carousel
bar.
bar,
It's one
yeah.
of the coolest bars in the world. But you'll never get a spot,
Right.
Unless you kind of like sit there and stake it out. But just the entire bar area / lobby area of the Hotel Monteleone around the Carousel Bar is great. It's the best Sazerac in New Orleans, which is famous for Sazerac. They make a lot of good ones. Theirs is the best. There's always live music on the weekend.
Right.
And that's the best thing. If you like music, you'll love New Orleans because you can basically walk into any bar and they're like world-class musicians that just pop in and start playing the piano. It's incredible. And so Hotel Monteleone, I would say, is a must. Charlie Bevins was very grateful that I gave him the tip of stopping, if you're banging around the quarter, stopping at Aaron Rose for a frozen Irish coffee. Charlie was there and he was in heaven. Because Charlie Bevins was just there.
Frozen Irish coffee.
Frozen Irish coffee at Aaron Rose is top-notch here.
What's in there?
I don't know, but it's good. I mean, I don't know if it's just like an Irish coffee and they put it, I don't know. I don't know what, it comes out of a machine. You thought you walk into a 7-Eleven and you're pouring a Slurpee. It's that good, and it's amazing. It's like the greatest adult milkshake you'll ever have in your life. It's so good.
All right.
So I would say do that, and then
What's next?
Maybe hit up Lafitte's. You know, Lafitte's is always fun. They got like a piano player that takes requests.
Lafitte's.
Lafitte's is fun.
All right.
It's a good place. So those would be like the top three. All right. You know what? You got to be a smart ass. I mean,
No, I get it already.
What's the
I
matter
get
with
it already.
you, Abdallah?
Next thing you know, he's going to say Lato's. I want you to go Lato's.
Carmen like the place called Lafitte's.
What's the matter with you?
Which translates, for those that don't speak French, to the feet.
Lafitte's blacksmith.
Black what?
Black
Oh, boy.
Lafitte's blacksmith shop, you smart ass.
All right,
Wow.
Carmen, time to break.
I mean, what else you got? And then I want you to go by La Heels. I mean, what's
I love how you caught that and that's what you thought. You're
Yeah.
I'm like, why does Adam think that's
I heard
so
it.
funny?
I heard it too. I thought it was
What's
funny.
the matter with you guys? Lafitte's is a fun place, in all seriousness. All right, we'll take a quick break. We got Crosstalk at 30. Matt Eberflus meets the media. Let's see if he's on time today. In about 15 minutes or so, we'll carry that live, and we'll get into the coach's final thoughts before they depart for the Week 9 matchup against the Saints of New Orleans. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Saints live from New Orleans on Sunday. Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and yours truly, Jeff Joniak, will fill your ears with the sights and sounds of Bears football. Here comes the ball. Sunday at noon on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago on AM 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on all of the action. The app is safe and it's easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including player props, spreads, totals, and so much more. And the best part is when you win, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA, and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present only for online money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required for online money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issues not trouble. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. See terms and sportsbook.fanduel.com. Get call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Draft the ultimate lunch lineup starting at $7.99. Choose from a combination of half sandwiches, soups, salads, and more. Only at Twin Peaks.
Winter is coming. Tailgates, commuting, and walking the dog are about to get chilly, but gone are the days of freezing your butt off. Gear up with mobile warming by FieldShear. Bluetooth-powered heated apparel delivering 135 degrees of heat at the push of a button. Socks, gloves, jackets, you name it, it's instant warmth. Go to FieldShear.com to see the warmth. Right now, you can get 25% off site-wide with promo code ESPN25 at checkout. That's FieldShear.com, promo code ESPN25.
Jeez, did you see that? Another big green Cenobogan scrap machine swinging tons of metal. I saw them before at Alta Equipment. Cenobogan. It's moving one heavy load. Well, stand back. Cenobogan is quicker than it looks.
In Illinois and Northwest Indiana, Alta Equipment is your only authorized Cenobogan dealer. Cenobogan, the world's toughest name in scrap handlers. Call today, 844-GO-TO-ALTA.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com.
Acura brings you a new action-packed summer feature starring the turbocharged TLX with a VTEC engine. The Acura Summer of Performance event going on now. Acura, precision-crafted performance.
Advantage Acura.
This is the football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park. Brought to us by Miller Lite. This is the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
We're going to cross-talk with Waddle and Sylvie in 30. We're having a great time out here with Miller Lite at Buffalo Wild Wings.
A good group out here.
Great group, man. Great group.
I had a guy just came up to me and said he was on the St. Lawrence Vikings 1981 soccer championship team in the state of Illinois.
All right.
And they're back in the state final, so we wish them good luck.
My nephew, again, I'm still not over it. They got hosed.
I know.
Got hosed last
week. Against Naperville North.
Against North, yeah.
He was onside. They called him outside.
Yeah. My nephew scored the equalizer late in the game. He was onside. Clearly, when you see the face, I should show you the picture. I don't know what the linesman could have been looking at.
Carm, they ran the not when he possessed the ball, when the pass was made.
When the pass was made.
He had it when the pass was made, whether it was on or off, or did he already receive the ball?
No, he was when the pass was made.
Okay.
He's on the 7-yard line. You can see it. The last defender's on the 5-yard line.
Oh boy, that's bad. That's bad. That's
Hosed.
a linesman made a bad call.
Hosed.
There. Yeah. I can see why you're so upset.
I guess
He must have got caught in the Arsene Wenger offside trap.
You should talk soccer with my nephew Michael. He'd love it. He'd get a kick out of it because he loves soccer.
I'd show him Modric highlights all day.
He knows Modric.
Him and Rakitic.
He knows Modric.
And Brozovic. And Kovacevic.
We have a great crowd out here. We got some young kids. We had one little baby, a month old, new baby.
1 month old. They're in the back.
I said new babies are the best.
He had 1 month of daddy daycare where he got off
Yes,
work.
right. He's going back.
He said, I got to get back to the grind tomorrow.
And so he's like, I'm going to go see Carmen and Yerk. He's got the little brand new 1 month old.
1 month old. So delicate at that point.
How old? 2-month-olds. Tomorrow, happy birthday.
Hey, best part about babies is making them.
Yeah, well, that's
After
true,
that,
too.
you got to raise them.
Danny Lynch.
Not as much fun.
One of our MCs. Danny's his wife is having their first in
just
about a month here.
I found that out yesterday.
Yeah, well.
What a surprise. Yeah.
Yurko said, who's the father? And
I did not.
That is something you would say. I mean, Lynchy, that's great. You know
who's the father? No, I wouldn't do that. He's a teammate.
Oh, my God. And so, new babies, great, man. They smell nice. And,
they
do.
Good smelling babies.
They can't go anywhere. They don't really get in trouble. They don't talk back.
You and Joe Biden smelling babies. What's
great.
going on over
there?
Does
Joe Biden smelling babies?
Oh, he loves
that?
smelling kids.
I love the smell of new baby. New baby smells awesome.
He's a weirdo.
What does that mean he loves smelling kids?
He does. I didn't say that. I never smelled a child. I'm just saying. He does.
Thanks again to all of my great teammates and everybody who came out last night to support.
A big to-do, Carm.
Yeah, our charity event, the 9th annual Bourbon and Bacon, was last night at Binny's, Marcy Street. 9 years, Yerk, we've been doing it. Even COVID didn't stop us. Now, we did a virtual event in 2020, but we still were able to raise funds that year.
Raise funds, Carm.
Nothing has stopped us. Next year will be the 10th anniversary, the 10th annual. I can't believe that. And
something you said last night kind of hit the heart.
Oh, really?
And that was, well, yeah, it's kind of hard to penetrate this thing I got. Black piece of charcoal they call my heart. But you said when you guys started raising money for cystic fibrosis, the average life was.
For most of the, certainly the 20th century and even into the early part of this century, and the foundation had started back in the 1950s, I want to say.
Right.
Life expectancy for people born with cystic fibrosis was about 13.
13 years old.
And now it's like 42, I think.
Right, 42 years of age.
Which is incredible.
And you got young nephews that both play sports now.
Yes, soccer and football.
They're out there, they're almost living normal life, right?
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know, and that's great. And their lives are filled with challenges on a daily basis.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
And people don't know a lot about cystic fibrosis because it's one of those, not a lot of people have it, but it's weird because a lot of people are carriers of one of the 2 defective genes. You'd go your whole life if you'd never been tested, not knowing. Obviously, my brother carries a copy of the defective gene. So does my sister-in-law. They went their whole lives never knowing that.
Right.
Probably never even really knowing what cystic fibrosis was, and then what happens is if you and your partner each have one of the defective genes, there's a likelihood, or not a likelihood, but there's a chance that you will pass the defect on to your offspring. And unfortunately, it happened. Not unfortunately, I shouldn't say it in those terms, but it happened to both my nephews. And it's challenging. Like, it's a really challenging physical disease. But, like, the stuff that has happened in terms of just medicine and treatments, there's a miracle drug that hit the market a few years ago called Trikafta that has done wonders for people in the CF community. And, it's just extending lives longer and longer, and it allows my nephews to be mostly, totally normal
active,
young high school kids and very active. And, Michael, who's the soccer player, Yurko had brought up the fact how well conditioned they are. We were talking in the office the other day, and what soccer players normally, like the litmus test from even at their level in high school.
2 miles, 12 minutes.
2 miles, 12 minutes. I mean, my nephew runs like a mile in like 5:10, and he's got a debilitating lung disease, and it's incredible. So without the help, basically it's like a long-winded way of me saying, without the help of people that truly care to try to make a difference. And there are a million charities for people to pick, and you should spread it around. I mean, you really should. There are a lot of noble, worthwhile causes out there. You should be philanthropic in your life. The John Yurkovich Scholarship Fund. Like, you should do things to help if you have the means. And the support that we've had with just this one little event that we've done for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation means a lot. In the 9 years we've done it now, Yerk, I think last night I think we're going to come in somewhere around $80,000 raised. And we have got great sponsors, but we aren't, like, this isn't an event where sponsorships are $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a pop. We love our sponsors. We love what they contribute. So much of this is just based on people showing up, buying $125 tickets, saying, I'll go, I'll do something charitable, I'll have a great night and hang with all you guys and eat great food and drink bourbon and then donate to the silent auction. Like, we're going to do about $80,000 from last night. It just means a lot. It goes a long way. And so thank you to all you guys who always come out and support, and all the fans that have, like, year after year, we see so many of the same faces. Sometimes people don't even have a connection to the charity or to anyone with CF, and they just say, hey, it sounds like a fun thing, and we want to come and help, and I really do appreciate that. All the whiskey was great. The food, as always, poor Adam Abdallah has to stick to the cheese pizza because Adam does not eat pork because he is Muslim, and so he sticks to that, and he's always salivating all over the great food that just looks and smells so good. I don't know how you do it, my friend, but thanks for coming and eating cheese pizza.
Double the bourbon.
Double bourbon.
And our buddy Chef Mark took care of me, too.
Yeah, Mark Newman from Greenwood Kitchen and Tap in Highwood. He was able to remove the bacon from this little bacon toast with this, like, pickled green tomato. It was incredible.
Yeah.
So at least he gave Adam one without the pork.
On a biscuit.
On like a
So good.
brioche toast.
Yes.
Max Robbins, Chef Max, Max has been there, I think every year at the event. Like he's cooked it, I don't know how many different places over the years, and he's doing great stuff at Lettuce now. Yeah, Max brought Summer House Santa Monica cookies and ramen san, and he brought from Oakville. He brought like these little bacon bites soaked in like this cinnamon maple bourbon glaze. It was ridiculous. Longman and Eagle, Chef Brian from Longman and Eagle had an incredible bite of food. Bub City. Did you get Chef Tim from Bub City? Did you get the butterscotch pudding?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That little thing,
dude.
The shot glass,
dude.
With the whipped cream.
Come on, man.
That was like
with the candied bacon.
Oh
and
my
it was
God.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
And
we
Il Taco
raised
was
a
there
lot
with
of
the
money.
pizza puffs, like in Coletti's Pizza.
We raised a lot of money.
Thanks so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Let's break.
We got a break?
Matt
Okay.
Eberflus is going to meet the media soon, and some interesting Bears news.
Really?
when we
Interesting
come
Bears
back.
news.
Interesting.
Good tease.
Just something to go,
All right. Okay, we'll do that coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Peggy and Dion, tomorrow at 11 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Hey, if you've taken my advice and visited one of the Pride Store's 16 Chicagoland locations, then you know. You know it's not your typical convenience store. Great food, coffee, customer service, everything you need. How about the selection of beer, wine, and spirits? It's awesome. Yeah, beer, wine, and spirits at a convenience store. Perfect mix of quality wines at every price point from like $9 all the way up to $99. They got a wide array of local craft beer, which is cool, and the liquor selection of the private barrel picks that Chris and Mario and the guys are doing, and we've collaborated with them on a few, second to none. It's got a Remus pick that's coming out pretty soon. Did a Whistle Pig pick last year with them. It's so much great stuff. Check out one of their 16 Chicagoland locations today, and for the month of November, when you purchase 8 gallons of gas or more, you'll get 20% off at the Pride Beer, Wine, and Spirits location in St. Charles.
Turn up your weekend plans at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Dance the night away every Friday and Saturday night at the Hard Rock Cafe stage. Or grab a cocktail while you listen to local beats at the Council Oak stage. Get closer to your favorite artist than ever before in our state-of-the-art Hard Rock Live, where we host some of the biggest artists in the industry. Live your life at max volume. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
November 17th at the Wintrust Arena, Chicago. The Bellator Monsters on my chest like King Kong are back on the midway.
A monster shot!
2 title fights.
Vamasov, the Ukrainian champion. Jason Jackson with the victory.
Sergio Pettis, spectacular.
Max has stunned the world.
Plus, a lightweight Grand Prix semifinal battle. Bellator MMA, live at the Wintrust Arena, Friday, November 17th. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
At American Sale, we're known for having the largest selection of Christmas trees and decor. Stroll through our Christmas forest and choose from hundreds of trees ready to take home. Shop thousands of holiday decor items in our Christmas market. And right now, during our Home for the Holiday sales event, you can save up to 70% and get 0% financing for 60 months. See store for details. Get great deals on a new hot tub, pool table, trampoline, and more. And always get our lowest price. American Sale, helping you bring the fun home.
Hi, I can help whoever's
Cooper's overnight shipping company has to deliver the goods.
Ship these gifts to your grandkids.
They need a logistics manager to keep the wheels turning.
126 packages going to Toronto, Tuscaloosa, Montreal, and Minneapolis. Oh boy.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah, a little bit. Businesses are successful when they control their bottom line. That's why more businesses across Northern Illinois are partnering with the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program to save on energy costs. You can learn more at ComEd.com/poweringbiz.
The Friday football feast continues on the Carmen and Yurko Show. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tinley Park. If you aren't with us, you can still see the show on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
We got the Miller Lite Toast coming up. We wrap all these football feasts at B-Dubs, a little Miller Lite Toast. We'll do that. Crosstalk as well, plus Matt Eberflus is going to be at the media. Justin Fields is throwing the football. That's what Adam was hinting at before we went to break. There's some video in the Dome at the Walter Payton Center of Justin throwing. I don't know how much he's done of that since the thumb injury. He's still listed as doubtful, though, Adam? Is that right?
Yeah, so the injury report is out. He was limited in practice. He's listed as doubtful, but it's a good sign for Thursday.
Yes.
You know, if he doesn't play this week, it's a good sign. I mean, Matt Eberflus has said all week that Bagent's going to play.
He said it on Monday with Waddle and
So
Sylvie.
I would say that this is a good sign for Thursday. Also, Jaquan Brisker, Nate Davis, Tremaine Edmonds all out.
Are all
out on
Boy,
Sunday.
Yikes.
And Braxton Jones is questionable. He was a full participant in practice today.
Okay, so that's good. But no Brisker, no Jones, no Tremaine Edmonds.
Correct.
Oh boy. Yeah, they're in deep. Against the Saints team that, believe me, is not overly impressive.
Yeah.
But it's challenging, you know, when you start to lose some of your playmakers at those
Well,
levels.
Matt Eberflus, we've been saying it all week, 3-6 against the spread when a touchdown or more dog. Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah, not good at all.
Yeah, you get
And he's only won one of those games.
Getting more than a touchdown. I mean, I don't know if you heard the update. You're no Edmonds, no Brisker, no Jackson. It makes the job
Yeah,
a
it
little
is
bit
going to be a
harder.
problem. I got 16 on the Saints this week.
Yeah,
so.
you got a big number in your confidence picks.
Right. And I had to come up with something, how they could win. And, I mean, I don't believe it right now. I don't believe it. I mean, they're in tough, New Orleans. Surprised me.
Justin's doubtful, return to practice, and it is throwing. He was throwing today at practice. So maybe he does get turned around for Thursday, even though next week they play on the short week.
Yeah, short week. But, I mean, it's fine. As long as he can throw the ball, he's your number one quarterback.
Yep.
He should be in the game. He should be starting if he can play on Thursday.
This weekend is daylight savings time.
It is, Carmen.
There's a
Kick
funny,
it back. We're falling back.
There's some funny stuff on our social pages, on the station's social pages, and most of us have probably reposted it on our Instagram and on Twitter about our thoughts on daylight savings. And I very much want to say, like, do away with it, but the one thing, they tried it in the 70s. They scrapped it after a year. And a big reason why is because it really can mess with, as we get deeper into the winter, the lack of daylight in the morning, and you start to worry about kids going to school when it's dark. And I think that's kind of why they scrapped it pretty quickly. You don't want kids riding bikes or walking to school in the dark. And yes, my kids ride their bikes even like when it's 10 degrees out. So these kids, it's good. You remember being a kid? You're a parent or you're an adult, you put on a jacket, bundle up. I mean, my son, when was it? Was it Tuesday? It was like 29 degrees in the morning. He rides his bike to school in shorts and a hooded sweatshirt. I'm like, what are you doing, dude?
What's wrong with you?
I'm fine, Dad. I'm fine.
Yeah,
I'm like,
you gotta crack the whip a little
like
bit.
They're youthful.
They're youthful. He's got shorts on. But they don't want kids riding bikes, walking to school when it's dark in the morning. So I think they changed it, if I'm not mistaken, in the 70s. They scrapped it after a year. And we get this silly thing where we bounce back and forth. I don't know what's right and what's wrong. It's annoying, I will say that. But the idea of, like, if we didn't do it, of not having the sun come up till, 8:30? I mean, like, that would suck. 8:45, 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun's coming up? I don't want that. Wouldn't that suck?
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of places that don't do daylight saving, though.
Are there? Who doesn't do it? Does Arizona not?
Doesn't Arizona not do it?
Indiana doesn't do it. Not my portion of Indiana, but like South Bend, when my brother used to live there, they said they're finally cutting it out.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. It's up to the states now. It's like a lot of laws these days.
Is it up to the states?
Yeah. Time zones are up to the states now.
So is that new this year, that Indiana's not?
No.
No?
When my brother was alive, they were doing it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So wait, you're saying, like, in South Bend, they don't...
Their time is the same. We change an hour. 6 months, I think we're the same. 6 months, we're different.
Is that right?
I believe so.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
People in the Twitch chat are saying that the majority of Indiana does not do it.
See, that's my point. Only the upper corner does.
Because of the proximity to Chicago.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't think I realized that.
Like when you get to LaPorte, you'll see the sign that says you are now entering EST.
You go, yeah, there is. It's right where
Time.
the windmills are.
Yeah.
That's when you go through the time warp.
When you go south.
Yeah.
On 65.
Yeah.
So that's where St. Joe and Rensselaer are at.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mile marker 202 or 201 to be exact.
Did they just recently put up the signs that say you're now entering? Because I don't remember, because I've been making that drive for over a decade now.
The ones the South
Whitney's
Bend
from there.
have always been there.
Okay.
So when you're on the tollway going east to South Bend, that sign's always been.
Because I just noticed it on 65 the last couple times we've been going. Because I was like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a time warp.
Yeah, you're in the time warp.
Yeah.
That's why Purdue is mile marker 175 and 172. On 65, my daughter's on a different time.
Yeah, but that's just because we're the time zone.
Right.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with daylight savings.
6 months she's with us, same
Wow,
time.
that's wild.
6 months, it's not the same time.
I don't think I realized that. That's pretty wild. It's not 6. It's really like now 9 and 3.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, but from also like from booking and producing and stuff over the years, dealing with when Jesse and before him Bruce was in Arizona.
Yeah,
like,
same
hey,
thing in Arizona.
Now
That's why Arizona,
now I'm
exactly.
2 hours behind.
Right
Just
now I'm an hour
remember-
behind, and then
yeah.
when we change, they don't. It's like now I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a good point. So where are we? Yay or nay on daylight savings?
It doesn't matter to me. I prefer when my kids were young to be daylight going to school.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it.
That was my preference.
I'm gonna hate Sunday when my daughter wakes up at 5:30 in the morning.
This is your first year with it.
Yeah.
Experiencing it.
I know this. When my brother was a member at Knollwood, their league would go all the way, like, it'd be light at 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They could still play golf.
They play golf.
So his after work golf league, you could play 18 holes if you wanted. It never got dark. It seemed like.
Well, you know why? Because they're probably on the western edge of the time zone.
100%.
Which is great.
We already know that.
Yes.
We know LaPorte is the edge.
Exactly.
Yes.
There you go, which is great. You're right.
For
you
them.
get that for them.
They get the summers
Yes.
extended until the cows.
At night, yeah, you get it much later. That's a good point. Yeah. See, we're on the eastern edge of the time zone, so we have it more, on the opposite. That's why we get, sun's up by 5 in the morning in the peak.
And I like that in the summer.
I like that too.
June 21, I like it. Now I find myself I can't get up till 7.
I know, it
It's still
sucks,
dark.
man. It sucks, and like we're just entering into it. I hate it.
What do you mean, just?
I love the holiday season. Don't get me wrong, but like I hate the the shrinking daylight hours.
I lived
and the
in Miami.
cold, and
I lived in Miami. I lived in Jacksonville. Okay, I lived in both places. Christmas time, it stunk.
That's why we can stay here through Christmas. You're right.
It stunk during Christmas time.
But January doesn't stink anymore.
I got Christmas lights on palm trees. It doesn't have the same effect.
But it
doesn't do it, man.
But you got to admit, come January, pretty good. Once the holidays are over, there's nothing, then all of a sudden.
Florida's there to visit. It's
Well,
always there to
I'll
visit.
go visit January, February, March, April. Can I go visit them?
If you want to, go visit for me. I'm not going to stop you, Carm. I think you should do what you want.
Take a Comrex with you.
I'm going to come live with you. You're going to go down there someday.
Eventually, yeah. I mean,
go-
that's today or
I'm gonna go
tomorrow.
crash with Yurko.
10 years from now, I plan on going down
That's
there.
what I mean, yeah,
Stretch my legs.
Stretch out my
Be one of them old guys playing checkers.
Buy a fishing charter. Take
Commenting
people out
on
on
everybody.
fishing charters.
Hey,
Yurko.
nice head.
Thanks,
Yurko's body just looks like a catcher's mitt.
Yurko's sitting on Cayochos, drinking espresso.
Boiler hanging out, smoking a cigar.
Playing dominoes.
Hey, I'm a good domino player.
That's fantastic. You know who loves dominoes? Jimmy Butler. I see him posted on his Instagram all the time. He's always playing dominoes. He loves it.
I'm not surprised.
Jimmy's a pretty good follow on social media.
Dominoes in the NFL locker room were big.
Yeah?
A lot of dominoes being played.
All right, so what do we think? Bears, Saints. I don't think the Bears are winning this weekend. You don't think they're winning?
No, I don't think they're winning either.
Especially shorthanded.
I mean, do I think they're going to win? I got 16 on New Orleans. What do you think I think is going to happen?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You said it. You got 16 on New Orleans.
I think New Orleans is going to win. It's my most confident play of the week.
Yeah.
Not against the spread, just of win and losses. I can't pretend like the Bears are going to compete.
24-14 New Orleans.
I can't do it.
24-14.
I don't think the Bears score 7 points.
Whoa, come on, really?
How?
Scoring 7 points.
How?
I mean,
how?
Geez.
Garbage.
The Steelers
Garbage
scored
time.
20 last night. I mean, come on. I don't know. They'll get that. I think they'll get.
All right, when it happens, bring this back.
That's true.
This discussion.
If they kick
is
2
had.
field goals,
yeah,
bring it back, Chris.
The game finishes 24-6.
Eberflus.
Okay, here's Matt Eberflus meeting the media.
That was cool for those guys to be out here. Obviously excited about the 2-year contract extension for Andrew Billings. He's done a really good job for us, changing his body, in the off season, really working hard at that, and obviously holding down the middle of our defense. He's done an awesome job there, so congratulations to him. Also, congratulations to Mercedes Lewis. He's our honorary captain for the Saints. So certainly excited about that. As you guys saw, Fields was back today. Good to see him back at practice. He's progressing day to day now, so it's good to see him take that next step in that progression. He was dialed in on the game plan this whole week, as he's been the last couple weeks, and it's good to see him take that next step. As you guys see, he's doubtful for the game, which is 51% out, but we'll see where it progresses through this weekend and on to the start of next week as well. So that's where he is. In terms of Montez Sweat and his playing time, he's been ramped up in there. It looks really good during the course of this week. He's been in there with our ones, with our twos, with our rush group, and he's picking up things really fast. So we expect to play him and at different spots, and we're excited where he is in his progression. So he's played all along the line, and we're excited where he is right and left. So we're excited where he is for this particular game. And then Braxton Jones is still in his 21-day window. We'll see where that is. Looked good this week. And it's positive, but again, we'll see where that is going forward here in the next couple of days. With that, we'll put up the questions.
Is there a possibility Fields could play or start Sunday?
It's like I said, it's doubtful right now, and we're just letting it progress as it goes, and that's where we put it right now. So it's good to see him throw out day to day for sure.
What would you need to see to make that determination? Yeah, he can play.
Yeah, just more progression. Just more working through it. We got mock game tomorrow and then go from there. But again, he's healing up nicely, so that's good.
It's still like a swelling, grip strength thing.
Yeah, but that's getting better. I mean, obviously you guys saw him throw today, and he's working through that, and we'll see where it goes.
How about the short week? Can Fields play like Thursday, or would you rather give him another 10 days after that? What's the assuming it's unlikely Sunday? What about Thursday versus?
Yeah, that's really dependent on Justin, where his pain tolerance is when he throws, and then also the functionality of it. Where it goes from there, and then again, that's day to day, and then the trainers. Where the trainers say he is, and then we work through it, and we look at it as a coaching staff and say, hey, this is where he is. He's accurate, looks good, everything looks on point, and go from there.
Since Tyson's looked pretty solid, by all counts, he's done a good job commanding the huddle, commanding the offense. Has that afforded you more time to let Justin get all the way fully healthy rather than
give him all the time he needs to come back full and healthy? We're always going to do that, but certainly having Tyson, with the way he operates the offense and his functionality in our offense, and been a big positive.
If Edmonds out, how much does that affect you, and who do you put in that spot?
Yeah, I mean,
Sanborn seems.
Yeah, Sanborn's our guy that's played a lot in that position. He's looked good in that position, in the past. He's got a lot of experience in there, and he played well for us last year. So we expect to see him play in there.
Edmonds' injury was one that looked really scary when it happened, and then he was running, and it was a little kind of a breathe a sigh of relief. But is he truly week to week, or do you think this might be extended?
No, I think it's week. I think it's week to week. We'll see where it goes with the short week, though. We'll see where that is, but it's certainly week to week, and he's getting better every day.
With Montez, you said playing him in different spots, moving him right and left. What does that do for you, having a multiplier like that? Does that open up anything else for you to do?
Yeah, it really does. It opens up a lot of things. You can do a lot of things with a caliber player like he is. And we've had some, in the past that were like that were the premier players like that. We certainly try to enhance and put them on the matchups that we want along the line. So that's important to do.
Is there a way to say how much closer Braxton is this week? Because it's a neck injury. So, I mean, if he's functional, it would seem like he'd be able to play. He didn't last week. What do you have to see without even playing for him to know that he's good to go?
Yeah, just what he's doing in practice. He practiced, the last couple of days and looks good. And we'll circle the wagons with the staff and with Dre and all those guys and see where it is. But it's positive.
With Montez, obviously he creates some decisions for opposing offenses. Do they slide towards Montez? Do they slide to Yannick? But beyond that, is there anything about Montez's game specifically that can help Yannick get going, or some of the other guys on the line get going?
Yeah, I believe that with a caliber player like that, I really think that he's going to enhance everybody. And like you said, it's certainly he gets some attention, but also the detail he has in his technique, you know. And then, you know, of course, Yannick is very detailed in his technique as well, and so are the other guys. But again, when you bring a guy that's had a lot of success, he'll have a different view and a different way to talk about things and talk about technique. And we're excited to be able to learn and grow as a group from that.
Brian Pulse was down here the other day, and he was asked about your status, his belief in you. He gave you a really huge vote of confidence and support. Did you see that? Did you hear that? If you did, what was your reaction to that? It was very vigorous.
Yeah, I didn't hear it right away. I heard it the next day. But again, that's powerful, you know. And I feel the same way about him. You know, he is a strong man, a strong leader. He does an excellent job. We work hand in hand to really have that leadership in the building and through the whole organization, along with Kevin and George and everybody else. And that's where culture comes from. You know, the relationships that we have together, you know, him and I and all four of us, and then really that kind of just goes through the whole building. And I think that's an important part to have.
I know you're confident in your ability and yourself and stuff like that, but is it good? Do you need to hear that from your boss, I guess? Especially at this point, given you know the realities of where you are now, do you kind of need that?
Well, yeah, I'll just say this, Mark, that, you know, the things that I talk about with the players is, number one, model the behavior you want to see, right? Be an inspiration to others, right? And then the last thing I talk to them about is you have to be able to challenge each other, but with that, you also have to encourage. You know, so when you're giving encouraging words to each other, that's building each other up rather than tearing each other down. And that's what we're here to do as teammates and as an organization.
I asked you, I think, Monday about the hits.
You're listening to WMVP AM Chicago. Matt Eberflus meeting the media in Lake Forest.
I meant to refer to the tackling issues you had last week, and the fact that fundamentals were kind of at the root of it. And I guess my question is, shouldn't fundamentals be instilled by now where it's a week where there's not a problem with that? I mean, a lot of these guys have played one off season in 8 games or 2 off seasons in 23 games, and not to be too critical, but I mean, you feel like isn't that something that when you teach that feels like from the outside that should be there. That shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, you're making a good point. I would say this though, that you know this game is about those fundamentals, and you have to keep those sharp, you know, all the way through. And they'll go up. I've had a lot of great defenses where they'll go this and they'll do like that, do this, and you always got to stay on the fundamentals of the game. And you got to keep sharpening those tools and sharpening those skills because they do win and lose games. And you know, you saw that. We got to make it. You know, when we do it right, it looks right. You know, and we got to keep doing it right.
Because the issue for you, for any coach, but I think especially you're big on fundamentals. Is what you're teaching getting through? Are you getting through to players? And I frankly, I don't know if there's as much evidence as maybe we had expected at this point in year 2. And I'm wondering if you think that you need to do more to get through and get a better reaction from your players of what you're teaching.
Yeah, we're just keep improving every single week. You know, we feel that we're building. You know, we're building on this thing, and you know, the last few weeks on defense, we've really played well. You know, obviously, our last game, we did not play as well as we wanted to start that game. But again, we saw improvement going into the last few weeks, and again, those things have got to be worked on every single week by the entire group, on offense and defense and special teams.
You just cited the improvements, but if you see a problem showing up, you know, week after week, a similar problem, maybe year after year with a specific player, do you change your messaging? Do you change the teaching points at all to try and get through to that player in a different way?
Yeah, you just work with them. Like I've always said, it's a partnership between the coach and the player. I remember way back when I was coaching linebackers in Dallas, you know, we had an issue with guys getting cut. You know, they're getting cut. And, man, we just drilled it and worked on it. And, you know, for the last 3 or 4 years I was there, it was really hard to get at our legs because we just worked at it. And it was something that we really drilled and worked on. And that's what the job of the position coach is, for them to partner with those guys, you know, and as me as the head coach to make sure that those things are improving every single week.
Eddie Jackson last week was kind of, you know, use an emergency type of status. Is that similar? Is he better this week? Or
no, yeah.
Is that, like, will he start?
Yes, he will start. Yep. And we're excited where he is, and he had a good week of practice.
Was it surprising? Because I know for a long time it was trending positively. You avoided something more major. Did it surprise you at all that it took him a little bit to get to this point?
Eddie, you're referring to? Yeah, I mean, everybody heals differently. You know, everybody heals differently, and he was working through it, and he was trying. You know, no one wanted to play more than him. You know, so he worked through it, and he's in a good spot now.
With the run defense, that is an area where you guys have improved a lot, especially looking last year to this year. I think top 5 now in the league. How important has Billings been specifically to shoring up that run defense?
Yeah, you know, it always starts in the middle. You know, I think I've said that before. You know, it starts with those tackles inside, because if you own that inside, it's a big part to hold that point in the middle of your defense, and he is a big part of that. But it does take everybody. You work to the ends, the linebackers, our secondary to be elite. It really takes everybody to do it, and your secondary's got to do a great job of coupling the ball.
Man, whose idea was it to change his body? That seems like that's a huge factor for him that you don't normally see when you find a free agent, is literally fitting him into what you do. Whose idea was that, and just how important?
Yeah, I think he understands.
Not journeyman, but he was, not a star. And,
I think he understands. You know, we start laying out the standards of how we operate and how we practice, and you're gonna, you know, like we always say, you're gonna run in practice, and we expect you to finish every play. I think he bought into that, you know, and he went to the nutritionist and went to our performance staff and figured out, what do I have to do so I can do that, because I know that's the standard. And credit to him. You know, he had to work his tail off, you know, on it, and he's done a great job.
You or Ryan identify that as an issue, as something you had to do, or where did it come from? The idea that he had to change his.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always going to be us working with the player, identifying what he needs to work on and what the improvement needs to be, and then a credit to him, he took ownership of it and got it done.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
That coach. So Justin throwing, and it's going to be about pain tolerance, it sounds like, and things like that for getting back next week, but maybe on track when, even though they're going to be playing on the short week when the Bears take on the Panthers. But yeah, that was the news of the day, especially the last 30 minutes or so. Some of the video from inside the Walter Payton Center with Justin throwing the football. So, okay, let's get back to the shop. Well, first, how about the thank yous, right?
Yeah, let's show the
cross off with the boys in a
there.
minute here, but thank you for coming out to Buffalo Wild Wings Tinley Park. We love the collaboration here for these football feasts with B-Dubs and Miller Lite. Thank you. We're going to give away those Bear tickets in a little bit. We did the toast. Thanks to Mike North for joining us with the bonus play. Chris Black and Sean Graney back at the shop. Abdallah with us here. Black and Abdallah, you guys are good tonight, right, Adam? 6 o'clock, right after Waddle
6 o'clock.
Sylvie. Emma and Josh from our promotions team, thank you guys as always. And now we can shoot back to the studio.
Yeah. Can I say a quick thank you?
Yes, you
I'd
can.
like to say thank you to Mark Potash for letting us all sit in on his one-on-one with Coach Eberflus.
The Coach's Show with Mark Potash, brought to you by.
Good call, boys. Good call. Bust his balls next
Potsy
time.
was ready.
Huh?
Yeah,
Potsy's always ready.
I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman over there in the corner, Mark Potash.
I think he's been feeling himself, though, the last couple of weeks a little bit more.
I think this week especially he's feeling himself a little bit. We love Potsy. Thank you. All right, I'm sorry. Crosstalk is brought to you by Club Hawthorne and the betting bars, and you can watch and wager all weekend long on the Breeders' Cup. It is today and tomorrow, 14 races, $28 million.
How about that?
Make me some money, Johnny.
Jim Miller gave some plays in the odds couple, so make sure you listen to the podcast. How are you guys?
Good. Great job yesterday. Another good time at
Thank you for coming, guys.
at Bourbon and Bacon.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Love having you guys there. Glad you were there. Sylvie even drinking a little whiskey.
Oh,
Wine
really?
and whiskey, which was I got to admit, which is a strong move, Sylvie.
Little double bubble.
He had a little double bubble
Yeah,
going.
a double bubble going.
I actually did not take part in any bourbon. I drank only wine last night.
I saw you holding your Glencairn, your tasting glass. You didn't have anything in there.
It was empty. Yeah. Then I put it on.
He secretly put it on the shelf so that no one would see him not tasting any of the
I thought he was
bourbon.
double-fisted. I'm like, look at Sylvie.
No, I had a few glasses of wine though. I mean, look, I'm not a bourbon guy. That's
okay.
You know,
Did you get a ride home with the boss again this year?
No, I took an Uber home.
Did you?
Yeah, I took an Uber home.
You know what we got to do, Sylvie? Like some sort of tequila and tacos or something. I don't know.
That's not bad.
Right? Like, because Sylvie loves tequila. By the way, my dad gave me a good bottle to give to you. He wanted you to have it. So there's a bottle of tequila with your name on it.
I saw the entire DeFalco family, your brothers, your mom, your dad.
The clan was all out.
Yeah.
One of my
Yurko's crew was there as well.
Oh my God, the Bambich boys.
Yeah.
Boy,
I did not run into the Bambich brothers
Because
yesterday.
you were hiding from them.
They were looking for you.
Yeah.
Were
they?
They were looking for you. They want to know where's Sylvie at.
They are
I go, he's
something.
here, guys.
There's something.
I go, I think he's got Coach Fitz cornered.
Yeah, Coach Fitz was there.
He had Fitz cornered over there. Sylvie was interrogating him like a prosecutor.
I was not interrogating Coach Fitz.
Like Letitia James, the prosecutor in New York.
What are you talking about?
Like to yield my time.
No. You know, Sylvie, always inquisitive.
Yeah,
That's true.
He's an inquiring mind. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm an inquiring mind, for sure.
It's too funny. All right, so what's going on, boys? How we feeling? No Eddie Jackson. No Jaquan.
No Eddie Jackson.
No,
I
Eddie
thought you
Jackson's
said
ready
Eddie
to go.
was gonna play.
He's starting.
I thought you told me no.
No, Potsy
all
asked
right.
him. He said he's starting.
Britzker, then. I thought we were going
Brisker and Edmonds.
Someone's been drinking.
Somebody, are you hammered?
Yeah.
I thought Adam said no.
I thought you said I'm all right,
You
Spider.
said you're all right,
I
Spider.
never said Eddie Jackson.
Oh, all right. So
I
no.
said Brisker, Davis, and Edmonds.
Well, we're talking about Edmonds, but I thought you said Eddie Jackson.
Edmonds.
All right, so that's good.
Miller
So
Lights
Jackson
He's
is
starting.
coming back.
Yes.
Miller Lights must be $1.25 today down there.
Yeah. Wow, $5. All right, so Eddie is back.
$5
But
for
still,
4.
no Jaquan Brisker, no Tremaine Edmonds. Okay, so Eddie's backed that out. But man, it's like it feels like you're in deep again. You know, back up really kind of for the first time.
defense, yeah.
That doesn't count kind of going on the road to play the Chargers. You know, we talked about that a lot last week. This will be a much more hostile environment and a hostile crowd towards the Bears against pretty good defense, like you said, Sylvie. So I don't know, it feels like they're in deep a little bit.
I think that what I took from this conversation that he had with Potsy was that Justin probably is back sooner rather than later. I think
Thursday.
Yeah, my guess, Carm, was going to be the week after this Thursday night game. But if he's out there throwing the football, there's probably a really good chance that he's playing against the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, that's what I would think, right? I mean, it's not like to say well on the short week, I mean, it's not like he needs to be brought to
Right, he didn't lose his legs.
No, right.
Right, yeah, like he's your
Another
starter.
week,
You know, it's like, yeah.
If he's on the cusp now and he gets another almost week here from today, he should be ready to go.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think next Thursday. Throwing the football today is probably a pretty good sign. But yeah, that doesn't. I don't know. I don't have much confidence for this game this weekend.
All I saw though was kind of lofting the ball and kind of just when you got to step back and plant your foot and rip one. I'm not talking a fart. I'm talking about like a 16-yard in route. You better be able to hang on to the football. So there's a big difference between being able to, just kind of lob it out there and be able to stick it in a spot.
Or when someone comes by and tries to swipe at the football.
Yeah, you know how people are in this league. I bet you Johnny knew everybody's injury on Sunday and where to attack.
Oh, yeah. They know what to take a piece of.
Exactly. When coming in and trying to slap that ball away.
You guys excited for in-season basketball tournaments?
So we purposely did not research the exact rules of the NBA tournament, okay?
Yeah.
So we're going to, at 5:30 today, Justin Pottinger is going to quiz us on what we think the setup is. Like how you advance or like what they're playing for tonight even.
I think like just a point or something.
Yeah, Carl, we're kind of treating this the way we treat hockey, with an inquiring mind.
We're going to try and workshop this thing. Like what is up? Because I probably would say that 95% of our listeners don't know the format or what they're playing for or how you win it or when you win it.
Did you guys know that the rim is lower too to promote
4 feet.
to promote
4 feet.
dunking? Yeah, to promote dunking, and there's a 5-point line too.
Raise your hand if you give a rat's ass.
Adam quizzed us on who's in like the Bulls pod. We didn't even know that.
Yes, stop with the pods. This is what we're talking about. We don't even know about pods and stuff.
Well,
this is what we're talking about.
Tommy.
Yeah, Yurko, this is a brilliant idea.
What do you got?
You got to find out exactly where they're putting the trampolines for the Super Dunk.
And you get to tap in your mascot. Every team gets to tap in with the mascot.
Funny.
You betcha.
That's pretty funny. That would be good. I actually like that idea. That's good. All right, so I take it you're not that jacked up for it. I'm not either. I think I don't get the whole thing. It's
Look, it's a regular season game anyway. They would be playing.
Is it or isn't it?
Well, they would be playing this game anyway. So if you can enhance it for 10% of the crowd, if 1 out of every 10 people buy into this, you've done something a little bit more. You've got to play the Nets anyway. Like, that's what I used to say about people who were tired of interleague play. Oh, I don't like interleague play. Interleague play is worn out its welcome. Well, what do you want? The Sox in Kansas City for another game?
I do not want the Sox with anybody.
You want the Cubs and Pirates again for more? Like what?
Less Pirates,
so
more better.
Like you've got to play 162 anyway. Yeah. They're trying to make it more. They're trying to make one or a few of the 82 a little more interesting. If you don't buy into the tournament, it's one of 82 like it's normally been.
What do you think their idea of a successful campaign or rollout of this is?
The players care more. That's what they care. That the players are into playing harder.
How does that manifest? So they play harder?
Yes.
Cash money.
Yes. That they take a regular season game in November and December more seriously, and it enhances the product that's watchable on television.
Nobody is going to do that organically. The only way that you do that is if somebody puts a little extra change in your pocket.
Aren't they doing that?
I guess
Yes, that's the key.
Yeah.
It's not because we're trying, but it's not
No.
because we're trying to create anything other than we're inspiring our teams by giving them cash if they win.
That's exactly
Here you
right.
go.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
If you're not, no doubt there's nothing wrong with it, but there's no inter-season tournament without somebody getting greased.
No.
Period, end of story. Because it doesn't add anything.
No one's playing the sport unless they're getting greased.
Well,
I mean,
extra.
What do you mean?
Extra, yes, that's true.
On top
Somebody loved the game. Some guys just love to play the game.
Oh, yeah. How about, I didn't see it last night, but how about Wemby? Wow. 2 games in a row. They beat the Suns, and he had like 38 last night.
Great.
There's great young players in the NBA that make it intriguing to me. I don't really need, but I guess you bring up an interesting point, Sylvie. Like, if you increase it if you hit 1 out of every 10 fans, like, will they be happy with that? Maybe that's a good point. Maybe they will. I don't know. I mean, there's so many good young players in the league. I like watching the NBA. It doesn't matter if they're playing in a season tournament or not to me. I don't know.
That's all I'm saying is, like, if you're going to, crap all over tonight, it's Bulls in Brooklyn, and you're going to say, this tournament's stupid. The Bulls and Brooklyn Nets would still be playing tonight at the United Center.
Yeah, I like
tournament or not. They would still be playing in November. They're not doing anything differently, except they're making it as part of an in-season cup or tournament.
Yeah.
To try to get the players a little more excited about playing harder during the regular season to make some of the dog days a little more interesting before Christmas, right? Don't most people say the NBA season doesn't start till Christmas?
Yep, Christmas
so they're
Day.
trying to do something before Christmas to enhance the product. I can't rip that.
Okay. All right, well said.
That's me.
All right, what else is up on the show, boys?
What else do we have? A little football game in the in New Orleans this weekend.
Well, I can't wait for that. I thought you were going to see a little football game in Frankfurt.
That's good. We got a good. Yes, we got a good.
What you're calling it.
It's Morning Wood.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you wake up and you get a little bit of Chiefs and Dolphins, and you're a football guy,
I thought you were going to say like morning Wiener Schnitzel.
No, Morning Wood.
You wake up.
Especially if you're going to give the 2 points, you're laying the lumber.
Yeah, you're waking up early.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you look and you're like, whoa, I got Chiefs and Dolphins. And you look down and then you're like, I got some Morning Wood.
Listen, when you're playing in London and it's Jags and Falcons, you've got shriveled raisin.
Yeah.
You get the Chiefs and Dolphins in Germany at 8:30 on Sunday morning. You got some Morning Wood, especially if you've got the Chiefs -2.
I'm looking forward to it. Are you laying 2 with the Chiefs?
I think I am.
Okay.
I think I am.
We want to talk about the Steelers.
I'm laying the lumber.
Too.
Dude, I talked to Yurko about them. You guys, I mean, and I'm sure you guys are aware, but they are
on top of it.
They are historically an outlier at this point.
Mm-hmm. That's what they're confounding.
It's incredible, Sylvie. We touched on it just a little. I mean, They are being outgained by over 100 yards per game. That is staggering. And to be 5-3 is just like, how? It's crazy, dude.
Is that, Carm, let me, in the world of gambling, I don't know if they've, what is their cover rate?
ATS this year, I can check for you real quick.
I guess my question would be, Carm, if you see something that looks like an anomaly, is this like a professional gambler in the second half of the season will go oppo, thinking that the regression will occur?
I think
because I'm looking to try to make some money.
I think you're going to find what does happen too, if like they're laying points in certain, like yesterday I didn't have any play one way or another, but like a team, let's say some weird thing happens where they're playing at home and they're laying points and they happen to be playing maybe a middling team, but like a team that's actually outgained its opponents. Like that's where pro bettors will look to jump all over the Steelers in like certain spots. Pittsburgh's always pretty good when taking points. Like, I don't know that I'd want to be laying them with it right now, but they are 5-3 against the number. They got the same ATS record.
Are they?
They're straight up one-loss record. Yeah, they're 5-3. But man, oh man, you talk about a weird, bizarre team. And like Yurko always says, what happens is when you stay at least close, anything can happen in these games, and they generally keep it close because their defense is so good. And TJ Watt can just like make a play or two that, and he seemingly does it every week, that just changes the game. It's like, that's it. Now TJ will make a play, and we're going to end up winning. It's crazy.
I thought Will Levis was pretty impressive. I mean, all things considered, I didn't think he wilted under the pressure. Obviously, he had to make a throw at the end of the game and threw the interception, which, you know, in a difficult situation. But I thought for the most part, he's accorded himself quite well in his first two starts in the bigs.
See how that looks as it continues to go.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good. It's a good question.
Carm, by the way, should have been intercepted 3 times there.
Did you you brought up Wemby? Did you hear Barkley with Wemby yesterday?
Well, I heard I don't know. I heard 2 nights ago when he asked him how to say churro.
Oh yeah, that was from 2 nights ago.
Sylvie.
Okay.
That was from 2. It
that
was
from the first. Yes,
hilarious.
I just saw it yesterday for the first. I didn't know that was from a couple days ago.
It was from a couple days ago.
Did you hear about it? Here, take a listen to this. And then it turns out though that he did know what it was after.
He did?
I guess he came back and he said that. But here was Barkley and Wembenyama from a couple of days ago.
Final question. How do you say churro in French?
Churro? What is that?
Churro. You know what churro is. You've been in San Antonio long enough.
It's a dessert.
It's a dessert.
Just ask what it is.
The long donut.
What? I've never heard of that. All right. San Antonio people, put me on that. Hey, son, I can tell you. We apologize for the way that ended.
Appreciate you. You talk about culture. Everybody knows how to say donut. Everybody knows how donut in French.
It's so good, dude.
Yeah, and then like this, the hook there too is that Barkley always makes fun of the women eating too many churro in San Antonio.
Years ago, it started when he said Ernie, what's in San Antonio? And Ernie goes, the rodeo. The Spurs are on a long road trip. The rodeo. Oh, they're going to sell a lot of churros. and Shaq lost his mind. Yes. It's still one of the funniest things. Like I can watch that at any point and just laugh hysterically, and Kenny's like, don't laugh at that. That's not funny, Shaq. And Shaq is dying. He's dying.
Yeah.
And Charles,
he's like hyperventilating.
Charles is so good, and he goes, what does he say? He goes, Victoria is definitely a secret. All the biggins down in San Antonio. Victoria's a secret. And Shaq, like, just play that and you laugh.
He's
like,
dialed that back recently a little bit, hasn't he?
He's the only one who can get away with that.
He's the only one who can get away with it.
JJ Redick goes on the air.
It's so good.
One of the newer media members.
He's gone.
You're gone.
It's so good. And Kenny's like, there are plenty of beautiful women in San Antonio. Don't laugh at that, Shaq. And Shaq's not. Like, he's beside himself. It's so great. All right.
Justin just met the media, too. We're going to play that when we come back.
All right. Very good. Real quick here, we just got news on a giveaway. We got, real quick, guys, caller 20 wins. What are they calling this, Adam? This is the
Summer of '99 tour.
Oh, God, the Summer of '99 tour. It's Creed with 3 Doors Down.
Yeah.
That's the Summer of '99 tour, baby.
Let's
Caller
rock.
20 right now will win tickets. Simple caller 20. That's just after 3, 1, 2, 3.
I can't wait to go to that concert.
Really?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Let's get a box.
You guys have, you're going to play Justin Fields. He met the media. You guys have a great show. Have a good weekend, all right?
You got it.
Everybody have a good weekend. Waddle and Sylvie get you home next.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Waddle and Sylvie. on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears, Saints. You are in the middle of our 24/7 pregame. Here comes the ball. Join us Sunday for more than 12 hours of coverage. At 7, Jeff Miller has the Fantasy Football Show. At 8, Black and Abdallah bring you pregame tailgate. At 10, Lance Briggs, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman with the Bears Network pregame. At noon, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. Here comes the ball. Bring you the call of the game. Followed by 4 hours of postgame. Peggy Kaczynski, Yurko, Jason McKee, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Miller. Bears and Saints live from New Orleans, Sunday. On the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
What's up? It's Tyler Aki. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is super easy to use, plus FanDuel offers a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, future bets, and my favorite, the same game parlay. So visit FanDuel.com/Tyler and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Tyler. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Upgrade your home and get 11% off all countertop at Menards. Menards countertops are durable, dependable, affordable, and easy to install. Transform everyday spaces into gathering places with Menards' great selection of quartz and laminate countertop. Visit our kitchen showrooms in store or go to menards.com for your free estimates today and save 11% on all countertop at Menards. Good through November 5th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Rest easy knowing your savings are secure and earning you more with a Wintrust MaxSafe account. With MaxSafe, you get up to 15 times the standard FDIC personal protection. That's right, 15 times the protection with the ability to secure up to $3.75 million per account holder. Now that's banking as it should be. Call 833-MaxSafe to talk with a local Wintrust banker today. That's 833-MaxSafe. Peace of mind is just a phone call away. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Core Banks. Member FDIC. See FDIC.gov for deposit insurance coverage rules.
Dear roads, trails, and rivers, you ready for some SUV action? Toyota SUVs can roll their sleeves up for twisty trails or dress up for a night out on the town. Up your family adventure game with the Highlander. Make a splash with the rugged RAV4 or haul a weekend's worth of fun with the spacious new Sequoia. They all come with standard features and some sweet, sweet tech. Check out this versatile lineup at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. It's November. Are you ready to make some money? It's Breeders' Cup weekend. We had another monster week last week, 3-1 in the NFL. We are absolutely dialed in football and basketball. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get the weekend for as little as $149, or everything through the end of November for as little as $449 or $599 with hoops. That's FatJackSports.com. The plays are emailed or text to you. They will get you into profit. We're on a 22-6 run. Get signed up today and win.
Millions of Americans suffer car accident injuries every year. While you can't stop other drivers from causing a crash, you can take control of your life following a car accident. At Curcio Law Offices, we will protect your rights and seek the financial compensation you deserve. We have decades of experience helping injured victims and their families obtain the financial compensation they deserve after a car accident. Give us a call at 312-321-1111 or visit us online at curcio-law.com for your free case consultation today.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
Ah, commuting in Chicago. If you're stuck, stick with Waddle and Sylvie. Weekdays 2 to 6.
Couple of things for today. I've got Justin Fields that I'm going to play here just a minute. I do believe, too, that Travis has given us the A-OK to tell you what our grand prize and some other prizes are for the holiday parody song competition, which will be opened on Monday. So I told you, and Bleck and Abdallah saw the prize the other day. They've been working with us for many years. They've worked on the holiday parody song competition before, and they also confirmed that they believe this is the best prize we've offered. And I have said that this is the prize that not one person could not use. Like, every person out there could use this prize.
I'll be the fourth to say the same. It's a great prize.
That it's
best
the
prize
best
you've ever
prize
had.
we've given away. But, like, there's not one person that would say, oh, I don't need that. Like, everybody needs that. Like, last year we gave away an unbelievable pinball machine. Awesome.
It was pretty cool.
It was fantastic. Stearns Pinball, they're awesome. Not everyone's got the space for a pinball machine. Not everybody.
Not everyone's a pinball wizard.
This is something that everyone could use and would like to use and have. So we will announce that a little bit later. Also, next Wednesday, coming up here in less than a week, we're going to be out at Twin Peaks in Oak Brook Terrace. Another trip out to Twin Peaks. We can't wait. We were out in Warrenville last time. This time, we're out to preview the Bears-Carolina game, which I saw the Bears are only a 1.5-point favorite on the look-ahead for this game. We will be out at Oak Brook Terrace location of Twin Peaks on Wednesday, 2 to 6.
And they may have a different starting quarterback for that game.
Justin Fields, you think
Could
so?
be, I don't know.
Could we have a different starting quarterback
I'm not sure.
Sunday?
That I doubt.
He practiced today. He's doubtful.
Yeah,
He's not out. They didn't rule him out. What are they waiting for to rule him out? What are they waiting for?
I don't know. The coach told us on Monday that the other kid was going to play.
Why so quick? Why so quick now?
Not sure.
You sniffed that out. Like, why so quick?
I don't know.
A lot of fans want to know. Why so quick?
Yeah, I would be very shocked again. I saw just whatever was on Twitter. You're warming up and you're lobbing throws. I think it's a little bit different. I would be shocked if Justin played Sunday against the Saints. But it sounds like it may be more possible for him to play on Thursday. Possibly so against the Carolina Panthers.
He did practice today, if you're just tuning in. He was throwing footballs. Like, that's been the big mystery. Hey, is Justin throwing? Talk about grip strength. Is he throwing? I don't want to go into that. Well, he's a football player. I mean,
he's
you're not giving away big secrets if you're just telling us if he's throwing a football. And today the cameras caught it. He's throwing the football. Looked pretty good, right? I mean, not that he's like running the offense, but you couldn't tell he had a thumb injury.
No, I saw it from a distance, so I couldn't even tell. I couldn't tell what was really going on.
Here's Justin, who spoke just a matter of a few minutes ago, and he was talking in front of his locker in the locker room on returning to the practice field today and trying to get back on the field.
We'll see. So, I've been mentally preparing like I have been. So, like I'm going to play, but we'll see just how it feels for me. How do you feel? Feel good. First day back on today, but I have to use the gloves right now. But it's progression.
What's the process been like as you're doing
You said what's the process like?
Yeah.
Just if I'm gonna be able to make all the throws and be able to withstand hits and stuff like that in the game.
Are you wearing anything underneath the glove right now?
Nah, I just use the glove because I don't have to, grip the ball as harder with the glove, so it just makes it easier to throw.
Is your grip strength, like, I know Flus is mentioning that that's something that has to be there. Like, do you know where you're at with it? Like, is it back?
It's not fully back, nah. And there's, of course, still a little bit of pain, but, like I said, I've been preparing like I'm, going to play and, just meetings, walkthroughs, just been locked in. So.
If he plays on Sunday, add it to the list of I can't believe what the F is going on up there. He just told you, I'm not fully back. I still have a little pain. I need to wear a glove for my grip.
Right.
Why in the world would anyone expect him to play on Sunday?
When he said he's not fully back, he was talking about the grip strength,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So he's not fully...
Can't make all the throws. So we're just going to put him in when we need to throw a hitch route? Is that what we're going to do? It seems like what we do because we only bring in Trent Taylor when we're going to run a jet sweep or Valence Jones. So
when you heard that after here, it was tough to hear too. There was so much background noise. I'm one of those guys. I'm like an old man in a restaurant. Whenever there's loud background noise, I can't hear.
You could have just stopped it. I'm an old man.
Yeah, I am an old man too.
We're both in that category.
Like I could hear stuff. I can't make out what people are saying.
You're like the $6 million man. You got to hone in on it.
Yes, like the background noise gets to me. It muffles everything else.
I was shocked that I didn't hear this was a one-on-one with Potsy.
Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Where were you at, Potsy?
He was busy.
I want to talk to Potsy.
He was still talking to Eberflus. You want to call Potsy?
Yeah, let's call Potsy.
You want to call Potsy?
Yeah, I want to talk to Potsy.
Potsy could be talked out.
No. Can we call Potsy? I want to talk to Potsy today. And if he doesn't want to talk to us on the air, give me his number. I want to call him on the way home and talk to him.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. But we could also ask him about, if he feels like the Bears are over a barrel right now with the decision between Justin Fields and Tyson Bagent.
Question.
Where did the other show find where that phrase came from? What is that even a politically incorrect phrase to use these days?
No, it's just about
where did that initially come from? That phrase.
I actually looked
when
it up.
When you have someone over a barrel.
So it's actually about flogging someone, like if they're in like whips and.
Yeah, I don't think that's politically correct.
No, I think it's not. It's not. I think I know what you're thinking. I don't think it means that.
Right. I mean, it's a form of physical punishment.
Yes.
Sort of like I say all the time. You put on your Timberlands and kick someone in the nuts. I mean,
well, that's still in fashion.
It's comparable to say that.
Right. Yeah. That's comparable. Look, I would again speculation. My guess is it's possible that he could play Thursday against the Carolina Panthers. When I hear my starting quarterback say I have to wear a glove because of my grip, I don't have my full grip strength, I still have a lot of pain or a little bit of pain, and I can't make all the throws, or I don't know if I can make all the throws. Why in the world? That would be malpractice to put him out there on Sunday.
Justin Fields, here's what I know. I know Justin Fields is tough.
Absolutely.
He's shown us that he is a tough leader.
Wants to play.
Leader, wants to play, super tough. I think for his purposes, he could do what he wants, and he could play. He could try to get back as soon as he can and play through all this pain. I don't think in the long term it will do him the best to come back. I think an extra week, I'm not talking about this week, I'm talking about Thursday, to make it, and he may have pain even if he waits another week. They'll hold the rest of the year anyway. This thing may not fully heal with no pain until the end of the year. But on your throwing thumb, that is a terrible injury for a quarterback and for a guy who has already had problems trying to win over the front office, trying to win the job for the long term.
You're going to get about a mid-40-degree night next Thursday, probably.
Yeah, it's 49 is the high. That's the high temperature I thought I saw for Plug Your Ears, Tracy, on the app.
Probably going to feel colder than that.
Yeah, for game time, it'll probably be 40.
Look, I hope he, again, I know he wants to play. I hope he makes the prudent decision because it's not going to help him or the team if he can't grip the football and make every throw. It's just not a good position you want to put somebody in.
Who knows? Maybe he's better by Thursday. I like you take it. Today is, you said National Cliche Day.
Yes, today's national
You take
cliche.
it a day at a time.
Well
you
played.
see where you're at on Thursday.
Yeah.
But
Get back
again,
to you later.
I've seen too many quarterbacks have terrible performances the rest of the season because they rush it back for their team.
Not to mention, he probably didn't get a single snap with the starting crew this week in a game-like situation. If he's just tossing the ball lightly around with a glove on, I can't imagine they're asking him to stick it in there on a 16-yard dig route. I just can't.
You're not now talking about Sunday. You're talking about Thursday?
No, I'm talking about, I can't imagine that they've even tried to ask him, even in practice, to throw a 16-yard in route on a dime.
Why would they not rule him out?
I have no idea.
Or do they just want to give him the, like, are they holding a carrot? Why wouldn't he rule himself out?
Maybe they think that they are forcing the Saints to prepare differently. I have no idea. You know how I feel about coaches and their you know, how they feel they're keeping secrets with people. It's the silliest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm just telling you, like, look, I find it highly, I can't wait to talk to Potsy if he answers the question or answers the call. I saw him lobbing a football. I can't imagine they asked him to rip one down the field.
I don't know how they're going to stay in this game. I know the Saints aren't the greatest show on turf. They did put up points last week against the Colts. The Bears are without Brisker, who's one of their best weapons on defense. Yeah. Now they're without Edmonds, who is another guy who racks up his tackles. So
Eddie Jackson is going to play, but...
So again, they're going to screen you with Kamara. Yep. They're going to watch the tape on exactly what the Chargers did, and they're going to be able to I would assume march the football up and down the field, up and down that field.
Think what you want of Carr. Carr is coming off of 3 straight 300-yard games. Kamara's had 3 straight games of over 100 total yards. Taysom Hill is a matchup problem for lesser defenses. They've got a wide receiving core of Thomas, Olave, and this kid Rashid Shaheed, who has been a huge addition to what they're doing.
It's not a bad team.
No, they're
not bad.
The pieces are pretty impressive. Now, have they put it all together? No, they're 12th in yardage this year. They're gaining about 349 yards per game. They only score 21 points per game, but if you watch them, they're starting to find their rhythm a little bit, and they're not horrible. They're middle of the pack with some really impressive pieces.
And if you fall behind early again, then you're going to put the pressure on this offense and Pagent and what the Bears can do, what they can't do, what they get away from. We're wearing the Angry Run shirt that Kyle Brandt sent us. Will they be able to continue to... Well, they didn't run it last week, but from 2 weeks ago, will they be able to run the football? Yeah. 312-332-3776. Tom Thayer is going to join us coming up at 3 o'clock. If you want to react... Fields did throw, but again, you heard him just there. He didn't, after being a little optimistic with reading some of the tweets and seeing some of the video going around and not expecting him to throw today, he didn't sound overly optimistic or like that he's getting, that he's ultra close. That didn't sound like a man who sounds like he's ultra close to playing in a football game. 312-332-3776. Take all your phone calls and Thayer at 3 o'clock.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Guys, Steinhoffel's biggest Black Friday sale is on now. Get the best prices of the season plus hundreds of bonus buys like mattresses, sofas, rocker recliners, and dining tables, all starting at $3.99. Guess what pulled into my driveway today? The Steinhoffel's delivery truck. That's right. I got my new sofas. I got the new coffee table, got the new nightstands, and it is awesome. You should shop at Steinhoffel's as well. They offer 72-month special financing, so you can buy now and pay over 6 years. That's flexibility. Shop online at steinhoffels.com and in-store at their newest location in Harwood Heights, located east of O'Hare on Harlem and Lawrence. Shop Steinhoffels today.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. It's November. Are you ready to make some money? It's Breeders' Cup weekend. We had another monster week last week, 3-1 in the NFL. We are absolutely dialed in football and basketball. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get the weekend for as little as $149, or everything through the end of November for as little as $449 or $599 with hoops. That's FatJackSports.com. The plays are emailed or text to you. They will get you into profit. We're on a 22-6 run. Get signed up today and win.
Hey, it's the good kid. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday prices all month long on top brands like GE, Cafe, and more. Skip the lines. Save now at GrandAppliance.com or your local showroom. My friends at Grand Appliance are known for outstanding service, expert advice, and unbeatable appliance deals. I'm telling you, Grand Appliance is the go-to place for a great deal. Buy local. Go to GrandAppliance.com. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance experts since 1930.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband starting as low as $25 per month. And they now have mobile, too. Visit Astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. Switch today. Head to Astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Astound.com. Restrictions apply. See website for more details. For the best golf and social experience, choose 390 Golf Experience in Wooddale, just off I-390. 390 Golf Experience has 76 heated hitting bays, top tracer technology, and delicious food right to your bay from Parlay Sports Bar. Stella Artois featured Wednesdays and Thursdays. $20 per hour special weekdays till 5 for up to 6 guests. Hit up 390golf.com to book a reservation. Receive 25% off your bay using code ESPN at checkout. Grip it, rip it, and sip it today with 390 Golf Experience.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And now a special motorcycle weather report from Progressive. And today's forecast, expect a steady breeze with a 100% chance of twisting down those country back roads gleefully on your motorcycle. Some will want you, others will want to be you, and animals everywhere will yearn for opposable thumbs just to work that throttle like you do. Oh, nature's cruel design. That's your forecast. Back to you.
This has been a special motorcycle weather report from Progressive, where every day's a beautiful day to ride with 24/7 roadside assistance from America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance subject to policy terms and limits and may require comprehensive coverage.
Window Nation wants to protect your family from the cold weather by lowering your energy costs and upgrading the look and feel of your home. This month only, get 0% interest for 5 full years, plus get 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Sylvie. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
When do you want me to give the prizing here? Should I tease this a little bit? Should I do it right now? Do it right now.
Don't make people wait any longer. It's Friday.
Right.
People are going to go into the bar soon. So
into the bar?
Yeah. Wouldn't you?
All right, so the holiday parody song contest, which there will be, guys, the world is your oyster.
Cliche Friday.
You have so much content out there. Like, we hate that the Bears are bad again, but with everything that's happened at Hallis Hall this year, everything, with everything that happened with the White Sox this year.
By the way, did they figure out what happened in left field?
I think a song about that will be...
Have we heard anything? Has there been a report released? Has the Meller report been released?
Not yet.
No, it's the Van Winkle report.
My bad. You're right. The Van Winkle report.
Sounds like, though, Tony Lewison might be overseeing that. So
that's a good point. I saw Tony in Arizona. Tony was at the World Series. He posed...
Oh, you mean on television? I thought you were saying you went out to Arizona and you saw Tony.
No, he was taking pictures with Hendricks, Liam Hendricks. You know, he was they had to stand up for Cancer Day too. So they're both
cancer survivors.
Yeah, cancer survivors. So there's so much content out there. I mean, every anything. It doesn't have to just be bad stuff either. Do good stuff, but make them good, make them clever, make them funny. The doors will open on Monday, so you can't submit it yet. The website is ESPNparody.com.
Here Comes the Boom.
On Monday. You can do a Here Comes the Boom parody song, but it can't be to that tune. It's got to be like the Here Comes... You could use those lyrics to a Christmas, holiday song.
Like Here Comes Santa Claus.
Sure.
Something along those lines.
Here Comes the Boom.
So, yeah, start thinking, make them funny. Again, not too long. When they're too long, they have to be great.
Think of the attention span of the people you're sending these to. And by those people, I mean us.
Yes.
If you go past a minute, there's a good chance my eyes roll in the back of my head and I pass out.
And Travis in marketing just told me, too, that the website won't open until start of show on Monday. So 2 o'clock on Monday, ESPNparody.com. All right. Here's what we're going to do. All the qualifiers who don't win, I believe these are the ones who are like finalists, will receive. Do you want me to start with the grand prize, or do you want me to work up?
No, build up to it. Build up to it, yeah.
Okay.
Like when you played, remember you were sat at home when you were sick as a kid and they played Prices Right. You know, Showcase Showdown. You got into the Showcase Showdown. Did Bob Barker show you the car first, or did they build up to the car?
Right, okay, so this says on the list, it says grand prize, and then it says 4 qualifiers. If I remember correctly, there are 5 finalists, right? So there's the grand prize winner, then there are the
other 4.
These are the consolation prizes.
Then the Angry 4.
The Angry 4 will get, just for making the final 5.
Yes.
You will get a $100 Jewel Osco gift card.
Yes!
You will also receive a $50 gift card to American Sale.
Boom!
Great stuff there. Patio furniture, holiday decorations, all that great stuff. And you will get something from 19 Crimes Wine.
Now you're talking.
Yes. So, and then we haven't solidified exactly what that is yet.
You get a little buzz and then go grocery shopping and then buy maybe like a deck chair.
Yes. So those are the consolation prizes. The grand prize winner will receive something from 19 Crimes Wine.
Okay.
They will receive a $50 gift card to American Sale as well.
All right.
And they will receive... Do I get a drum roll for this, or are we just...
I can do this all day.
I want to see how long you can go.
I can do it until we have to break, and I know how disciplined you are.
Yes,
it's only 35 seconds left.
Thank you. The grand prize winner of the Waddle and Sylvie holiday parody song this year in 2023 is a year's worth of grocery from Jewel.
Wow. That is truly something everybody can use, food.
And the way we're determined, you will receive, I think I could say it because it's written down here, and I am Ron Burgundy, damn it, so I'm going to just tell you, you will receive $6,100 in gift cards to the Jewels. We all know it's Jewel. Jewel and Jewel Osco. This is what is considered a year's supply of groceries.
That's a huge prize.
Who is out there that doesn't need a year's supply of groceries from Jewel? Everyone. Everyone needs groceries.
Everyone eats. Whether you like it or not, you have to eat.
Some eat more than others.
So how about our partners at Jewel Osco? What an American Sale and 19 Crimes. Thank you, guys. It is an awesome prize.
That is
right
great.
there. Now go out over the weekend and start creating your songs. And again, the website will open on Monday, 2 p.m., ESPNparody.com. And then once we start getting some good ones.
That is a great prize.
The first week are usually the bad ones that we play. But
yeah.
So
look, I think you said it correctly. Last week's prize was great. But
last year's.
You can't eat a pinball machine.
Right.
You can eat $6,100 worth of groceries over the course of an entire season.
Yes.
This is an excellent prize.
Year's worth of groceries from Jewel.
Fabulous.
So get cracking on that. Tom Thayer will talk some ball with us. He joins us next. Bears and Saints. It's Waddle and Sylvie.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Sylvie. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Coach Matt Eberflus joins ESPN Chicago in the Waddle and Sylvie Show every Monday at 2:10. Hear the coach only on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, true Chicago-style pizza. It's Connie's Frozen Pizza. We know this, and we know that true Chicago-style pizza isn't what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style pizza is thin, it's crispy, it's cut into squares, and thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Make it so easy and convenient. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies made with the same cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you feel like having pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
From the backyard to the big screen, pair this year's tailgate with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Fill your roster with a bottle of the good stuff and enough garnishes to last till halftime. Then snag your favorite seat on the couch with an ice-cold Tito's cocktail in hand. In our playbook, that means you're a winner before the game even starts. For game day recipes, gear, and more, visit Tito'sVodka.com. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Life might be a little hectic, but dinner doesn't need to be. Leave it to Lou Malnati's for everything you need for a delicious deep dish dinner. From salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, there's something for everyone. Lou Malnati's is open for indoor and outdoor dining, carry-out, and delivery. Let Lou's handle the dinner plans tonight. Order Chicago's legendary deep dish online at LouMalnati's.com, through their app, or visit one of the Lou's Chicagoland locations. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
This Veterans Day, Great Clips will honor the men and women of our armed services, active duty and retired. With what else? Yes, a free haircut. But with a twist. Veterans can receive a free haircut on Veterans Day, but that isn't enough. Great Clips will enlist their army of customers. Between now and Veterans Day, Great Clips will give a free haircut certificate for veterans, valid until December 1st to their customers. Great Clips customers can personally thank a veteran for their service. You get your haircut, you get a certificate, you give that to a veteran, and they get a free haircut. Great Clips hopes to provide over 300,000 free haircuts this year. So go to Great Clips today, check in online, and get a ready next text when you are next. Great Clips, it's gonna be great, and it's gonna feel extra great to give back this Veterans Day. All salons are independently owned and operated.
Carmen and Yurko. The next Friday football feast is at Buffalo Wild Wings in Schaumburg. It's November 17th and is brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, Miller Lite, and Alta Equipment.
Please feast responsibly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears.
Chicago Bears.
ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, live from the Old National Bank Studio. WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Bears Jim Harbaugh, beleaguered by the Saints defense, overthrowing because he's on the run, overthrowing out of the pocket, out of bounds. And he throws high to James Thornton, and RoboCop pays for it. Gene Atkins with the hit. First 58 minutes of the game, 2 of 19 for 16 yards. But down 17-13 with under 2 minutes to go. Harbaugh to Wendell Davis for 27 yards. One play later, Sidney Anderson for 6. Then after a run, it's Harbaugh to Tom Waddle. All of a sudden, 3 for 3 on the drive. The Bears beat the Saints 20-17, despite the fact that in numbers, they've 36 yards total passing. Who cares? The Bears beat the Saints 20-17.
That's the reason why Dan Plesac would call you Touchdown Tommy.
Hell yeah.
He was probably growing up watching that game.
You know what we did? First 58 minutes of that game, we failed to use the stolen signals that we had from the Saints earlier in the week.
Right.
We finally accessed them in the final 2 minutes.
He wanted to cheat and cheat creatively.
We wanted to do it in an admirable and honorable fashion, and when that didn't work, we chose plan B.
Didn't want to make it obvious.
Right.
I'm going to go, 2 for
19 for 16 yards.
They're never going to guess
0 touchdowns.
that I've got their signals.
2 interceptions.
Keep it close.
We're going to keep it close. We're going to bring him in. We're going to dare them to come inside. And when they come inside,
and then
boom!
Unleash the fury.
How we did it,
Let's bring in Tom Thayer. He is a part of the greatest broadcast crew in football. Him and Joniak will be down in the Dome. And my big question for you, Thayer, as he joins us on the CarX Tire and Auto Hotline, is what was more satisfying, that win back in 1991 in the Dome or winning the Super Bowl in 1986?
Oh, the only thing that really saved us on that day that we went down there and beat the 7-0 New Orleans Saints was Tommy Barnhart, their punter, shanked a punt late in the game to give us actual field position to take advantage of 3 completions for the touchdown.
That's right.
That was our saving grace, and as good as they were, as we were going into as good as New Orleans was, as hostile as the environment was, hey, man, it was a happy plane ride home.
It was.
We ended up winning, and, touchdown Tommy Waddle saved us all.
Hey, Tom, I can't recall a game at any level in my entire life where I was a part of something that was so inept, but we ultimately won at the end of the day. Because we were so bad offensively. I remember Rich just dog cussing us. Richard Dennis, we would come off the field after every 3 and out. And that happened a lot, but that particular Sunday in New Orleans was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was. It was, kind of a funny end result after such a frustrating 58 minutes that, we all could walk out of there with our heads held high. But we all probably got threatened the next day watching tape with Ditka as he controlled the projector in front of all of us and threatening us with our job.
It was crazy. But to connect it to this weekend's game, Tom, I've been saying it. Look, I know that the Saints aren't a great football team, but that place, even when the Saints aren't very good, is still a very difficult place to play. And the assumption is Tyson Bagent is going to get the start. And this will be the most hostile environment, of course, he has seen early on.
Well, it's probably the most hostile environment he's ever seen in his football life.
Good point, yeah.
Because, he never, I think at the podium the other day, he never had a game where he had to use a nonverbal snap count. And they did put him through those paces in training camp and a little bit last week in SoFi Stadium. But SoFi Stadium really isn't a hostile environment like you'll face in Minnesota, in Detroit, in Green Bay, and most certainly this weekend in New Orleans. So you're just going to have to make sure that you're functioning properly between the communication of the offensive line to the center. And the thing that really worries me is when I go back, and I've been watching a lot of tape on the Saints, is they put 7 guys at the line of scrimmage, their defensive line of scrimmage, and they isolate the center. so now the center's got multiple responsibilities of making sure he understands when the ball's supposed to be snapped. And then because they put 7 guys in the line of scrimmage, and there's always going to be 3 to one side, 2 to the other, those blockers are going to have to kind of go away from the center. So rather than being able to give that hand security to the center by one of the guards are going to have to get in an extended position to make sure they can get to their responsibility soon enough under the dysfunction of not hearing the count.
Tom, but how worried are you? And I don't know if worried is too strong of a word, but concerned about the Saints again with that environment, knowing that Brisker is out, knowing that Edmonds is out, knowing that the defense against better quarterbacks tends to give up at least yards and points, that again, they get off to a good start, and the Bears are going to be forced with Bagent in that environment to have to play catch-up.
Well, I mean, you can't put Bagent in the worst scenario possible. You can't put him there with a 5-man protection and having, routes that are going 10 to 15 yards downfield. You're going to have to do kind of what you did against the Raiders and have some lateral passing, get the ball out of your hands, try to run some screens to take advantage of the pass rush and put him in a favorable position to succeed. The one thing that scares me about the Bears defense is when you look at Tyreek Stevenson coming off, I think, a 12-tackle game, was second on the team in tackles, and you look at the way Alvin Kamara catches the ball a lot like Austin Eckler did last week. You have Thomas, the wide receiver, who's as talented as anybody. You have world-class speed with Shaheed. Yeah, Shaheed, and you have Olave. So I don't know if you really have the guys that can cover all the weapons that they have at their disposal. And so I guess I'm not worried about Bagent. I'm worried about if the defense can hold up to what their defensive responsibilities are going to be against an explosive offense that has about 5 moving parts that can attack you from anywhere.
On that note, Tom, what did you make of the trade for Montez Sweat this week?
You're talking about a team that has 10 total sacks. So do I hate the fact that they got a talented defensive end coming aboard? No. But, the thing about it is I always go back to the combine when Montez Sweat ran that 4.47 40, and then all of a sudden he excelled up the draft board and got on everybody's radar. But as you see his development over the course of time in the NFL, he is able to use all of his tools. He uses his length efficiently. He uses his speed well. He can use power associated to his length to get inside the offensive tackles. Now, is he going to be able to have enough concern by the opponent's offensive line and their protection that he's going to create more opportunities for Yannick Ngakoue or Marcus Walker or Rasheem Green or Justin Jones or Andrew Billings for that matter? Are they going to have a little bit more opportunity to have some corner blitzes or nickel defensive back blitzes by Kyler Gordon? If all of it kind of works with one another, then I think it's a good move. And but I think we're going to have to see how the opponent takes him into consideration according to the direction of their protection to see if it opens opportunities, and then they take advantage of it for other guys.
Are you a little leery of giving up another second-round pick?
Not if he stays productive. He's still a young guy. Hopefully his best football is yet to come. So if he turns out to be a dominating pass rusher in the league, then no, because there's no guarantee if you pick a guy in the second round, he's going to pan out to be that type of player that this Bears defense really needs. So I'm kind of still out of a wait-and-see situation to see, how Montez Sweat plays over the next 3 to 4 weeks against difficult opponents, different outdoor circumstances at Soldier Field, and the different elements that are going to come into play when you go into Detroit and play in that atmosphere against a pretty solid offensive line.
Tom Thayer joining us. It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. Tell me how the Jalen Johnson story ends here. Does it end with a contract in place, or does it end with him going to another team?
Well, I mean, if going to another team, I hope they don't lose out completely and don't get the compensation for him if he does go to another team. I would have to be privy to more behind the door conversations like he and Ryan Poles are to get a real indication of, what Jalen Johnson, where he's at mentally, and does he want to be here? Does he feel like he's been so disrespected up until this point that he can't go out there and lay it on the line like you need him to do? As good as, the thing about Jalen is that even though that he considers himself one of the better corners in the league and that he's got this reputation developing that, he's really respected around the league, if you go back and you look at the corners that Jalen has played opposite from, that's why they don't throw against him very much, because the other guy is much more attackable. Now, if Jalen could go and, be that premier shutdown cornerback to his side, and even John Hoke addressed it the other day at the podium that you don't want him to follow the opponent's best receiver around because that kind of tells you what the coverage is. But if he can hold down his side of the field and limit the completions over there, then, that's one of the harder positions in the NFL to find. So if they come to the conclusion that he is a top-end cornerback in this league that can shut down his side of the field, then you'd always want to reward your own draft choices and compensate them well.
Tom, we all know good cornerback play, good secondary play doesn't necessarily make your front four better. But the opposite is true.
Right.
If they can provide more pass rush, 20 sacks total last year, last in the NFL. 10 so far this year, last in the NFL. Is there a chance that Jalen Johnson, who's a good cornerback, that we may perceive him as an even better player if they can find a way to get to opposing quarterbacks and move them off their spots more frequently?
I think every one of these guys, I think the whole defensive backfield could be better if they would get a more dominant pass rush, or at least a guy that you have to be concerned about to, like I said, open up those opportunities for other guys. But to go, into a season and finish with 20 sacks or get to the halfway point almost and only have 10 sacks, it's difficult for, any defensive backs that you put back there to have success. And so, I think priority number one is still trying to find that dominant offensive and defensive line to really make the outside of your team perform better and be able to take chances and get more out of the chances you take.
Tom Thayer is brought to you by UI Health. It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. I want to bring in another Tom. It's Tom, and Tom.
3 T's.
Yeah, or 3 Toms.
Can never have enough Toms.
Amen.
Yeah, and Tom says he wants to tell you about where he was during the 1991 Bears-Saints game. What's up, Tom?
I'm great. How are you?
Are you talking to Thomas from Maryland?
Yes, Tom from Maryland.
Yeah. A couple of months ago, I told you about seeing Ken Cavanaugh catch a touchdown in 1949. Now I'm going to fast forward to 1991. I was 50 years old, and my wife, as a present, got great tickets to the Bears New Orleans Saints game, and we flew down Superdome. And I'm watching the game, and we have to catch a flight to go home, and the game is going longer. And all around me, the Tom Waddle will remember the Saints fans are going ka-ching, ka-ching,
cha-ching,
every time something went for the Saints, and we had to leave to catch a flight, and we were going to leave early. It looked like the Bears were out of it, and there's a play that was made at the end that neither Tom have mentioned. And I think I'm right about this, and I want Tom Waddle to respond. The Saints had the ball around their 35-yard line. It was 3rd and 2, about a yard and a half. If they make the first down, they can run out the clock. I don't remember how many timeouts, but it was pretty clear. All they needed to do was make that first down. And this is the play that I think you guys are missing. The Fridge was playing left tackle at the time. He pushed the left guard of the Saints to the ground immediately, got the running back in the backfield and dropped him for about a half-yard loss, and Barnhart had a punt. That turned it around and gave the Bears the ball.
Well, Tom, that's what Tom Thayer talked about, right? Tom, like the shanked punt by Tom Barnhart.
Do you guys remember the Fridge play? Is he right?
I don't. I'll have to phone a friend.
He was 51 back then in 1991. He's 83 now.
He's sharper now than I am.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Do you remember that play, Tom?
I don't
either.
I don't remember the Fridge play. I would definitely have to look it up, but I know that I'm right about the Barnhart punt.
Well, Tom, we were probably being dog cussed by Dick Stanfell at that time while the defense was on the field. Everyone was yelling at us to try to get our asses back out there and get something done.
And it doesn't surprise me that Fridge makes a play like that either. So, to get Fridge to make a big play to get us an opportunity for where they had to punt, and it's makings in a legendary comeback by the Chicago Bears.
I've never asked you, Tom Thayer, when did Waddle win you guys over? So you're the old guard. You guys won the Super Bowl, and then there are some new guys who are coming through along the way. And Waddle's this undrafted kid from BC. And when does he earn his stripes in someone like your mind, who's on offense, who needs, and you guys need all the help you can get with wide receivers. So when does he earn stripes in your book?
I think, me and Hamp were talking about it the other day. Because Hamp was talking about, someone asked him outside the building about this Tommy Waddle guy, and Hamp had to search his memory because he's not as familiar with the offensive guys as the defense. And then Hampton goes, "Oh, that's that kid that just catches everything that you throw him." So I mean, T. Waddle developed a great reputation just by his effort at practice of diving for balls when nobody else would, making catches that put himself in harm's way, got his chin lit up, making a big catch for Harbaugh, all those types of things. So, he was endearing himself to all of us, since he came aboard, and kind of with his great resiliency stuck it out and ended up having a great career, even though, he was cut at one time.
One time.
Well, I didn't want to pile on.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. Hey, I go back to that Saints game. You remember and Tom from Maryland talked about it. Leading up to it, all we heard was cha-ching, cha-ching. There was this fast food restaurant that was running. I think it was Seth Green. Was it Seth Green, the young actor who really hadn't been discovered at the time, was the kid that was part of, I think it was Rally's Fast Food. And they were 7-0, and inside the Superdome, all you kept hearing was cha-ching because they thought they were going to be an undefeated team. Right. Do you remember that television commercial leading into it?
Yes, of course.
Cha-ching! It's all we would hear. We talked some stuff to them after.
Did you after the game?
Well, I think our team did. Yeah, I got your cha-ching right over here.
Right. Were you a trash talker at all?
Not really. I was so scared. I left every game thinking that this was going to be the game that Dick was going to cut me. So I never kind of walked around with any, have any arrogance or cockiness, because I was just waiting for Dick to rub it in my face as soon as I thought I was something special.
Hey, by the way, we were up there with Joniak.
Yeah.
Was it Wednesday? Yesterday. Wednesday. It was Wednesday. And I know that you and Jeff are best of friends. He's got a pair of Ferragamo loafers that he was wearing that I saw them and I was like, whoa, that's big money. And then Sylvia and I, we looked them up. I Googled them. They look like they're about $500.
I thought $895.
Well, I think that you can get them for $500. Did you know that Joniak was wearing $500 loafers, Ferragamo loafers?
No, I didn't.
You have no idea, huh?
No.
Big money man.
Yeah. I mean, they were old. They were older. They were aged, but they still looked good. But like, I was very impressed. I was very impressed.
Wow, I know, but I'm going to have to bring him up. I'm going to have to ask him about him tomorrow because, you know, he doesn't know my schedule well enough because he tried to call me while we were on the phone.
Oh, really? Of course he did.
I'm going to have to call and give him a piece of my mind and then ask him about these Ferragamo loafers.
Yeah. What's the most money you've ever spent on a pair of shoes?
It's the guy that wears flip-flops in Hawaii.
Right. And that, I mean, I've never bought an expensive pair of shoes. I remember growing up my whole life, my mom would get this catalog of irregular shoes. And we were able to order a pair for school every year. But yeah, I've never had an expensive pair of shoes.
You never bought like a pair of Air Jordans or anything like that?
No, I never have.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, can I ask you one more football question?
Yeah, bring it.
Justin Fields was back out there practicing today. I mean, I don't know how much he was throwing it. What is your expectation level for when he will be healthy enough to potentially take the reins over again?
Well, I think there's an evaluation process. Can he take a center quarterback exchange directly under center? Can he hand off on an RPO where the running back kind of semi-grabs the ball, and if he's going to pull it out? And is he strong enough that if he followed through and he hit his hand on the back of an offensive lineman or defensive lineman's helmet, would he able to suffer the punishment that quarterbacks go through on those circumstances? If he passed all those tests, then I would have to put him on the track of playing again. But all that evaluation process is up to he and Luke Getsy and Janocko. So, excuse me, they all have to make that decision. And you always hear you don't lose your job to injury. So, I think if he was determined to be back at 100% and could suffer some of those punishing parts of the game, then give him the opportunity to get back in there.
All right, Tom, we will talk to you in New Orleans on Sunday.
Look forward to it.
Thanks, Tom.
Tom Van. Awesome as always. He's brought to you by UI Health. 312-332-3776. If ever you hear something and you want to respond, you want to weigh in, it's about you guys, the fans. Of course, as always, we've got Waddle's World coming up. Doug Kazarian is going to join us. And don't forget, next Wednesday, Waddle and I will be out with you guys. We'll be at Twin Peaks in Oak Brook Terrace. That's next Wednesday, day before the next Bears game. We'll be at Twin Peaks, one of our favorite spots, eat, drink, scenic views. So text your friends, say, hey, next Wednesday, we got to break up the work week. We got to see our guys, Waddle and Sylvie, in Oak Brook Terrace.
Got there's another angle to the Michigan Jim Harbaugh story that's just kind of come up.
Okay. You've teased me.
Yeah.
All right.
It's an interesting...
Are you going to lead this off in Waddle's World?
Oh, that's why I mentioned it to you.
The old teaseroo.
The old teaseroo. Yeah, I got a little Michigan tease for you.
Waddle's World is coming up next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. Bears, Saints. You are in the middle of our 24/7 pregame. Here comes the ball. Join us Sunday for more than 12 hours of coverage. At 7, Jeff Miller has the Fantasy Football Show. At 8, Black and Abdallah bring you pregame tailgate. At 10, Lance Briggs, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman with the Bears Network pregame. At noon, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. Here comes the ball. Bring you the call of the game. Followed by 4 hours of postgame. Peggy Kaczynski, Yurko, Jason McKee, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Miller. Bears and Saints live from New Orleans. Sunday. On the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Guys, it's time to start drinking some wine tonight. The weekend is here. Grab a bottle of 19 Crimes wine. It tells the story of heroes who beat the odds and overcame adversity to become legends. 19 Crimes is unapologetic by nature, disruptive by design, and they believe obedience gets you nowhere. Bottom line is 19 Crimes is a wine that's got attitude, and they're not sorry about it. You can pick up the rich and spicy red blend, which I love, or the subtly sweet Cab. Waddle would probably love that one. You can swip it, you can sip it, you can swirl it. I combine sip and swirl into one. You can swirl it, you can tilt it, or don't. You just enjoy it. You drink it. You watch a game. You have it with dinner. You bring it to a party. Whatever you want. And plus, they've got new Cali cocktails this fall. So pick those up wherever you buy your alcohol. Enjoy responsibly. 19 Crimes, TWE Imports, Sonoma, California.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. It's November. Are you ready to make some money? It's Breeders' Cup weekend. We had another monster week last week, 3-1 in the NFL. We are absolutely dialed in football and basketball. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get the weekend for as little as $149, or everything through the end of November for as little as $449 or $599 with hoops. That's FatJackSports.com. The plays are emailed or texted to you. They will get you into profit. We're on a 22-6 run. Get signed up today and win.
If you've taken my advice and visited one of the Pride Store's 16 Chicagoland locations, then you know. You know it's not your typical convenience store. Amazing food, coffee, customer service, everything you need. But man, their selection of beer, wine, and spirits is truly unbelievable. A perfect mix of quality wines at every price point. A wide array of local craft beer, and man, oh man, their liquor selection and private barrel picks, second to none, believe me. Check out one of their 16 Chicagoland locations, proudly offering BP or Amoco gasoline with Invigorate.
The office Secret Santa party is beyond lame. Mark's gift was a staple remover. That's when you pull out Illinois Lottery instant tickets. For everyone. Scratch away with the Illinois Lottery. Be smart, play smart. Must be 18 years or older to play.
Where can living well take you? Well, anywhere you want. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we understand greater all-around health starts by making sure greater access to health care is all around you. It's why Blue Cross is committed to advancing and simplifying the healthcare experience for our members, no matter the state you find yourself in. We'll be forever by your side, always elevating your healthcare well beyond.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Draft the ultimate lunch lineup starting at $7.99. Choose from a combination of half sandwiches, soups, salads, and more. Only at Twin Peaks.
Carmen and Yurko, the next Friday football feast is at Buffalo Wild Wings in Schaumburg. It's November 17th and is brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, Miller Lite, and Alta Equipment.
Please feast responsibly.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Every week, our friends at Great Clips help us find the great and celebrate the 25 greatest moments in the past 25 years of ESPN 1000. Find the Great on the Waddle and Sylvie Show is sponsored by Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Pete after portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
Let's get weird. Waddle's World brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wintrust Community Banks. They are Chicago's banks. Find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank. Visit wintrust.com/find us. Member FDIC. You know what's happened to me recently? I forgot to mention this the other day. Not that anybody gives a rat's ass, but I've gone down the TikTok wormhole, kind of, and find myself struggling to get out of it.
You're fascinated by it.
I don't have any interest in creating a TikTok.
Right, but watch it.
But some of the stuff that you see on it.
Yeah.
Or not even TikTok. Is it Reels? Is it
Yeah.
Reels?
So you're watching on Instagram.
Whatever it is. Like, I watch old concerts and old musicians playing and stuff. Like, I'm not watching crazy stuff.
So
Like,
you're not watching, like, stuff that people are creating today? So
not
you're
really. Like,
wait,
when Prince does
it
the...
sounds like you're
at
watching
the,
YouTube, is
could
what you're
be,
saying.
Could be.
You're just watching old concerts?
Like when Prince played at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, My Guitar Gently Weeps. I saw that. It's like a 6-minute video. And then there's other things that are going on. And then you see all the big houses for all of the really rich people in different places. So you can check out all their houses from the aerial shots.
I thought you meant like some of the content that's being produced by, you know, some of the social media creators.
No.
Well, you're not watching that.
No, my daughter Leah does that. I can walk into my house and she's sitting in a chair for 2 straight hours just cackling.
I like the pranks. You know me, I'm a big prank guy.
Yeah, you like more than that. You like people getting hurt and fighting going on.
Well,
too.
the fight videos, I want them to stop, but as long as they're there, I'll consume them. I also like the guy who walks around Target and Walmart and
farting.
Farts. Yes,
I like that as well.
I love it.
He takes the thing and
the latest one is he got punched.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he got punched. I just saw that last night after the football game.
Yeah. This is like new for me, though. This is like happened this week. I never used to do this. But I think I've struggled to find something to watch. Instead of, like, the World Series, totally boring. So,
Have you watched the Uber show that I've told you about?
Not yet.
Netflix? It's not bad. Good
My wife's
cast.
got a tennis match tonight, so maybe I'll go home and watch television.
Did you watch the Dads movie? The
Not
old
yet.
Dads? That's good, too.
Not yet.
Very funny. The
Yeah.
opening scene is fantastic. I mean, like, very true about the difference in parenting today versus yesteryear.
Just thought that was that was weird. I found myself caught in the TikTok or the Reels web and couldn't get out. I can see how it can become addictive.
Sure. Well, look, what did we used to do 20 years ago? We used to take the remote and we used to channel surf.
Yeah.
We would go channel by channel and we would stop when something would catch our eye. What are we doing with our cell phones? It's the exact same
you're
thing.
right.
You're going from reel to reel until something catches your eye.
Well,
it's no different.
There's with the writer's strike and all the other stuff, like some of the stupid shows that I also watch, like The Curse of Oak Island has been off. It comes back on Tuesday or Monday, so I'll start up that again. So I found myself caught in the web of Reels and TikTok. I never thought that would happen, but oh God, I'm disappointed in myself.
Don't be. Embrace it.
Injury report was released earlier. We talked about it a bit. Brisker is out for this game, as is Nate Davis. Tremaine Edmonds is out as well. Terrell Smith still out. Eddie Jackson, full participant today. He's good to go. Justin Fields was limited participation. He is listed as doubtful. I find it hard to believe that they would ever put him out there. Who knows with my favorite team? Don't know. And also, what else did I say? Who were we talking about a little bit earlier? And Braxton Jones is questionable, full participant, but he's what's the name of the list that he's on? He's not. They have to take him off of this list.
He's on the injured reserve, but he's in the window, the 21-day window designated to return.
Yes, so I don't expect him to be activated for this game, but good to know that he's out there and he's practicing. And by the way, the injury report is brought to you by Costa Ivoni, personal injury lawyers. I teased you with the Michigan story.
Yeah.
I guess Justin Pottinger, who's in for Tyler, told me that this is a pretty legitimate site. It's called On3 Sports, right, Justin? How would you describe it?
Yes, sir. I get all my college football, college basketball, all the news from there.
Come on, don't call me sir. I'm
How
not
old
that
are
old.
you, Justin?
Yeah, I
Me?
apologize. Call him
I'm
Mr.
23.
Watt.
I apologize,
It's Mr.
Mr.
Watt.
Watt.
You stop yourself. No, but tell me again about On3 Sports.
It's good source. I trust it.
Okay. The report here, I'm going to go with it.
They've never
I'm gonna go. He was,
steered him wrong
he was
before.
in Kansas last week, dunking the crossbar into the lake.
Swimming in the lake.
Please, gentlemen, before I give you the Michigan story, why did you dopes want to take the goalpost and throw it in the pond as opposed
we
to
don't know
doing
how to
something else with
win.
it?
We don't know how to win.
But you don't know how to celebrate either.
I guess not.
You guys, you were part of. You took the goalpost.
We did.
And dumped it in a pond.
Carried it a mile over our shoulders, dropped it in the pond. It was
And
our
then it's
Super
gone
Bowl.
forever. But I know it's your Super Bowl, but then it's gone.
It is. It is. I feel bad for the people that have to go and get a chain and a truck, get that out of the pond. But you know what?
Were you guys chanting to the lake? To the lake?
Yeah, everyone knew. That's like they had security out in front of the goalpost, like right when the game ended. They knew that's what we were going to try and do.
How
but
far of
didn't
a
last.
haul is it
It's
to
like
go?
a mile uphill too. Yeah, it's far.
How long did it take for whoever was carrying this?
Yeah, probably 20-minute walk. Had to have been.
How many people had to carry it?
So many people. There's got to be a video. It was crazy.
What were you
though.
doing at the time?
Dude, I don't even know what I was doing. I can't remember.
Were you hammered?
It was fun.
Why not take it out to a field and like build a bonfire in the middle of it and have a goalpost bonfire and drink and get drunk
then the following day or 2 days later, have somebody come in and
erect it.
And erect it. I was going to say it more, and then I was like, is that right? Yeah. And put it up so it's like it's a statue, and you can actually kick field goals. And
We should have.
But you guys threw it in a freaking pond.
We did.
Instead of the graveyard of
I'm smiling.
goalposts.
You see the smile on my face? Like, it was the best weekend ever, man.
It's like
it was
the
awesome.
the Hall of Fame of goalposts. This is when, and you write the date of the win, and you collect them.
I haven't seen him this happy since he went apple picking like a month ago.
He's very young and naive.
He is.
He'll learn. It's not much fun.
It may have been the second best day of his life after the apple picking.
Yeah.
In a power ranking for young Justin Pottinger.
Wow. That's just weird. That's weird.
Hey, what do we have? Oklahoma State this weekend? Or no,
Is it
we
like
just
that?
lost.
No, Iowa. I think it's Iowa State.
Iowa
State.
State.
You don't even know.
So,
They're
we
the
just
thing.
lost Oklahoma State.
That's a true
Iowa State
Kansas
coming
football
up.
fan right there.
We'll win. Hey, dude, if we beat Oklahoma State, last week we would have been top 15. We
You
would have
weren't
been
in
talking.
Oklahoma State was playing Cincinnati last week.
And
2 weeks ago.
Oklahoma State's playing Oklahoma, the team you just beat.
They did. Yes, that's this week.
I know the schedule.
Was the last time you had the Big 12 schedule down better than him?
He went to Kansas.
That's why he's throwing goalposts in a creek.
He threw his brain in the pond, too.
Yes.
What do you do with the goalposts at the powerhouse Boston College when you guys?
They don't come down. Yeah,
you just leave them hanging out?
There's not enough people in the stadium to actually get the goalposts down.
He scored under the goalpost, though.
That's what I'm asking. So what do you do at a powerhouse like Boston College?
Listen, you leave them up. There aren't enough people, Jeff, that go to the games to actually tear the goalpost down.
But back in the day when you were playing, there was.
We did not have enough people in the stands to tear the goalpost
Really?
down.
What would
I didn't
you
realize
draw?
that.
30,000?
People?
Is that terrible? What does it see?
Well, they're not a
50?
bunch of drunk morons like the folks tearing stuff down in Kansas.
Kansas usually draws much less than 30 for a game.
Really?
Yeah, for a football game?
I don't think there was 12,000 people at the last BC game. I watched all of it. They played UConn. They probably paid UConn $2 million to come to campus, and they barely got by them. That's what we do.
And what'd you pay Northern to beat you?
Oh, probably $1 million too,
Yeah.
something like that. But we've won 5 in a row now.
Money well
We have
spent.
5 in a row. Who's Loyola got tonight, Meller? And what? That's what I thought. Anyway, Michigan is currently in possession of documents that could link the private investigators behind the sign-stealing scandal back to Ohio State. Yes! This is awesome if it's true.
This is like a whodunit movie.
Yes!
Oh, yeah? Well, the killer is actually in Columbus.
Yes! Look, as a lot of people have said, who cares who found out that they were doing it wrong? I think it's better that if in fact it is true that it was Ohio State initiated than if it was just somebody else randomly.
So wait, what are they really saying? Are they saying that the whole cheating started with Ohio State and they had to up their game?
Several sources, no, that's not the case. Several sources at Michigan and in the media tell the Wolverine.com they are gathering evidence on two private investigators they believe are behind the investigation into the University of Michigan's alleged illegal on-site scouting. The same sources also believe the two are responsible for the media leaks that have kept the story in the news for weeks. Both allegedly have ties to Ohio State head coach Ryan Day's family.
So wait, are you saying that the leaks have come from Ohio State?
Not just that, but the initiated investigation came from Ohio State. Again, this is allegedly. From what's it called, Justin? On 3 Sports?
On 3 Sports.
Well, what does that mean?
Both allegedly, the two investigators are talking about, allegedly have ties to Ohio State head coach Ryan Day's family members.
Oh, the investigators.
That's what they're saying. Reporters are working to put the pieces together.
Okay, now
but we know Michigan is currently in possession of documents that could link one of the alleged investigators to Day's younger brother, Timothy Day. The other they suspect is linked to Day's brother, Christopher, and was also a classmate of Tim Day's in New Hampshire. One currently runs a private investigation firm in Manchester, New Hampshire, Day's hometown.
Hello, Michigan. This is Private Investigator Day. I'm here to investigate your cheating scandal.
This is all allegedly, but wouldn't that make this juicy as hell?
Yes, it's a good movie.
This makes the story even better. By the way, Ryan Day, he was a wide receivers coach at Boston College for a couple of years.
Does he dye his hair and his beard?
I don't know if he dyes his hair, but the beard is very jet black.
Jet black.
Yeah. I don't hate him for it.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah. You know what? I kind of like it's a letdown right now after that story. I was all jacked up about it.
Well, it's a good time for... What? If you want to break, then regroup.
No, I want to tell you that Major League Baseball free agency will begin 5 o'clock Eastern time on Monday.
You know how that goes, though. Usually most of the deals don't happen till later. Till after a couple meetings. They have 2 rounds of meetings.
Your heartbreak can start at 5 or 4 p.m. Central Time on Monday.
We're going to...
Shohei and Cody Bellinger headline the Major League Baseball free agent market.
I think Yankees or Mets for Cody.
Maybe Phillies.
Yankees.
Maybe Phillies.
His dad played for the Yankees. I will tell you right here, right now. The Cubs will land one of these 3. Gotcha. You ready for this?
Blake Snell.
No. What this is your list or my list?
Aaron Nola.
The Cubs.
Jordan Montgomery.
The Cubs will land one of these 3. Shohei Ohtani, Cody Bellinger,
or Lucas Giolito,
or Juan Soto. One of those 3 will play for the Cubs this season.
So 2 of those would have to be by trade, right?
One will be by trade.
Well, you said, I'm sorry, you said Soto or?
Shohei or Bellinger.
Oh, Bellinger. Okay, not Pete Alonso.
No. I gave you those 3.
Wow.
So you would be disappointed?
How will you feel if none of that comes to be?
I'll be a tad disappointed. Now, if they get Alonso, that's good. I like the others better.
You will make an Alonso prediction?
Well, they've certainly been linked to him by numerous reports.
No, they were linked to Cody Bellinger all year last year as well.
During the season?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's on my list. So one of those 3 will play for the Cubs. I think they've got a good chance to get Soto.
What's it going to cost you? Pitcher? One of your pitchers?
You know, the stuff that I've read is, A, you've got to take back some salary because the Padres are basically broke. So you've got to take back another bad contract or two. And then they want young, controllable players who don't cost you anything.
Did the Padres take out some sort of loan to cover some
50
some
mil,
costs?
I think it was.
Most importantly, before we go to break, cup noodles are finally going to be microwave friendly. So if in fact that is part of your dietary stuff.
What kind of noodles?
Cup noodles. I guess this is a very you eat expensive food now, but for those that are on a budget,
I keep thinking of the ramen noodles, which were always microwavable.
not these. These are new ones. These are the ones that the kids are eating, like Justin Pottinger. That's it. When we come back, we will do a little something we call Florida or Ohio. That's it.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
You've been led to believe that healthcare is expensive because frivolous lawsuits drive up the cost of doctors' malpractice insurance. While big insurance wants you to believe this, it's actually one of the biggest lies out there, and there are two reasons why. First, before you're able to file a lawsuit, an independent doctor is required to review the medical records, which can cost thousands of dollars with no guarantee that they'll find medical negligence. And obviously, since most families can't afford this cost, they have to find a lawyer who can. Second, despite the large sum of money that lawyers front on malpractice cases, a recent study shows that 80% of the time at trial, the doctor or hospital wins. That means that in 4 out of 5 cases at trial, the lawyer not only didn't earn a fee, but also lost tens or even hundreds of thousands of their own dollars. So why would lawyers risk their own money filing a frivolous medical malpractice case? Answer, they wouldn't. For over 50 years, the Verdoliak Law Group has risked our own money helping those injured by medical negligence. Call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Don't miss out on the best gaming in Chicagoland. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, where we're sure to have the action you crave. The choice is yours with a world-class selection of over 1,700 slots and 80 table games. Enjoy some of your favorite games like blackjack, roulette, craps, and baccarat. A roll of the dice or a spin of the reels, and you could be a winner. Live life at max volume at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through November 15th, new customers can get 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Advantage Acura of Naperville, the #1 volume Acura dealer in Chicagoland. They have the largest inventory of new Acuras. Plus, they offer a 5% price match guarantee. Visit them today at Advantage Acura of Naperville or online at AdvantageAcura.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality, value, and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Swing for the fences with Lou Malnati's Pizza. Celebrate game day for your Chicago team with Lou Malnati's. Open for indoor and outdoor dining and serving hungry fans everywhere. Available for delivery, carry-out, catering, and private events. Order Chicago's legendary deep dish online at LouMalnati's.com, through their app, or visit one of Lou's Chicagoland locations. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey, it's the good kid. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday prices all month long on top brands like GE, Cafe, and more. Skip the lines. Save now at GrandAppliance.com or your local showroom. My friends at Grand Appliance are known for outstanding service, expert advice, and unbeatable appliance deals. I'm telling you, Grand Appliance is the go-to place for a great deal. Buy local. Go to GrandAppliance.com. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance experts since 1930.
Get big savings and big rewards during Pro-Vember at Lowe's. Right now, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt products and save $200 on a DeWalt sliding compound miter saw. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on Little Giant products and save $70 on a Little Giant multi-position 14-foot ladder. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 11/22.
Some people just know that a perfect football field is all about the details. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate. Take the head groundskeeper, for example.
Hands at 10 and 2. 90-degree turns, perfect stripes every time.
He knows, because he's done this 100 times. Just like he knows that paying attention on the road can save safe drivers 40% with Allstate.
Saving 40% is based on the national average premium savings for Allstate auto customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Before we go to the nonsense of Florida or Ohio, I wanted to mention a shout out, a happy birthday to my buddy Mike Bumpus's mother-in-law. You've probably met Mike. Played with him at Boston College. He was an offensive lineman. He used to live in Naperville and used to come to all of our different remotes. But his mother-in-law is 87 today. Wow. She lives in Wheaton. She's a huge lifelong Bears fan who actually bought Sid Luckman's season tickets for Bears games 40 years ago.
What?
Yes. And she does occasionally listen to this show, but she also is very much enjoys the game of football, watches her grandsons play. My buddy Bumpy's son plays at Brown. Big Mike is what we call him, but it's her 87th birthday today, Mary Garvin, and she occasionally listens to this nonsensical show and is a huge Bears fan, so I just wanted to wish her a happy birthday.
Mary Garvin, happy birthday.
Yeah, 87.
That is awesome. The Waddle birthday. May the Waddle birthday treat you well.
Amen. And with that said, let's get to some more nonsense with Florida or Ohio.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness. Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
There's no chance that if I would have brought up a Mary Garvin, that you would not have let it go by without bringing up Fred Garvin.
Fred Garvin is one of my favorite characters in the history of Saturday Night Live.
But since it was your
Fred Garvin, male prostitute.
Florida, Ohio, brought to you by 19 Crimes Wine. 19 Crimes is unapologetic by nature, disruptive by design, and they believe obedience gets you nowhere. So check out the wine aisle and start defying the rules with 19 Crimes Wine. Today, it is awesome. It is the weekend. Start drinking.
Start drinking.
Yeah.
And please drink responsibly.
I added that. That's not their motto. I added that part.
Yeah, that's Silver's motto.
Start drinking. What do you got here?
All right, guys, I got it for you today. A
bunch of idiots tore down a goalpost and threw it in the lake.
Here we go. All right, Florida or Ohio, boys. A bear went trick-or-treating in a suburb. And I'm trying to go around the words here. In a suburb neighborhood and helped itself to a mouthful of candy from an unattended bowl.
I don't think there are any bears in Ohio. Maybe there are.
There are bears in every state. We've done this research.
Yes. I think there are more bears in Florida, though.
And I told you this, I recently saw on Instagram a bear walking in a downtown area of a Florida city.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with, I think it's that same bear, a matter of fact, who looked hungry. And I'm going to go Florida.
I'm going to go Florida, too. I'm going to go Jupiter, Florida. It may have been Jimbo. It may be Jimbo walking
around
grabbing
Jimbo
some
lives,
candy.
in Jupiter, Florida?
But Jimbo's very successful, and there are a lot of successful people live in Jupiter, Florida.
I'm going to go West Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay, that's also a very affluent spot.
Can we confirm that it wasn't just a very elaborate costume, a bear costume?
Oh, that's a good point.
It was a black bear.
Are you sure about that?
I am positive.
Based on the story. You know what? I will go with Florida as well, boys. So clean sweep it.
Sweet. Yeah, guys. It was Lake Mary, Florida.
Lake Mary, Florida.
Perry and her kid saw the black bear, and I believe, Sylvie, you saw the video because I'm looking at this video right now, and it has to be the one that you saw. But it's crazy. This is pretty intense.
The black bear is not nearly as, like the grizzly bear, much bigger and more violent, right? The black bear, you don't want to tangle with it, but it is not the predator that the grizzly bear is it?
There's that phrase, again, when I watched Cocaine Bear about the brown, something about what you do when you see the
grizzly bear?
No, the different color of the bear.
Okay. Because the grizzly
I don't want to
bear's
mangle
brown.
this thing, yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know the saying. I'm just saying I think a
There's
grizzly
a saying
bear
with this. When
the grizzly bear, I believe, is much more of a fierce kind of
I think
scary
grizzly
animal.
is when you lie down and try to like not move, and a black bear might be when you try and get big.
Yeah,
when you
it's
get
one
big,
or the
right,
other. One or the other.
It's kind of an important detail.
It is important. Got to know.
Yeah, you've got to know. It's not the one or the other thing can't.
Or you sing your fight song to
I
it
get a
and see what
50-50
happens.
chance I'm going to let big.
Up there, bear. Maul's your ass. Oh, hell, that was wrong.
I'm supposed to lie down, damn
Try
it.
again.
Fight dead. I should have fight dead. Now I am dead. Damn it. All right, coming up next, Doug Kazarian has yourself all the picks of the weekend. And how about Waddle? We got some shirts from one of Waddle's favorite people, but Waddle didn't know which person gave him the shirt. We'll hear that coming up next. A lot of favorite people.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Bears, Saints. Kickoff at noon, Sunday, on the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's your good friend Tom Waddle here to tell you about the best banking team in all of Chicago, our good friends and partners at Wintrust. And just like a perfectly designed play, Wintrust creates a game plan to help you reach all of your financial goals. Like a checking account for your family, a first savings account for your kids, financial planning for your retirement, or maybe a loan for your local business. Whatever the need, Wintrust has the right game plan for you. Wintrust, team of bankers, lenders, mortgage experts, and wealth and treasury management professionals all stand ready for any play life throws your way. So come check out Chicago's Bank. And when you open a new Total Access checking account today, you'll get a special $300 offer. Visit wintrust.com/TAC or visit them at any of their nearby locations to get to know your banker. Wintrust, proud to call this city home. $100 is required to open. Requirements to qualify. Must use link to apply. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
What's up? It's Tyler Rocky. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is super easy to use, plus they offer a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, future bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Tyler and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Tyler. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now at Menards, save big money on your next project with 11% off everything. Maximize your storage space with Dakota Closets. We offer a variety of finishes to match your style with our great selection of customizable closets. Get 11% off all closet systems now at Menards. Stop in and save big money today. Good through November 5th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse, and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Today, football is a game of sound. What if you couldn't hear your coach's play calls? What if you couldn't hear the referee's whistle? For deaf and hard of hearing athletes like me, these what ifs are a reality. But with the AT&T 5G helmet, now we can see play calls just like the other teams hear them.
Connect the player, change the game. Learn more at att.com/5G helmet. Connecting changes everything. AT&T. AT&T is a proud supporter of the Gallaudet Bison AT&T 5G helmet, not for sale.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about two things. Easy cleanup with the Ryobi 18-volt ONE+ Whisper Series leaf blower. And football. That's right, Reese Davis. With variable speed, it has the power for when you really need it and just the right amount when you don't. And the ONE+ battery platform means you go from yard work to DIY in just a click, so you can get projects done faster. Which means more time for football. For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Ryobi and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, live from the Old National Bank Studio. WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
So this was sent to us in the mail from a guy that you love.
Mike Ditka.
I have a package in the mail.
From a guy I love. Let me guess who it's from.
This is one of your biggest. This is a package from one of your biggest man crushes.
Pete Rose.
This is from someone.
John Collins.
This is from someone and two great men.
Mike Ditka.
Think more current man crush. Those are men.
Kyle Schwarber.
Now you got one of the names.
Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Long.
You've got the first.
Evel Knievel.
You've got the first name right, but you've not named him correctly.
Kyle Shanahan. Did I just say Kyle Shanahan?
You said Kyle Shanahan. Yes, but not. That is not incorrect. That is incorrect.
Kyle.
Doesn't even know his own man crush.
Kyle.
You love this guy. You rave
Kyle
about
Shanahan. It's just like
I know you love Kyle Shanahan.
But that's his name.
I know, but you love this guy.
Give me another hint. Don't give me a big one.
He's your favorite guy on television. In sports media, is your favorite guy.
Oh, Kyle Brandt.
Kyle Brandt sent us these.
Come on, did he? Look at that.
So
that's the Deontay Foreman Angry Runs t-shirt?
Yes. That's right. I'm wearing it right now. You can see it on Twitch.
Listen,
we put it on our videos.
Kyle Busch. Neither one of us is going to win the $100,000 pyramid. Kyle from South Park.
Kyle Fuller. All of your favorite Kyles.
Kyle Chandler. Those aren't my favorite Kyles. I gave you mine. I gave you Kyle Shanahan 3 times.
Is it Kyle Shanahan? Damn it! It is not Kyle Shanahan.
Listen, I don't want you as my $100,000 pyramid game partner either. Gary Kubiak. But your guesses or your clues suck. John Elway. Say it louder. Mike McDaniel.
That was you saying it louder.
Play the start of that again and tell me that he's helping me in any way, shape, or form.
So this was sent to us in the mail from a guy that you love. A guy who you love.
I love a lot of people.
I have a package in the mail.
From a guy I love. Let me guess who it's from.
This is one of your biggest... Take a picture. Coach Ditka down there in Florida right now. Like, who knows what's going on with Coach Ditka these days? He's sealing up a package and sending something up north to Tom Waddle.
Don't know.
Sure.
Don't know.
You know what, Diane? I got to send something up.
Diana.
I got to send something up there to my guy, Tom Waddle.
And you know why? Because it's Saints week. And you remember the last time we beat the Saints?
I used to coach there, too. I traded my whole draft for Ricky Williams.
Keep going, Miller. I want to see, listen, when who was it that used to, who was the guy? Dick Clark used to be the host of 100,000.
I used to love that game.
$100,000 pyramid.
Mm-hmm. Imagine
my partner over here, Dick Clark.
I didn't.
Dick Clark
was the host.
The $64,000 pyramid.
I didn't know I was supposed to be giving you clues fast and furious.
You're trying to make me guess, and this is the crap that you were giving me.
I said it's your favorite, one of your favorite guys. It's your favorite Kyle then. Kyle this, Kyle that, Kyle Shanahan.
Let's go back.
Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan.
Let's go back.
It's not Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, that's fair. Go back to the beginning.
We can't pause it, so we got to let it play through. Otherwise,
again?
Come on.
So this was sent to us in the mail from a guy that you love. I have a package in the mail.
From a guy I love. Let me guess who it's from.
This is one of your biggest... This is a package from one of your biggest man crushers.
Pete Rose.
This is from someone...
Doug Collins.
This is from someone in two great men.
Mike
Ditka. Think more current man crush.
I don't know what that meant. Kyle Schwarber.
I think I had a seizure in the middle of that.
Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Long.
You got the first
Evil Knievel.
You've got the first name right, but you've not named him correctly.
Kyle Shanahan. Did I just say Kyle Shanahan?
Kyle Shanahan. You know what I was saying? Two great men. I was saying Ditka and Doug Collins were two great men. I was reacting in real time. Even though his own man crush.
Kyle.
You love this guy. You rave
Kyle
about
Shanahan. It's just like
I know you love Kyle Shanahan.
But that's his name.
I know, but you love this guy.
Give me another hint. Don't give me a big one.
He's your favorite guy on television. He's thinking about the Rockford Files now. In sports media, is your favorite guy.
Kyle Brandt.
Kyle Brandt sent us.
You finally went to sports media. It took you 30 minutes to get to sports media.
This is a trivia question. I didn't know I had to give you 80 clues to get it.
You were telling me a man crush of mine in any walk of life, Kyle Brandt, who I love, would have never come into my brain until you said in sports media.
Send this whole...
He doesn't want to hear that crap.
Kyle Brandt and Shanahan.
You know what he's going to say? You know what he's going to say? He's going to say, stop bothering me. This is what Kyle Brandt's going to say. Stop bothering me. If I knew this is what I was going to get into with sending you two clowns a T-shirt.
No wonder I don't come on anymore locally on local radio.
Yeah.
Because this is what I deal with in local radio. This is why I stick with just network television.
Playing a game of charades, Mellor?
I didn't know it was a game.
If you're going to draft your top teammate in charades, don't spend a high draft pick on him.
All right, well, let's try and do it. I didn't know we were playing $100,000 pyramid.
How in the world am I going to guess that it's Kyle Brandt until you do give me the brilliant guess or the brilliant clue of sports media? Under no circumstances did you ever say anything sports media for the first 40 seconds.
You don't stop talking about Kyle Brandt. You don't.
I don't stop talking about Kyle Shanahan or Kyle Schwarber or Coach Ditka.
Why would Kyle Shanahan? Why would Evil Knievel just died? Why would Kyle Shanahan ever send you a thing?
Why would Kyle Brandt ever send me?
Because he grew up a big Bears fan. He likes us.
He doesn't like us.
He likes us.
That's just you projecting and wanting him to like us.
I think he likes us.
No, he doesn't.
I hope he likes us.
That's fine, but here we go again.
Can we get to Ducky?
I love Kyle Brandt's stuff. If as soon as you said it, I drank his television stuff. Actually, I probably love his Musk as well. When we had the sports television or the sports media draft, who had the #1 pick?
Yes, that's
and
what
who
I
did
mean.
I take? Who did I take?
No, I said I gave you kudos. I was surprised that you went Kyle Brandt with the #1 overall pick when we were building a broadcast team.
Okay, that's right, because I do love him. He's my favorite sports broadcaster.
It was outside the box thinking because we were all thinking play-by-play guy, analyst, sideline reporter.
If you wanted me to get it quickly,
I did. I wanted it to be
drag it out. You could have easily said one of your favorite sports broadcasters, your man crush. Boom, Kyle Brandt. I'm the
two great men.
What'd you say?
Two great men. I was responding though to you saying
and
to Doug Collins and Coach Ditka, and I love that you think that there's Coach.
Sending me sending me something. Yeah.
Get me my envelope. Get me some
He's definitely not sending you one, mister.
You need to send Tommy Waddle something.
What would be in that package from Coach Ditka?
It's a good question.
What would be in that package from Kyle Shanahan?
Nothing.
Right.
He's never thought
Evil
of you.
Knievel.
Maybe a tooth.
Why a tooth?
When he fell off the bike.
Is he alive?
No, he just died. I think he just died.
He's been dead for a while.
I thought didn't he just die?
Like just 2011.
Did he die a while ago?
I think it's been a while.
Define just.
I thought I read recently.
When did listen? This is evil. Didn't you have the Evil Knievel thing that toy is?
I had every Evil Knievel toy.
Cycle.
The stunt cycle.
Evil Knievel's been dead since 2007.
That's when we started the show. It was just yesterday.
Just died. He just died.
Who just died? That was the stuntman. Didn't the stuntman just die?
Cross Sylvia for Trivial Pursuit as well.
How about Pictionary? Do you know how to draw anything? Can you draw?
No.
Just penises on your car.
Booze fast?
Yes.
Can you be like a drinking partner?
I can hang it.
Yeah, can you do that?
That's about it.
Evil Knievel has just passed away. It was November 30th of 2007.
I have breaking news. Evil Knievel is gone too soon.
Maybe you were confused.
16 years ago.
It's the same month. It wasn't November of 2007.
I thought of Knievel.
Maybe Robbie Knievel, his son. Did we just put him in the ground too early? Robbie Knievel. Died in 2023, January 13th of 2023.
I was thinking of Robbie. Robbie, who probably took up the family business.
No, he was a farmer. Of course he was. What do you think? I mean, probably took up the family business.
I knew he had
What do the Knievels do?
I knew we just
They're not
mourned.
truckers.
I knew we just buried a Knievel. I knew we did.
The family business. Hi, my name's Robbie Knievel. We're movers. We'd like to move you.
I
You're
love
moving
to.
from one house to the next.
I'm your insurance agent. I am a Robbie Knievel.
I'm Sylvie too. We just buried. Did you have a shovel or were you a pallbearer?
Welcome to the Knievel moving family.
Should we break now and come back? How should we do?
Keep this going. Pick it up. Put it down.
Pick what up?
Your self-respect. Right now, pick it up.
No,
pick it up. It's on the ground.
It's left
pick
the
it
building.
Up. Pick it up.
It's not even in the studio
You're
anymore.
usually good with old people and when they've passed away.
I knew that a Knievel died in 2023.
I think Evil Knievel just left us.
Robbie Knievel.
But that was like 11 months ago, 10 months ago. That's not yesterday.
Well, this year. All right, should we get to Doug Kazarian?
Yes.
All right, he's brought to you by Toyota. Toyota, let's go places. Doug obviously has a new show. You can find it on his website. You can find it also on YouTube. It is called onlyplayers.com. He keeps track of all of his plays. He's outstanding at what he does. Obviously, he used to work on ESPN.com, but onlyplayers.com is where you find the television show and all of his plays. We asked him about the Bears game. 8.5 is the line. The Bears are an underdog, and does he have a good feel for this game in the least?
The answer is no, because they're the Bears, but I think they faced the Chargers in like the worst time possible. The Chargers were off back-to-back losses, must win. I believe heading into a bye. Like, everything was working against the Bears. They had no shot before the game started. So I think the Bears will look a little better. I don't think the Saints are that impressive. I just think it just comes down to, can the Bears do anything offensively, and can they do anything defensively once you get Taysom Hill involved and things like that?
What do you make of this Saints team, though? They have shown a little bit of life. Their offense has gotten a little bit of rhythm with Alvin Kamara back in the fold. They've got some guys that can actually put some numbers on.
Yeah, I mean, getting Kamara back is enormous. So I'm not going to overreact. I think their quarterback's weak. He just is. And I think it's a defensive-minded coach. I think he's a weak link, too. So carving up the Colts doesn't do much for me, because the Colts have been giving up yards and points to everyone. I mean, even Philip Walker was doing well against the Colts defense. So I'm not going to overreact. And, the Saints played the Jags before that. I think we're going to see a lot of low-scoring games when they play real defense. Like the game before that, they lost 20-13 to the Texans. So I think we need to kind of see it play out a little bit. I don't know if the Saints have all of a sudden figured out their offense.
The NFL card this week, after not liking it here in the last couple of weeks, is a good one. We've got morning football as well overseas. It's Chiefs and Dolphins. I got a couple of questions about this.
Do we call that morning wood? I mean, a game like that?
That's
we call that morning wood?
We wake up with morning wood.
I'm just saying, like, and if you play the Chiefs, the favorite in the game, I mean, like, I think we've got something here. I think we got a marketing campaign.
Morning wood.
Morning wood.
I like it.
Doug doesn't want any piece of that conversation.
It's called You're Laying Lumber.
That's right.
Oh. Morning wood.
Morning wood.
So are you going to lay the wood?
I'm not. I'm on the underdog here. And it really has nothing to do with last week's performance by Kansas City. I mean, Mahomes under the weather, it's a little banged up. It's more about the teams that arrive early. So there's kind of two approaches, right? You either get there super early in the week and then adjust your body clock, or you get there super late and don't have to adjust at all, and you're not jet lagged. So the teams that have gotten there early, like the Dolphins did, it's played out better for them. And I just think the Dolphins have run into trouble on the road against the Bills and Eagles. I don't think what those teams do and did in those matchups is what the Chiefs do. Now, obviously, you run the risk of Patrick Mahomes being Patrick Mahomes, and that's fine. And that happens, and, I bet against Steph Curry last weekend as well, and it sucked when I lost. But it happens. So I just think the Dolphins can carve up this Chiefs defense, and, you can kind of you got to make Mahomes be incredible to beat you, and he usually is. But if that's the only way you lose, I'm okay with that.
Dumb question, but Travis Kelce was quoted as saying this, and you keep seeing all the graphics up about when Taylor Swift is there and when she's not there. And I know he said this, he was half kidding. He was asked about whether or not Taylor Swift is going to be there. And he responded, again, half joking, I don't want to say if she's going to be there or not, because I know it affects the lines. Because when she's there, we do well and I do well. And we know there's no real connection there, because he's good and they're good anyway. But do you find that humorous that he doesn't want to touch it? And is there any correlation whether or not Taylor Swift is there?
Well, I like that he says it and hell doesn't freeze over, and that there's like headlines. Oh my God, a player mentioned gambling in a post-game press conference or whatever. Like, betting has arrived, and I like that we're there as a kind of entity, that we can talk about a point spread, not in like an insider fixed game concept, but just like, hey, when Patrick Mahomes slides against the Jets, hey, that affected the point spread, and he laughs, and we move on to the next question. Like, I like that we're there in terms of like a palpable thing that's like fine.
Right, that it's not taboo. Right, that it's part of the game, just like anything else.
Like, fantasy, whatever. But in terms of like it actually mattering, no. And this is what I talk about with like betting trends and things like that. You guys know that there's a lot of moving parts every week, right? So when someone's like, "Oh, the Bears have covered 4 straight," that when they play in the Pacific time zone, that doesn't mean that's the only variable. Like any science class back in high school or whatever, you can't change like 7 ingredients and then deduce that one of them is the reason, right? So like in those, let's just say 4 games in this example, in the West Coast, there were like maybe 2 different quarterbacks. They were like a different head coach, and maybe the defense had 3 injuries for 2 of them. There's like so many other things involved that the treetop grouping isn't just that one thing. So in these games with like Kelsey, I mean, honestly, in like a true like math world, I would need like 300 occurrences for it to be able to figure out if they're correlated.
Spoken like
say like Kelsey's like 5 games or whatever it is, and Taylor Swift, became publicized. Like I just can't put any stock in it, nor can the betting market.
Spoken like a scientist or a mathematician and that's what you should be when you're gambling.
Right.
Sunday afternoon and Sunday night, there's a lot of goodness. You got the Cowboys at the Eagles late Sunday afternoon. How does this one play out in your world, Doug?
So I'm on the Eagles, but I will say a lot of sharps are on the Cowboys. They think full 3 points for what it's worth, and this goes back to the betting trend I was mentioning. Dak Prescott against the spread within the division is incredible. And I think there's something to be said about that because he's a quarterback. So obviously it's not just one player. It matters because he influences the spread. But I just think the familiarity of opponents in the division, and he's still outperforming the market and the expectation. I think that says a lot about Dak. I just think the division has been terrible for so long, and during this run, and now that the Eagles are good, I just think it's a different animal. I like the Eagles because I think the Cowboys are sloppy. I think McCarthy's a bad coach. I think they have stupid penalties. I don't think they're going to be buttoned up coming into Philly. I don't think much of the defense that's opportunistic and plays bully ball against bad offensive lines or bad offenses. I think they're going to get a dose of reality, kind of like the Niners game, but not as one-sided blowout. I think they'll show up, be competitive, but I have to lay the 3 with Philly, even though I do think Jalen Hurts is banged up. I do think he's a little sloppy with the ball and has a lot of loose fumbles and stuff like that. I just think ultimately at home, minus the 3, I'm going to lay it with Philly.
How about at night where the Bengals host the Bills?
See, I'm on Cincy here, and I like them a lot. Now, I'm not overreacting too much to what I've seen the last few weeks, but I think there's something legitimate to Joe Burrow being healthy, right? Like he was not hurt. He missed time in the preseason, and he had the bye week. They looked good, and I think going into San Francisco tells me something. I mean, beating Arizona or whatever some of their wins were doesn't really like Seattle. That game they were completely outgained and they got away with it. I think beating San Francisco on the road was pretty solid. So, and this Bills team has issues, right? I mean, they've been playing with their food and then some the last few weeks. So I'm okay laying the 2. I actually think this number will come up a little bit. I don't know that talking to odds makers. A lot depends on where the public goes with this and how the afternoon unfolds with parlays and things like that. But this number does feel short. I actually think it might get to 3. It might get 3 or minus 2.5, minus 120, something like that.
All right. Anything else in the NFL you want to hit before we go to college?
Well, so we talked about the Dolphins. We talked about the Cowboys. So there's a trend out there. So since the beginning of last year, teams that have a win percentage of at least 700 that are underdogs, and they don't just not win the game. They don't cover. So basically teams that have inflated records. So I would say, that applies to Dallas. That applies to Miami. So obviously I'm on either side of that. But that also applies to Seattle. I think Baltimore could cover pretty easily here. Now, I know sharps on the Ravens. 6 is a big number. But this Seattle team might be a little fool's gold. I'm not there yet, but that's something to keep in mind. Don't be too enamored with the +6. Just be careful there because we just saw what Baltimore did to Detroit in a bad situation. This is still Geno Smith coming to the Ravens. And this game could get out of hand. I don't think the Seahawks are that good.
Okay, good advice. All right, college. I want to start with Michigan because I looked to Waddle. Waddle was a teammate with Jim Harbaugh. By the way, the last time the Bears won at the Dome in New Orleans was when Jim Harbaugh hit Tom Waddle. So
You may have seen that on your black and white television back in the day, Doug, or maybe you weren't even born at that time.
How old were you in 1991, Doug?
About to turn 14.
He was running his own book at that time, too.
Yeah.
I bet he was.
Yeah. I was about 2 years away from placing my first wager with a bookie.
That's awesome. That is great. And by the way, Doug Kazarian joining us, Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. So I asked Waddle, I go, how will Michigan, who is a huge favorite, it's like 32 or 32.5 against Purdue, how will they handle being off last week and all the talk about could their coach face sanctions? Could their team face sanctions? How will they handle this in this spot? Will they come out and will they look to kick Purdue's ass? Or will they come out and will they be a little bit on guard and maybe
a little flat?
A little flat, yeah. What do you expect?
Yeah, and with Penn State on deck next week, right? So there's a few factors involved here. I think Purdue's pretty weak. They are sloppy. They turn the ball over and things like that. So I'm a little gun shy. I would actually only play the Michigan side. I think they're so much more polished than Purdue. But the allegations and everything that you bring up certainly resonate. You can't say they don't matter. They do matter. They are a variable. Now, you can argue with or discuss to what degree, but for people who want to ignore it, that is just myopic and silly, because these are kids who are being asked every day after practice about this stuff. So it is part of the equation. The question is, how big of a part of the equation? I'm staying off. I like to play amateur psychology. You guys know that. I'm probably more so than anyone else. But I don't know. I mean, they've been ripping through teams all season. They have been just a world beater against the spread. So I'm not exactly in a rush to bet against this Michigan team, even though sort of the buzz and the allegations have heated up. This Michigan team has demonstrated they're a machine. They're a well-oiled machine.
Harbaugh was known as Captain Comeback back in the day. I think he's also known as Captain Us Against the World at this point as well. So you know that he's in there banging the drums about everybody hates us, everyone's trying to get us. So I'm expecting them, even with the week off, to come out and play well. But again, as you said, Doug, this is Purdue. Hey, do me a favor, selfishly. Can you handicap BC and Syracuse for me for tonight's game?
So it's an interesting game. We have a piece that's our lead story on our YouTube channel, because I think Friday Night Football, people can't wait till Saturday. We need action. It's really hard to bet this game. I mean, look, Syracuse has lost 4 straight, but they've been pummeled by the better teams in the conference, right? So can they do it against BC at home? Is this a get-right game? I don't know. I don't know if Syracuse is good enough for that. The question is Boston College, can they put up a fight? Yeah, they beat UConn last week. Congrats.
Barely.
So I actually, if I had to play this game, I would lay it with Syracuse. I would play the -3. But I want no part of it.
Yeah.
This was going to be my last question. This is the Aki Waddle Bowl.
Yeah, it is.
This is Tyler Aki, our executive producer, Syracuse.
Hi.
Tom Waddle.
Neither one of us believes in our football team.
Waddle went there to the second game on the college slate.
Yeah.
Syracuse.
Who cares? Like, listen, do we want to talk about the teams that just interest you or the ones that can make you money, sir?
Well,
this is a gambling game.
He just told you can't make any money on this game.
Listen, this is my game. My game. I'm looking to make some money.
What can make us money?
I don't care about your piddly little DraftKings balance. I'm talking about mine.
That's true. What can we make money on this weekend, Doug?
So there are some awesome games. I don't love any of them, but I mean, look, you got Clemson as a home dog. I know a lot of sharp money's on the Tigers. It's just, they can't help themselves when they see a situation like that. Clemson, still power rated pretty high, getting points, a full 3 points against a shaky coach and that Notre Dame team. So I can't fault anyone. I would just say be careful laying the points on the road. I know sharps are on USC +3. Again, power rating, all that stuff. I just think the power rating's been way off with this USC team. I like Washington a lot. Now, the only concern is, are they hitting a wall? They've looked a little sloppy the last couple of weeks after the win against Oregon. So just how much do they have in the tank? I wonder if they're just hanging on by a thread. If that happens and they lose USC, fine. But I like Washington, but I'm just telling you the smart money is on USC this week. So that's a concern. I like Georgia to get right against Missouri. Not my favorite play or anything, but I'm talking about some higher profile games and some higher profile teams. That's a team that, I mean, look, they almost lost last year. They've had one game that sort of got their attention this week. This year. They've had one game, and that was Kentucky, and they went in and whacked them and covered them. I think it's their only cover this year. I think we see another one here. My favorite play, one of my favorite plays, I should say, is Stanford plus 13 at Washington State. Kind of like I was talking about with Syracuse. This this Washington State team is really weird. They started out 4-0 and then have lost 4 straight, and including a blowout at home to Arizona, which is one of the more puzzling results of the season. Stanford getting 13. Stanford just played Washington tough. Now, this is on the road at the Blues, but I like the Cardinals plus 13 here. This Washington State team I can't figure out. I don't know what's going on. So I like the plus 13 in that game. So that's kind of a fun, little bit late-night game if you want to get involved in some of the marquee games. But nothing jumping out. This is when the market really tends to solidify. So you have to – I like to look at look-ahead spots like I was talking about. Michigan's got Penn State on deck. But they're a team that's demonstrated that, they can block out the noise. So it's not a game that's going to be really resonating.
I'm riding with you and not the Sharps this week, Doug, because last week you told us play Oregon while all the money was coming in on Utah.
Yeah.
So thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's better.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last week, that was the one that I was great on all the big games. All the marquee games I nailed. Problem is the games I submitted on my card in this big contest I'm in were not good. So
it happens.
Probably stick with the main games.
Doug, great stuff as always. We appreciate you, and all the best, okay?
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, guys. I thought we'd get into the Northwestern over-under with Iowa at 30.
Ooh, that's a good point. It's the lowest total in college football history, and the game's at Wrigley.
Oh, my gosh. I think what a game. What a game. I got nothing for you. I think Nebraska's been opening up. I will say I bet against Nebraska last week, and I lost. The quarterback was mobile and slinging it around. I mean, if they look like that, they'll put up 30 themselves. So I think I'd have to bet over in this game. But, I mean, Iowa keeps going under.
You can't bet the game here in the state of Illinois, so we're going to stay
away
from it.
Thank you, Doug. That makes sense.
Thanks,
all
buddy.
All right, fellas, take care.
Forgot all about that you can't bet it. That's no wonder we didn't ask. That's
the stupidest. Yeah. I mean,
it really is.
In terms of sports rules, one of the dumbest in the history of the sports universe.
Doug Kazarian with us each and every week. He's really, really good. Check out his new show as well. All right, we got to get to what to watch for, and we also have to make our picks in Like It, Love It. It's all coming up next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Peggy and Dion, tomorrow at 11 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
What's up? It's Tyler Aki. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is super easy to use, plus FanDuel offers a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, future bets, and my favorite, the same-game parlay. So visit FanDuel.com/Tyler and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Tyler. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Seriously injured? Need an attorney? It's easy to get lost in the sea of lawyers in Chicago. When you choose a personal injury attorney, you want someone who is going to get to know you, not just your case. At Curcio Law Offices, we listen first and then talk. That's how we get to know our clients. Our dedicated team of attorneys will work tirelessly to understand what makes you, you, and therefore what the best evidence is to tell the story of your case. Give us a call at 312-321-1111 or visit us at curcio-law.com for your free case consultation today.
Hey, where's your pain? In your knees, your hips, your back? Well, don't let it sideline you any longer, and don't let them tell you that surgery is your only option. Call QC Kinetics now for the future of pain relief. Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, restoring and repairing damaged joint tissue the natural way. This is the science of using properties from your own body to bring you lasting relief with no drugs and no downtime. Trusted by patients all over America, over 150 clinics nationwide with advanced protocols that can get you moving again. Get started now and live big in 2024. Talk about a great use of your FSA and HSA. These new advanced regenerative treatments are getting amazing reviews for people with arthritic pain or pain from an injury. Again, no drugs, no downtime, no surgery. Call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation. Let their medical professionals give you a better path toward that pain-free life. Call them at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
I love it.
Just a little taste of it.
I love it. I want some more of it.
We got ourselves a partner, too, for Like It, Love It. It's brought to you by Tito's Handmade Vodka. It's a perfect partner for Like It, Love It. Just a taste of it.
Yeah.
All right, around the room we go. We pick out one game that we like, one game we love, one game we just want a taste of. We rank them. The love is worth 3 points. The like is worth 2 points. Taste, if you get that correct, is worth 1 point. What are the standings right now? What do we got here?
That is a great question, Sylvie. No way to know.
Answer?
Did Tyler not update us?
He did not.
Oh, no, Tyler did not. Okay.
And
Tyler's away.
We'll get him.
All right, so let's just go with the order that we were last week. So, Waddle, go ahead.
My like, over 38.5 rushing yards for Deontay Foreman. Saints allow over 100 rushing yards per game, 4.3 yards per carry, only 9 carries last week. Partially because the game got away from the Bears. I don't see that happening this week.
Really?
I don't. I believe that the Bears will be more in tune to having to run the football. I'm going to tell you, I think he'll get 12 to 15 carries. Maybe they learned their lesson. So I like over 38.5 rushing yards for Deontay Foreman.
You would think he would get that no matter what the game dictates.
You would think.
But I'm still worried about the Bears' defense early and often.
Well, then you should steer clear of that.
No, I still, but I'm
so I can distance myself.
I got the Eagles -3. Yeah, I mean, look, the Eagles have owned the Cowboys. The Cowboys, whenever they step up in one of these games, they usually falter.
And
whether
when
it's
they
the
step
Niners
on the road.
Yeah, whenever it's the Niners, whether it's at the Eagles. So I'm going to take Eagles -3. I know Jalen Hurts is hurting. I'll still take the Eagles -3.
Interesting. All right, for my like,
long and hard about that.
To Frankfurt, Germany, boys, the hotbed of NFL action, as we all know it.
Morning Wood!
Yes, the Dolphins against the Chiefs. You need to wake up early if you want to watch that, but I have good news for you. You get an extra hour of sleep. You get to fall back.
Yes.
And wake up.
That's this week?
It's one of the best days, but it's one of the worst times because I hate switching the clock.
Prep yourself for a brutal winter.
You get an extra hour of sleep.
But for my like, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the Dolphins are getting 2. I like that team and the Chiefs right now. I know they probably want to.
Oh, so you're going to take the lumber?
No. Oh, no, I'm not laying the lumber.
You're taking the lumber.
Is that what it's called if you're taking the points? I think it's laying the lumber if you're laying the points. I don't know if you're
the lumber.
I don't think that's a term. I don't think taking the lumber is a term.
I just made it up. Meller's taking the lumber.
Meller taking the lumber.
I'm going to take +2 for the Miami Dolphins.
If you were laying the lumber, if you're the team that's favorite, wouldn't you be taking the lumber if you're the team that's the underdog?
In your world, it's a zero-sum game. Someone has to take if you're laying. I guess.
Whatever he said. Yes.
Miami Dolphins +2. I like that.
What does Tyler have?
All right. For Tyler's like it, it's actually the Cowboys +3 at Philadelphia.
Oh, he went up on me.
Yes, he did. I believe Dak Prescott looked great last week, so I think he's thinking
He sound like Justin's calling us from his apartment.
I know, talk into the microphone.
What is the difference? Like, no,
into the microphone.
Am I too far?
Oh, there you go.
There it is. Hello. All right, go ahead,
my
Waddle.
love.
Your love.
The Michigan Wolverines are back on the field Saturday night. Hey, not Sunday night. Saturday night at home.
You're thinking about next year for Harbaugh.
Exactly. They've had the week off. They're playing Purdue. I'm going to take over 37.5 total points from the Michigan Wolverines on Saturday night. I believe they bring the heat on the Purdue Boilermakers.
The heat.
They're bringing the heat.
What if they don't know the defensive signs though anymore?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You listen. You want to pick against Jim Harbaugh right now? You want to get down in the mud with him?
I truly don't know how they're going to play this weekend. I'm intrigued to find out. I love the Bengals -2 against the Bills. Bengals are at home. They're playing one of the better. They're playing some of the best football in the league right now.
Joe Cool is back.
Yeah, and this is the way it's gone. This has been a heated rivalry. This was the playoff game last year, except it was in Buffalo. This is obviously where the DeMar Hamlin game happened. But I think this will be all about the Bengals, and I think the Bengals will cover the number. I like the Bengals I love the Bengals -2, actually.
For my love, gentlemen, I am going to ride with Tyler and against Sylvie as well. Dallas Cowboys getting 3 points.
You buying that Cowboy crap?
You know what?
Really?
This is more of a vote against the Eagles. They have not looked impressive.
Do you remember the last time they were at home in a big game, Meller? You remember when that was?
The Eagles?
Yeah. It was that night game, Sunday night game
against the Jets
Dolphins,
when they lost?
Your Dolphins that came to town, and they beat them 31-17.
Okay.
I'm riding.
We ignoring that Jets
I'm riding
game?
with the big guy over here.
We ignoring that Jets game?
That was in New York.
Big guy, right?
Okay.
That was in New York.
That's fair.
I'm saying in Philly.
That's fine.
Do you know what the Dallas Cowboys do when they leave their own building? They poop.
All right. That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and take the 3 points.
Okay.
I have not been impressed by the Eagles despite their record this year.
I think the Eagles. I think the Eagles raise up and treat this game like a playoff game. You know that red ass Nick Sirianni is going to have his team ready to go.
Is he
at home.
red-assed?
Are you kidding me?
He seems quite calm on this.
No, he's a red ass.
Really?
Okay. Total red ass.
What is into the microphone here, Justin?
Into the
what does Tyler have?
microphone. All right, Tyler loves the Raiders -1.5 versus the Jets. It's going to be a gross game. I don't know what Tyler's thinking there.
Yeah, what is Tyler thinking? He loves the Raiders?
He's taking -1.5
Aiden O'Connell's
Raiders.
the starter.
I've got this game coming up too.
Do you?
He loves the Raiders. This is the Antonio Pierce game.
Okay.
Against his former team, by the way.
My taste, I'm sticking with all kind of like strange plays. Over 31.5 total points from SMU. They're at Rice. Do you know what?
Let's get on your radar.
I've made money on SMU the last 2 weeks. Do you realize the last 4 weeks, SMU, 34 points, 31 points, 55 points in Meller. Last week, 69 points.
Nice.
31.5 is their team total. I'm taking a taste of the over 31.5 for the SMU Mustangs.
Look at you for your taste.
Yes.
Going strange. Like it.
Yeah,
you can take SMU all you want. I'm going with Tyler, and I'm rolling with the Raiders.
Wow, are you really?
Give me a taste of the Raiders.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they got McDaniels is out. They've got a mini hoop in the locker room. They're having fun again.
Wrestling. The linemen are wrestling.
Yes.
I like that. I like where your head's at,
How
Sylvie.
about the fact that they
New
suck?
coach bump.
How does that factor in?
They may suck, but they're happy again. And the Giants suck, and they're going to be able to cover the number
Fair
-1.5 against the Giants.
For my
You
taste,
saw that mess on the lakefront recently, didn't you?
That was with McDaniels.
And Jimmy Garoppolo.
They're going
They're
to play.
playing Aiden O'Connell.
They want to play for Antonio Pierce. Remember, Jeff Saturday got a win in his first game.
Oh, boy.
There you go. What's his face? The visor guy, one of your guys?
McDaniels?
McDaniels, didn't you love him?
Didn't remember it was McDaniels. Remember after
Freddie Cutler, yeah. That's right. For my taste, gentlemen, I'll go ahead and ride with the beloved. Plus 8.5 against that Saints team. I know the Saints scored a lot of points last week against the Colts. They also gave up a lot. I just think that's too many points for the Saints to cover. So I'm going to go ahead and just taste. Give me Bears plus 8.5.
Wow, okay, the Bears. I was all in last week, and then they did.
You were all in when the number came out. You were in Sunday night.
I took that 9 quickly. I'm like, yeah, this is a bargain. Bears in the 9 against the Chargers? We're going to do this. And that was done early.
They did it.
All right, and what is Tyler at?
All right, Tyler's taste is Clayton Tune in the Cardinals, plus 10 at Cleveland. Wow. Interesting.
He's got some. He did go for
going oppo.
He went with some weird games.
Wait, they're not Cleveland, though. Cleveland has... Oh, yeah, it is Cleveland. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. My bad.
That would have been even stranger if he had picked a game that wasn't even on the schedule.
I was looking ahead to next week's Browns-Ravens game.
Plus 10. A lot of points.
We're back to buys this week, aren't we? Like, wasn't it weird that last week there were no buys, and then now we're back to buys this week?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Bye-bye.
One week they've got 6 teams on buy, then they get no one, then you got like 4. It's so random.
Yes, it is very weird. All right, coming up next, what to watch for. Then we'll recap the news of the day out of house, and there was quite a bit of news. So all of that coming up next.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears, Saints. You were in the middle of our 24/7 pregame.
Here comes the boom.
Join us Sunday for more than 12 hours of coverage. At 7, Jeff Miller has the Fantasy Football Show. At 8, Black and Abdallah bring you pregame tailgate. At 10, Lance Briggs, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman with the Bears Network pregame. At noon, Jeff Joniak, Tom Dare, and Jason McKee.
Here comes the boom.
Bring you the call of the game, followed by 4 hours of postgame. Peggy Kaczynski, your coach, Jason McKee, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Miller. Bears and Saints live from New Orleans, Sunday. On the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Guys, you've heard me talk about my friends at Window Nation, and right now with winter just about here, I want you to replace those leaky and drafty windows that you had. And it's something that I've dealt with at my house. I replaced those in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room, and I am so happy I did. They look great. They work the way they're supposed to, and I've saved money in the short term and in the long term. In the long term, I've saved money on my energy bills, 30% year over year. The warm air stays in. The cold air stays on the outside because I got no drafty windows anymore. And right now, you'll have no interest payments for 5 full years. How about that? No interest to pay off this project for 5 full years. And right now you can buy 2 windows and get 2 free with absolutely no limit. So do what I did. Call my friends at Window Nation at 866-90Nation. You've heard me rave about them now for a couple of years. Call them, 866-90Nation. Have them over for a free in-home estimate. See what they're about. They're educating you on what you need and what you don't need. 866-90Nation or windownation.com and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
The Breeders' Cup World Championship of Horse Racing is this weekend, which means big chances to win big money on the biggest races in the world. 2 days of racing, 14 championship stakes races, $28 million in purses. Watch and wager on the best thoroughbred horses in the world this Friday and Saturday at any Chicagoland Club Hawthorne betting bar, featuring hundreds of big screen TVs, food and beverage specials, and cash betting. Find one near you at hawthornebettingbars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
19 Crimes Wine tells the story of true heroes who beat the odds and overcame adversity to become legends. Unapologetic by nature, disruptive by design, and believe in breaking rules that deserve to be broken. 19 Crimes is a wine that's got attitude, and they're not sorry about it. Pick up the rich and spicy red blend or subtly sweet Cabernet Sauvignon right now. You can sip it, swirl it, tilt it, or don't. Just enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 19 Crimes and TWE Imports, Sonoma, California.
your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Paid for by K4K LLC.
Howard, I've got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road. It's beautiful, right? Wisconsin, Michigan. Guy behind me's admiring a sugar maple and rear ends me. I'm hurt. I'm out of state. Now what?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, Cap. But if you're injured out of town, chances are I can help. Some of our attorneys are licensed in multiple states, and Ankin Law has a long list of referring attorneys.
So you could still help me out.
That's right.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney, on the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Draft the ultimate lunch lineup starting at $7.99. Choose from a combination of half sandwiches, soups, salads, and more. Only at Twin Peaks.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Waddle and Sylvie get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
What to watch for, brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. Caller 10 right now. Win pizza from Connie's Frozen Pizza. The official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Sylvie Show. 312-332-3776. Store that number in your phone, and you'll win pizza from Connie's Frozen Pizza. Speaking about winning, we gave details earlier about the holiday parody song contest. If you missed it, we will give you more details in the prize packages coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Waddle, what are you watching for this weekend?
You know what I'm going to watch? I know it's been out for a little bit, but you know how I like these movies. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, I believe, is streaming on Amazon.
Oh, yeah?
So I am going to actually watch one of my favorite movie series, Mission Impossible. Also going to watch Breeders' Cup, the biggest day in racing here in the United States. Tomorrow, I believe it's 2:30. I believe you can catch it on NBC.
It's NBC.
Yes. So I don't think Eddie's on the... I think Eddie's on any of the coverage.
Hockey? Is it because he's doing hockey?
Yeah. I send Eddie just a text to see how he's doing. Have you talked to Eddie in a while?
I have not. Not since we had him on for the opener for Bedard for the second game.
I'm going to send him a text and say, hey, Eddie, hope you're doing well. Long time no talk. Got any pointers for me tomorrow?
Well, then you're just looking for stuff. I mean, how about just saying...
But I am. I'm dual-purpose text.
How about just saying, hey, Eddie, how are you?
Dual-purpose text.
Okay. I'm going to take Carmen's advice. Carmen's given this out a couple of different times, and I've got multiple plates in the air already going right now. I haven't finished the Get Pumped series. What's it called? The official.
Is that Schwarzenegger?
No, the Super Pumped is the Uber series on Netflix. Wanted to give you the official title. That's what I've been giving out lately. But Get Gotti is the documentary, is what Carmen's been telling us about that he loves. It's a documentary on John Gotti. So that's on my list, and I'm going to get to that fairly soon. So it's on Netflix, and Carmen said it's spectacular.
Speaking of Netflix, I got a couple for you that are on my radar for all the folks out there who enjoy true crime. Very reminiscent of Making a Murderer, at least from the trailer I've watched. Till Murder Do Us Part, Soaring versus Haysom. It is the story about young love. Apparently, a girl's parents were murdered back in 1985.
Wow, going way back.
And her boyfriend was accused of killing them. But the question is, did he or did she? So I'm going to check that out. That's on Netflix, a 3-part series. And
Was
then
it about
Sounds like something to cheer you up on the weekend.
Yeah, why not?
Was this in Germany too? Did I read? Was this not here, or was this in Germany?
Oh, you know what? I do not know that. I assumed it was here in the United States, but I don't know that for a fact. So I'm going to check it out, and I'll report back to you, Sylvie.
Okay, maybe I misread that.
And then second quick miniseries, All the Light We Cannot See. This is a World War II drama about a blind French girl and a German soldier. I'm going to check it out because Mark Ruffalo is in it, and I enjoy almost every serious stuff that he is in. So,
all right, here's details on the first one you gave. A German student desperately in love with his girlfriend in America. Confessed to murdering her parents. So that's where it picks up.
There you go.
So it does take place here. Good stuff. That's interesting. And then what do you got, Justin?
All right, I got Bodies on Netflix. Have you guys heard of this?
No.
One season, I saw the first episode. It was so good. It's more of like a murder crime kind of mystery thing. If you haven't checked it out, please watch it. I believe it's probably top 10 on Netflix, so real easy. Guys, it's so good, though. I only watched the first episode, Bodies. And I can't wait to go home and continue watching.
I've not seen it. But I will.
Good. It's
Put
good
it on my list.
Check it out.
Hitting the top 10 in 72 countries in its first week. This time-hopping, genre-bending crime series was hailed as pleasingly intoxicating by the Times. All right, good recommendation.
It's nuts. Watch it.
All right. What to watch for, again, brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. Coming up next, news of the day from Hallis Hall. Is Justin Fields getting closer? He answers that question. And then Matt Eberflus was for him fairly upfront regarding Fields. We'll play both coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Coach Matt Eberflus joins ESPN Chicago in the Waddle and Sylvie Show every Monday at 2:10. Hear the coach only on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here to let you know that at Great Clips, they know you live a full life, and that is why they are full of ways to make getting a great haircut easier for you. With online check-in, Great Clips is going to work on your schedule. And with the new features they have, you can see where you are in line. You get a Ready Next text so you know when to go to the salon. And they have a cool haircut reminder feature that lets you know you haven't been in quite some time. With Clip Notes, they save your haircut details so you can get the same great look you love from the skilled stylist each and every time you're in. Nice to be on the same page when it comes to your haircut. And even when you're not thinking about your next haircut, Great Clips is. And when you choose Great Clips, it's going to be great. Download their app today. Also, if you're interested, you can join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. It's November. Are you ready to make some money? It's Breeders' Cup weekend. We had another monster week last week, 3-1 in the NFL. We are absolutely dialed in football and basketball. Go to fatjacksports.com. Get the weekend for as little as $149, or everything through the end of November for as little as $449 or $599 with hoops. That's fatjacksports.com. The plays are emailed or text to you. They will get you into profit. We're on a 22-6 run. Get signed up today and win.
O'Reilly.
Protect your engine better with Syntec Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec High Mileage is formulated for today's engines with over 75,000 miles. Now get 5 quarts of Syntec High Mileage and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $34.99. Limit supply. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about 2 things. The one-of-a-kind wood-fired flavor of a Traeger Ironwood XL grill. And football. That's right, Desmond Howard. Get fired up for the game in just a tap with Traeger's intuitive touchscreen. Then throw on your favorites and monitor the grill from anywhere with Wi-Fi technology. So you spend less time staring at the grill, which means more time for football. For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The all-new ESPN Radio Morning Show, Unsportsmanlike.
At what point are we going to acknowledge that Josh Allen is a great quarterback, but Josh Allen is also an overrated quarterback?
Chris Canty, Evan Cohen, and Michelle Smallman.
20 years running into guys that are my size. Does it sound like fun?
Chris, Evan, and Michelle.
Nobody can work the room like Coach Prime. And the people that like it are going to love it. The people that hate it, they're going to hate him even more.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
Live from the Old National Bank State Street Studio, across from the historic Chicago Theater, you are listening to Waddle and Sylvie on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. This is WMVP WSHE HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope your Friday is going great and you've made it to your weekend. If you haven't, you're just about there. And we got an action-packed weekend for you. We got Bears football on Sunday.
Got a lot going on. Got some good college games as well. But yeah, Bears trying to get back on track.
Our coverage, don't forget, begins at 7 a.m. on Sunday. Meller's got the fantasy show. Meller was trying to do some vulturing too this week. My fantasy team is I've basically gone a half-hearted effort my last fantasy year.
This is it?
Yeah, I'm not interested. And I'm not very good at it either. There's too much stuff to worry about. And Meller knows, and what Meller does is he sees the teams that aren't very good, and then he tries to offer you something for your team, for the players who are underperforming, like a T. Higgins, for instance.
Listen, desperate times call for desperate measures.
And
you need every win you can get, my friend.
And then he's offering me crumbs for like...
just trying to help you out. Look, help a friend out.
If I were an owner of a team, I would hire Meller as my GM because he is always looking to buy low, which I admire. Too many of our general managers in town often
He's not giving up a high second round pick and $100+ million for anything.
He sells high and he buys low, and that's the way it's supposed to be done. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to take advantage of a sucker as well. Now, while I may not be into this year's fantasy football, I will not be.
You are no sucker.
Yes,
soccer. I'm just glad to hear you're still checking your roster. So that's good news for everybody in the league.
Not all the time. Not playing the waiver wire anymore, though. Keep forgetting about that. But anyway, where were we? The Bears, 7 o'clock for the fantasy football show. 8 o'clock for Block and Abdallah. They'll get you set with a pregame show. Our network pregame show with Dion, Lance, and me will begin at 10. And we got Joniak and Thayer and J-Mac and Courtney and Eberflus and Poles. And just lots of stuff going on for kickoff at noon with Joniak and Thayer. And then and don't forget, at halftime, I invite your phone calls. It's really the only halftime show in the National Football League that invite your phone calls. That we do sort of like a post-game show style thing at halftime. So we take your calls at halftime. So whatever you have something on your mind, you don't have to wait till the post-game show with Yurko and Peggy. But we've got that for you as well on Sunday. And then we have the post game with Meller, with Pep the Designer, and J-Mac as well. So 312-332-3776. What do you think is going to happen on Sunday? I have no clue. I am so lost on this team. Every time I think they're done, they come back and they surprise me with a game, whether it be in Washington, whether it be a couple of weeks ago against the Raiders with Pagent. And then when I think they're back, they surprise me on the other end.
Build me a bridge to a victory. Build me a bridge to a victory right now. What has to happen for them to win?
Well, what has to happen is the defense has to keep them in the game early, and they can't fall behind big. So that way, the offense and the running game and Bagent's more conservative approach can keep them in the game, and 20 to 24 points can win the game.
Can that defense keep Carr and Olave and Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara and Tyson, what's his name? Taysom Hill. Can they keep those guys in check? Are you confident
I don't
that they
think
can?
so.
You don't.
See, but this is my point. Every time I count them out, they'll come back with something and they'll go, ooh, okay. But again, when they're without Edmonds, when they're without Brisker, two of their better tacklers, and we'll see what you get with Sweat this game, but I don't know how much he's going to play. But if it's a quick passing game, will the pass rush even matter?
My hope would be that if Montez Sweat is available, that he plays a ton. Like, again, I don't profess to know all of the defensive calls, but that defense doesn't look like it's too intricate, does it?
He could probably get on the field and not sack the quarterback like all the other Bears defensive linemen.
That's true. But, I mean, it's not like he needs to get up to speed because he's been sitting out.
Right.
Like, he's ready to go physically. Just give you the basics and go get him. So if Montez Sweat is out,